Good morning, everyone. This is LadyDragon. It's Sunday, February 20th. It's 1:30 p.m. So, welcome everyone. Bienvenue tout le monde. Bienvenue à l'audience Nadia. Écoute, j'ai parlé avec Nadia hier soir. Elle a fait un update, très bel update de tout ce qui était passé de la journée. Là, on va aller voir ce qui se passe en centre-ville. Voir quelle sorte de fille que je vais avoir. Voir quelle sorte de downtown qu'on va trouver un matin. Là. I'm gonna go see what's going on downtown. I'm gonna go see if what's left over there, if anything. Bon. Let's go. Bon. Sinon, touche pas au keyboard. Ah, Sam vient de vous dire bonjour, je vais aller chercher Sam. Sam? Oui, là. Ah. Bonjour à Sam, tout le monde. Sam est arrivé. Allô, Sylvie. Sinon, il est sur le keyboard, là. Fait que s'il y a quelque chose qui va array, là, c'est Snow Effect. Hein, puis Sam? Tu correct, là, Sam? Bon, là, on va aller voir. Je vais aller voir ce que j'ai, là. Puis il y a beaucoup moins de filles que hier, là. Oh, je vais mettre ça de même. Sinon, toi, c'est le keyboard, là. Sinon, il est sur le keyboard, là. Il fait toutes mes affaires. Arrête avec ça, là. Arrête, sinon. Sinon, c'est... Attendez une seconde, là. Sinon, il est sur le keyboard, là. Puis il fait toutes sortes de mischief. Allô, Tony? Allô, Marie? Bonjour, Jessica. Allô, April. Ouais, ben, un petit peu un matin, là. J'ai dormi. J'étais encore bien fatiguée, là. Bon, moi, j'ai retrouvé ma voix. Hier, ce soir, j'avais plus de voix. Merci, Tony. Ça me va, les noix. J'ai donné des petites noix. Bon, c'est ici, il n'y a rien. Pas d'update concernant Pat. Bon, ça a l'air que la police intimide le monde, là. Celui-là, qu'est-ce qu'on fait là-bas, là, s'il vous plaît, là? Bon, on va sauter sur le keyboard, bon, là, j'ai un feed, là. Pas un feed, mais une vidéo, là, de Célina qu'elle a mis, là. On va aller voir ça, là. Je vais vous mettre... je sais pas, j'ai pas vu le vidéo, fait que je sais pas. C'est ce qu'elle a mis, Célina, c'est que... Police Intimidation. C'est tout ce qu'elle a montré. Bon, on va switcher ça, là. Ça me surprend pas avec la façon qui opère là-bas, là. Les criminels, c'est ce que je veux dire. Qu'est-ce qui est arrivé? Laissez-moi 2 petites secondes à ranger tout ça, là, sinon il a sauté sur la patente, là, ça a tout fait mes affaires. Commencez par aller voir ça, là. Ça va me donner la chance, pendant que vous allez regarder ça, de m'aligner avec mes flûtes, là. Huge police intimidation in Ottawa today. Elle a mis ça il y a 1 heure. C'est pas un vieux vidéo, là. Célina, c'est elle qui était alors, elle était à Ottawa, puis elle est partie, puis elle est en Alberta, là. C'est elle qui fait ma coute. So, Célina, she's the one that left for Ottawa, and she filmed in Alberta, and she's the one that filmed coutes. Okay? So, just so that you know. Okay, let's watch this.
They're saying that they're gonna break it.
No, they're just doing it for spite. No, they're doing it for spite. You have to show your face.
Okay, share this out, you guys. Get it out everywhere. Now, get it out. They're saying they're gonna break the window. They already walked around back, you guys, so.
I know they can't get in because they're breaking in and then they'll have to pay the thing for the can't. Don't open the door.
Here's your tax service. Here's your taxes at play, everyone. Welcome to absolute tyranny.
No, don't even bother. No.
See, a bunch of thugs. I'm telling you. I don't know what's the deal, why they want to come in here. But if they don't have a warrant, they cannot force people to open the door. So they're gonna break the... Are they gonna break the window of the store like they did with the car yesterday? Fait que là, je sais pas pour quelle raison qu'ils veulent rentrer dans le restaurant. Là, ça a l'air que... qu'il veut pas qu'ils rentrent. Puis là, il a dit... Et la fille, elle a l'air de... Une petite vache, elle a dit... d'aller d'ouvrir la porte, puis elle disait qu'elle don't care, je sais pas trop, là. Fait que là, ils disent qu'ils vont casser la vitre s'ils ne rouvrent pas. Ben, pas. Je veux dire, il y a besoin d'un warrant, là. C'est rendu pire que la Chine, ici, là. Ça va pas d'allure. On va continuer à aller voir ça. Je sais pas, là, c'est Célina qui a montré ça, là. Je sais pas c'est quoi, là. On va regarder.
I'd like to know who that lady is.
I don't trust you. You just told me that you're gonna break the wall, so I don't have to fear. Come on. No, Deborah. Listen, I'm not gonna open the door. This is private property. Yeah, I'll take the ticket later on.
Tell him you can't hear because he's wearing a mask. Keep sharing this out, you guys. Keep sharing. Keep sharing. Get it out there. This guy's walking freely.
It's okay. Break in. Take the license away. No, I don't bow down to the beast.
No, but you're showing that
I don't bow down. I don't bow down.
we can't trust
Share this out.
you. No, you're showing that we can't trust you. It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. That's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay. Look.
Because you know we got the people on our side. People are
You're breaking the law. You're breaking the law, lady. Lady, you're breaking the law.
Oh, so she has an attitude now because she has all the people standing back behind her. We don't trust you.
I don't trust you. Sorry, no. You can go. I don't talk like that. Yeah, right here. Yeah. You can take it away. I don't care.
We don't care.
You don't care.
Because we're gonna have to live for anyway. All you guys did all this for Trudeau.
Listen,
There was nothing
listen.
left.
Pretty soon we cannot have nothing because Trudeau and his mandate and hero officer and for enforcing it, we have no more money. I know the global system is behind. No, listen. Sir, with all due respect, in the name of Jesus, I command you to go. In the name of Jesus, I command you to go. No, I now open the door. No, open the door. I don't trust you. You're not bylaw officer. You're from other city. You have the jacket on top.
Praise you, Jesus! Praise you, Heavenly Father! Praise you, Jesus!
Thank you.
Praise you, Jesus! Praise you, Jesus! Praise you, Jesus!
Listen,
Praise you,
do you understand that I don't
Jesus!
trust you?
Praise you, and then
You understand
praise
that I don't
Heavenly
trust
Father
you?
in the name of Jesus.
Hey, the rights and the Constitution you're breaking.
Search for
Do
what?
you understand you're supposed to uphold the law? Do you understand you're supposed to be a police officer? I don't have to answer you. No, I don't have to. No, I don't have to. You're not a bylaw officer. No, he has to take it down. He's not a bylaw officer. I'm sorry, I don't believe it. I don't trust you. I see what you guys do.
You're wearing a mask and not showing your name.
You're disguising your face. I don't trust you. No, I'm not going to let you in because I don't trust you no matter what you do.
She's the bylaw, but we don't need, can't trust her
No,
either.
I don't trust her.
They want to take away your license, fine, take it away.
I can't wait to take away the
Yeah,
law.
no, take it away. We don't care, we got nothing left anyway.
They have to break the building and they know they can. Okay, Tana, put all the sandwiches in the fridge, please. And Rob, can you do that, please? Make sure that's it cold, okay? Before they do whatever. Just we don't want the food to be bad. Okay?
Lord, was this what the day was supposed to be? We knew there was something else that was gonna happen. It's like you said, there's something else gonna happen, so this is what's happening. And we have the presence of the Lord right now, and that's why they can't come in. They can only do what they can do if the Lord allows it. Plain and simple.
Jeez. What is this problem? I don't want to say something. No, let me. No, we can talk on Tuesday. No, listen.
That's awesome.
Get the guns. Okay, now listen to me. This is Canada. Oh, you understand that? Free country.
Well, let's see what he has to say. Let's see what he has to say.
And radar, I know. Yeah, I trust.
This all has to change, you guys.
Okay, then stay out. No, I want the ticket, okay? Write the ticket.
Give us the ticket.
Give me the ticket.
That's enough. Give us the ticket. That's enough.
No!
No, we don't trust anybody. We see what's going on. This is.
I don't care. I don't care you with them. Now, Tuesday is over. Yeah. Hey, no, listen, I was in court before, so I don't have a favor of that. I don't sign no paper, I don't say nothing. Tuesday, in court if they want me, okay? I don't open, this is my property, I don't let anybody, especially you, come in here. I don't care. I don't care. You know what I tell you?
Okay, you know what? We don't want to talk to you. We may talk to her, but we don't want to talk to you.
It's not a bylaw.
No, go. You go. We talk to her, but we're not talking with you. We don't trust you.
Listen. So far, I don't care if I lose the business. If I lose the business or license, I don't care. You know why? Because I don't want money. Okay?
Keep sharing this out, you guys.
Now, this one, they're gonna arrest us or arrest us. I know. No, I know. I saw this before, okay? Okay, so I'm protected by this. When I break the door, go ahead. Okay, so at this point, there's no more discussion. Give me the ticket. I don't care because. Did I refuse you to serve me to come in here because I was afraid of what they're gonna do? Okay? Well, now they will arrest me.
I know you're saying nobody will arrest us, but we don't trust the police because we see what they've done. We have no more trust in the police anymore.
They trampled a lady with a horse.
No, I'm not. You have no power.
Just a minute, but once we leave this property, they're gonna come. So that's where your trust is right here, but once we leave this property, that's when they come. And we don't trust any of that. So if we have to stay here overnight, no.
We just have to stay till Tuesday. Don't worry.
I know, but Tuesday, the writing will come in, the decision will be made at Parliament.
Okay, we'll see you Tuesday.
That's called stubbornness. Stand up for your right. Don't let them take your rights. And
It's all bullying.
It's all bullying. And
they were trying to bully.
In the name of the Lord,
I'm
they
sorry
know
that
they
they have to
can't
come
bully
to
us.
this way, but now you see what the police is up to. They're not even police. I don't know who they are.
Yeah.
They're trying to
I don't know, but they have the courage to show their face now at this point. Wow, interesting.
Ha! We won this war.
Whoa. Hey, whoa. Let's not celebrate yet.
If they want to come in, they have to break the window. The building, I lease. The window, they're not mine. Number one. Number two, they have no warrant. Number three, they want to inspect. Inspect what? That was an excuse. Because inspection is not happening during Wednesday, and not what they call it, Saturday, Sunday, and a holiday. But they can do it during the business days. Now, they say I have a business license. Okay? All right. And they said they're going to take the business license away for life. Okay? What do we have to lose anyways? I had nothing to left after this, so I don't comply to that. I'm sorry, I can't. This is the tactic of bullying and scaring and whatever, but when you have the Lord Jesus in you, you're not afraid. You look them straight in the eyes, and they're very upset because you don't comply. And the lady says, I don't care, I'll break down the window, I'll come in. Where is she now? And if she does it, she's breaking the law.
She's right now. They're trying to find out whether or not they can actually break the window, which they're pretty lawless right now, so who knows.
No, she's the supposedly bylaw officer, and he says he's the bylaw officer, but he's not.
Yeah.
He has a jacket on of the bylaw officer, but he's not a bylaw officer.
All the police on the front line yesterday had all their tags covered. They didn't show their identification. Yeah.
And
The
today
tactical riot gear guys had nothing on their face covered, everything. We heard there's 200 prisoners released yesterday or 2 days ago. We're thinking that was them.
So once you have the closed sign on here, they cannot come across here now.
Yeah.
Putting the closed.
That's why I say I put close sign. It's closed now.
It's closed today, guys, so don't come in for breakfast today, all right?
I already sent them some customers.
But you make sure you get here after this stuff's all done.
It's after 11, breakfast is closed.
Yeah. This is the iconic cafe downtown. Look at this beautiful family standing up for our rights, doing what is right. We thank you guys from the bottom of our hearts. We thank you.
Well, we thank you that you got it on video. I mean, how much more truth to that?
You got
Videos don't lie.
You got 3,300 people at least watching, getting ready to share this. So
33, yep.
it's a start.
More the merrier.
We'll get it out there.
Well, well, well. Pour ceux qui ne comprennent pas l'anglais, ce qui est arrivé, c'est qu'ils voulaient rentrer dans le business, dans le café c'est un café qui était à le monsieur et la madame. C'est une famille qui opère ce café-là. Le Iconic Store, ça s'appelle le Iconic, ok? It's called the Iconic Store. And the police, they wanted to come in. And they didn't want to let them in. Because they said, you thugs, I don't trust you. Ça m'arrête donc, là. Fait que là, la police voulait rentrer, puis ils n'ont pas voulu lancer la police. Ils ont dit, j'ai pas confiance en toi. On a vu ce que tu as fait avec les chevaux, puis on a vu ce que tu as fait avec les truckers, puis tu casses les vitres aux truckers, puis tout ça. Puis on veut pas t'avoir dans notre café. Il a dit, j'ai aucune confiance. Il dit, vous autres, là, j'ai vu ce que vous avez fait aux truckers, je ne veux pas vous servir. Puis là, la fille, elle a crié après, puis elle a dit, si tu ouvres pas la fenêtre, la porte, on va casser la porte. Il dit, I don't care, casse la porte. Fait que c'est ça, ça a été pendant quasiment 20 minutes de temps. Il disait, Sam dit bonjour. Allô Sam, Sam me dit bonjour. Ça a été quasiment pendant 20 minutes de temps, as-tu vu? Puis là, ils ont fait plein de téléphones, puis tout ça, puis ça, sont partis. Fait que là, la fille, elle a dit, ils vont sûrement passer une loi lundi, vous êtes arrêtés de nous harceler, puis je reviendrai le mardi. Là, il a mis le sign close, il a mis le signe fermé. Il dit, on vous sert pas. Ben, ils ont bien fait. Puis, ils ont les harcelés pendant 20 minutes de temps. Ils ont menacé de faire. Hey, pas légal, ça. Voyons donc, quelle sorte de faire que c'est ça? C'est downtown Ottawa, ça. Ça fait plaisir, Tony. J'en reviens pas. Sais-tu, il n'y a pas grand-chose que je reviens de toute cette histoire-là, là. Ben oui, on doit refuser. C'est ça leur café à eux. Ils doivent servir qui qu'ils veulent. Il s'appelle pas Coco, il s'appelle Sam. Ouais, fait que... Fait qu'ils ont bien fait, le monsieur et la madame. Puis là, en plus, ils ont menacé d'enlever la licence. Il a dit, on va t'enlever ta licence de café. Il dit, j'ai plus rien à perdre à ce point-ci, là. Fait que tu fais ce que tu veux faire. Moi, tu rentres pas chez nous. Là, il expliquait après, le monsieur, il expliquait que ça, c'est son café. Lui, il loue son commerce, c'est dans une bâtisse, puis il loue l'espace dans la bâtisse. Puis il a dit, ben si tu casses la fenêtre, ça va être c'est la bâtisse qui va partir, le propriétaire de la bâtisse qui va partir après la police. Puisque c'est pas les fenêtres, ça appartient pas au monsieur qu'on a vu du café, ça appartient au building. Tu penses-tu que le building, il va être content, là, le propriétaire du building, s'il casse la vitre de même, là? Hey, gang de malades mentales là-bas, là. Je te dis, là, j'ai vu des affaires de même à Hong Kong puis à Chine, mais pas des affaires à Ottawa. Hey. C'est vraiment off the chart, là, cette affaire-là. Là. Moi, j'en reviens pas, là. I'm telling you. Every day, I see things that I couldn't believe. À tous les jours, je vois des choses, je me dis, wow. Pourquoi vous pensez que j'ai plus de voix puis je live stream 12 heures par jour? Parce qu'il faut documenter ça, puis il faut qu'on est témoin à la tyrannie qui se passe présentement. Vous avez entendu, le monsieur, il a dit, share, share, share. Ça veut dire partager, partager ça. Il veut que tout le monde voit ça. Ben, moi, je fais la même affaire. Pourquoi que... Oui, puis Nadia, on se parle comme 12 fois par jour, parce que je m'assure qu'elle a toutes les dernières informations pour qu'elle puisse partager aussi. Faut s'entraider, là. Faut que tout le monde voie ça sur la planète pour montrer comment c'est des tyrans. Everybody needs to see this. Why do you think I'm so tired and I'm live streaming 12 hours a day? I'm trying to bring you everything so you can see what's going on. So you can share that with everyone on the planet. So people know what's going on. If people know what's going on, they're going to rise up. And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. So thank you everybody for being here and sharing my videos. See, they shut me down too. I'm on YouTube 3. Why do you think I'm on 3? It's because they shut down 1, they shut down 2, but I'm on 3. If they shut down 3, I'll open a 4th one. And so on. Ils font le trouble à moi aussi. Là. Regardez, ils ont fermé mon YouTube numéro 1, ils ont fermé mon YouTube numéro 2. On est rendu sur le numéro 3. Puis là, s'ils ferment le numéro 3, on va aller sur le numéro 4. Qu'est-ce que je veux que je te dise? Il faut que la vérité soit partagée partout dans le monde. Oui, mais c'est une forme d'intimidation, ça aussi, quand ils ferment mes YouTube. C'est pas cool, ça, là. Le monde sont tout perdus. Ça, je vous dis, assurez-vous que vous êtes sur les 3 YouTube, là. Chance que j'ai Nadia pour m'aider avec tout ça, parce que n'arrête pas de me fermer. Même Nadia est tout mélangé. C'est quel numéro que t'es aujourd'hui? Even Nadia is all confused, all these numbers. She says, what number are you on today? She knows, you know. C'est pas funny, tout ça, là, je vous dis, là. Pas funny pour personne, là. C'est que les criminels, puis il faut qu'ils soient exposés comme des criminels. Puis aussi, le monsieur qui filmait, là, je sais pas c'est quoi son nom, le monsieur qui filmait, mais lui, il a dit, j'ai perdu ce que j'allais dire. Mais lui, il a dit que c'était de l'intimidation, puis il filmait. Chance qu'il était là, lui, pour filmer. Good thing he was there to film. That's why I told you. You need to have body cam. C'est pour ça que je vous dis, vous avez besoin des body cam. Puis vous prenez tout le temps avec votre body cam la seconde où vous sortez de chez vous. Parce que de nos jours, là, on est plus safe. Là, on est au Canada, on est pire que la Chine. Achetez-vous des body cam, puis apportez-vous des body cam quand vous sortez de chez vous, parce qu'on sait pas qu'est-ce qu'on a. On sait plus à qui on a affaire, là. C'est des criminels. C'est pas funny, là. Moi, je trouve pas ça rien drôle dans tout ça, là. Le Pat n'est pas sorti de prison. Pat est en prison. En plus, ça va bien l'affaire, là. Pat est en prison. Plein d'affaires est arrivé au monde, là. C'est pas funny. QB, t'as absolument raison. Vous avez toute raison. Bon, Laura n'est pas venue aujourd'hui. Elle n'est même pas venue aujourd'hui. Bon. Fait que là, je vais regarder, moi, ce que j'ai ici. Attendez une seconde, là. C'est quoi ça? Ça, c'est correct. Donnez-moi quelques minutes, là. Je suis en train de regarder ce que j'ai comme information. Ah, ça a l'air intéressant, ça. Ah, on va regarder ça. C'est que ça. Il paraît qu'aujourd'hui, c'est la célébration des animaux. On va regarder ça. Et ça a l'air intéressant, ça. Supposedly, today is the day of celebrating the animals. I want to see this. Sounds interesting. Let's listen to this for a minute. It's only 45 seconds. It's the day to celebrate the animals. That was nice. And that was interesting. Oh, look! I just got a feed from. Something happened in Munich. Ah, see? Look at this. I'll show you this. That's Munich. Munich is in Germany. Ça, c'est à Munich, en Allemagne. Ça vient juste de sortir, là. C'est qu'est-ce qui se passe présentement là-bas. Regardez. On va regarder ça.
Nicht hin! Bullen raus aus der Demo! Die Polizei versucht! Polizei raus aus der Demo!
Nach vorne quasi ausbreitet.
Am Dienstag schon das US-Fracking-Unternehmen.
And the Holocaust Memorial, but I pointed out to him that isn't this just giving them what they want, pushing everybody out to the outskirts of the city, making the protesters leave so that the media can be like, look, the police cleared them out, we did it, we won, everybody's gone. And I mean, that's kind of what I feel, which is why I wasn't really super interested in coming down here. But the bottom line is,
Bon, c'est ça. À Munich aussi, ils sont fâchés. Tout le monde sont fâchés. Ça c'était à Munich, en Allemagne. Eux autres aussi sont fâchés. Sam me dit, bon, il faisait bonjour. Éteins, Sam. Ici, là. Éteins. C'est bon. Non, j'ai autre chose. Sam, il veut. Attention, Sam. Attention, Sam. Sam. Attention. Sam. Sam, il fait des ébats. Mangez ta petite noix, là. Ouais. Il y a du fun sur les enfants. Bon. Bon, attendez une seconde. Continuer dans mes recherches. Parce qu'on est rendu avec Ottawa, c'est que il intimide le monde, là. Pas vu la vidéo que je viens de montrer, là? Bon. Ça fait dur, Ottawa. Attorney from Ottawa. C'est nice. Oh, checkez ça. Ça, c'est... Allez, on va écouter ça, là.
Entire world. A humanitarian capacity, so I am about to release a message to local police office and enforcement here in Ottawa. Right now, you have it within you, in your own discretion, to change the future of the entire world. Every one of you, as individuals, an individual capacity, as a human being, cannot deny how proud you are of these people that stand here in Parliament, because these are your people. You are so much more than the uniforms you wear. You are fathers, sons, mothers, daughters, brothers, and sisters to us all. Are you going to be able to live with yourself if you choose to follow the dictates of a corrupt and criminal, unlawful government who has displayed no respect for law, humanity, or life itself? Or are you going to be the heroes that we believe you really are? Are you going to take a chance on us and allow us, your people, the opportunity to serve and protect the freedoms of your family and your children's families? It is the love of our great nation that has brought us here, and together we stand in the face of unbelievable adversary. With great courage and standing strong, we will peacefully, in unity, through courage, love, overcome these challenges presented by a tyrannical government that has created consistent divide. I am one Canadian amongst an entire world that can evolve into unified together as one, restoring democracy, freedom, and the rule of law. Please, for the love of God, for the love of each other, and for the love of our children, stand with us. This is our message to the law enforcement that's present here in Ottawa. We are appealing to you now because every day there are new challenges that we face, and every day our movement grows and we unify. So we are officially asking law enforcement and every police presence in Ottawa to stand with the people, because we are here standing for you. Thank you for your time.
Amen.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, that's a lawyer that was saying that the police to stand down and stand with the people. C'était un avocat qui implorait la police de pas obéir aux ordres tyranniques du gouvernement, à le demander aux polices d'être du côté du monde, d'être du côté de la population, et non d'écouter les ordres illégaux de faire tout ça. C'est ce que je veux dire? Elle a raison, madame. Je sais pas c'est qui, là. Ils veulent rentrer, puis ils ne laissent pas rentrer. Bon, on va aller voir autre chose, là. Puis tu sais que... Vous voyez pas ce que je vois, mais... Tu sais que... Ils ferment ferment plein de ils ferment plein de Facebook, hein, au monde. C'est pas cool, hein. Ils veulent pas que ils ferment des comptes. Ils veulent pas que le monde, la vérité se propage. Mais regarde, là. Facebook, j'ai personne que je connais qui sont live. Ok, je l'ai trouvé là. Voilà ça.
It's broken because I'm able to move around fairly fine. It just, it hurts if I breathe in like all the way. If I happen to cough, it hurts. It's pretty badly bruised. It's just, I'll totally be fine though. Thanks for asking. I appreciate everybody's concern. I have had a lot of people emailing me and messaging me, asking me how.
Bonjour Catherine. La raison, ils veulent rentrer, puis le propriétaire il a dit non. Il dit, je vous sers pas, vous êtes une gang de criminels, j'ai pas confiance en vous autres, vous rentrez pas. C'est ça qu'il dit. Sam, es-tu correct? Hein? J'allais-tu retourner dans ton lit, mon petit cœur? Bon, là c'est un gars qui s'est fait blesser. Ben moi aussi. Moi aussi.
Police forced iconic cafe in downtown Ottawa to shut down minutes ago. Interesting. Well, I don't know, I mean, how long I should stick around here. I'm going to for a little bit, because this is where apparently everybody is. I'll do a few interviews.
Il n'y a plus rien, là. C'est ça l'affaire, là.
Guys, just want to scroll back to my... Apparently everybody is. I'll do a few...
Oh. Lui, il est tombé. Les filles
interviews.
Les filles tombent, ça, je vous dis, là. Pas évident, là. Il n'y a plus rien. J'essaie de voir.
But certainly if anybody finds out about anything that I should be downtown covering, please let me know. I'll keep an eye on this chat, as I said. And try to do my best to get down there. I'm maybe a 20-minute, it's probably a 15-minute walk, but more like a half hour in these conditions on these, icy roads and everything, but I'll see what I can do.
Really?
you doing? Oh, yeah? Right on, right on. Really appreciate it. Oh, yeah? Awesome. Awesome. Been watching for years. Let me ask you, let me come to this side.
Absolutely.
So you mentioned the G20. Are you seeing like the same kind of similarities that I am? I mean, were you there for the G20?
No, I wasn't. I saw it all of the pending lawsuits and everything that are still against our government and everything for that point in time, and they still have the gall to come out and do this to us. With the same tactics, the same style. They didn't kennel and gas half as hard, but bringing out those horses, those are big war machines. That was a peaceful protest. There's no need. That's overstepping all bounds.
Yeah, and it's literally the same guy in charge, Bill Blair.
Personne dans le centre-ville. Nobody lives. They're all outside of downtown.
Hey man, how's it going? Good, good. Yeah, I'm replacing filling in for Zod.
Okay, one sec. Hold tight.
What did you think about that?
So, just a side note. I've done a couple of live streams so far, 2 of them, and both of them have gotten copyright claims on them.
I wasn't there in the morning. I only got there in the afternoon when they had.
Thankfully, it didn't affect the video for me to have it taken down, but that has happened before in the past. So,
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now I have another feed. That's downtown. They're back again with these green suit and black suit and every suit that you can think of.
Freedom!
arrête, là, je t'apprends quelque chose, je reviens. Il paraît que le Parlement est live, là, j'essaie de rechecker un feed de Parlement. Be right back. Suppose the Parliament is live, I'm trying to get a feed. Be right back.
A choice between losing your job or getting a vaccine is not a choice. Do you have the choice to quit and go home?
I already think that you're talking to us because the
That doesn't seem that way because we're being pushed away. Right.
But we have the right to protest.
Unfortunately, the law is not on their side.
Hey guys, I gotta get on a jail card.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm hoping that you will see my point of view.
Hey, what do you think of that? Is that
I got a
valid?
charter. Anybody want to see a charter? Anybody would like?
Ah, he's laughing. He's got a soul. He's not a lizard, people.
charter.
He's got a soul.
They all do. They just got bills to pay.
You can suspend the charter all you want. It still exists. How many people look at the charter and look me in the eye? Like, oh, well, that's, I appreciate that. She will. Thank you.
Absolutely. But sometimes you have to make sacrifices to get your freedom. I agree with you that some
for her very important question. On the first point that she raised, the right to demonstrate peacefully and lawfully is enshrined in our Constitution, it is enshrined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it is something that we all hold dear and we will always defend. This is not meant to obstruct in any way, shape, or form peaceful, legal protest. On to her second point, Mr. Speaker, in respect of now that Wellington Street is clear, as I said in my speech, this isn't just about what is happening in Ottawa. This is about making sure
Ok, ça c'est live, incroyable, c'est deux lives. Ça c'est live ici, là, c'est dans le Parlement. On discute la situation.
As quickly and as promptly as possible. And like the member opposite, I share her desire for us to bring this to an end as quickly as possible.
Là, c'est sûr qu'il n'y a plus de camion.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech. You know, we have witnessed some deeply troubling events, and I want to ask the member about two of them. I was deeply disturbed seeing how journalists have been treated over the past few weeks. Reporters experienced harassment, threats, intimidation. Occupiers repeatedly yelled fake news, spit on journalists, swarmed reporters. It was also horrifying to see hate symbols flying in our nation's capital. And as convoy members initially set up in Ottawa, as far-right white supremacists organized and foreign money poured into a movement that aimed to undermine our democracy, this government did nothing. Why did the government wait? Why didn't they act earlier to address the financing of far-right white supremacist plans to threaten our democracy? And what will...
I don't know who she is, but she's lying. Regardez là, il n'y a pas grand chose. Regardez là, il n'y a plus rien. Là. Ils sont encore là avec leur calice de bâton. They're still there with their stick. Nothing is going. Oh non, non, this whole thing will anyway. This is crazy stuff. This sound here.
We will always defend a free press. In respect to the financing, I was very proud, Mr. Speaker, to bring forward a motion at the Committee of Public Safety and National Security to look into the funding and the work behind ideologically motivated right-wing extremism. I think this is something that is essential for us to do. I am working very closely with members of the New Democratic Party to do this, and I look forward to continuing and collaborating with them to ensure that we know the sources of the funds behind these movements, that we know where the money is coming from to spew hate in this, to fund hate in this country, and we'll work on this together, and it is my hope that we will work on it as members of the House from all parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sharing time with the member from Victoria. It is with a heavy heart that I speak to the House today. In what is becoming a far too often used phrase over the last 2 years, we find ourselves in yet another unprecedented situation. How did we get to this point where the Emergencies Act needs to be used? The fact that we are here debating is indicative of the fact that all levels of government have failed to uphold even the most basic laws. As we know, law enforcement has been paralyzed for weeks. Until Friday, the police response in Ottawa has been to avoid towing or even ticketing vehicles out of, quote, fear of confrontation. Indigenous, Black, and other people of color from coast to coast to coast looked at the situation and rightfully asked how heavy-handed those same police forces would have cracked down on them if they attempted a fraction of what they are witnessing. Videos of SAT police forces violently engaging with tent cities in parks for the homeless are circulating, reminding us of how hard police forces criminalize poverty. It is clear that we are now long past due to seriously examine the state and culture of policing in this country. But it extends beyond that. We saw the city of Ottawa change their electronic signs on the highway to properly guide the way for occupiers to reach their destination. The Prime Minister adopted a do-nothing approach and was quick to hide behind jurisdiction when it suits him. Yet it is impossible to deny that the Liberals use vaccination as a wedge issue in the election, throwing aside real leadership for partisan gain in the hopes of recapturing a majority. Meanwhile, Conservative MPs shook hands, vocally supported, and even did interviews in front of Canadian flags defaced with swastikas. In support of the occupiers, the Conservative members for Ranfield, Nipissing, Pembroke even referenced, quote, global jet-setting resetters, a clear dog whistle for conspiracy theorists who believe the World Economic Forum is forcing some sort of great reset on society. The interim leader of the Conservatives, while she blames the Liberals for creating division, in her emails, noting her party's support for the occupation, said, and I quote, I understand the mood may shift soon. We need to turn this into the Prime Minister's problem. The only declared candidate for leader of the Conservatives, the member for Carleton, has been cheering the occupiers on from the start. And yet, here they are in this place, refusing to acknowledge the role they have played throughout this pandemic, nurturing the ecosystem of anti-vaxxers in conspiracy, blaming everyone else for creating division. In location across the country, most significantly the downtown core of Ottawa, we've witnessed over the past 3 weeks an illegal occupation. Lives have been utterly upended. This illegal occupation shut down business operations. In Ottawa's downtown core for weeks, people are too intimidated to leave their homes. Threats and harassments are made. Some of this abuse has been hurled at healthcare workers, school children on school property. Retail workers have been assaulted. A building had an attempted arson where the doors were taped shut. Another building had occupiers attempting to handcuff the doors closed. Measurements of sounds have found unsafe levels of prolonged exposure to decibels for residents that could cause permanent hearing loss. Measurements of pollution have shown that idling trucks in the core for this long have had a significant impact on air quality. not to mention the impact of climate change. Large amounts of firearms have been confiscated at coutes, yet the main organizers of this illegal occupation, with a long history of posting white supremacy rants about, quote, Anglo-Saxon replacement theory, like to call it a peaceful protest. Let's be clear, hurling racist insults, harassing outreach workers to take food meant for the homeless, entering businesses and refusing to follow public health guidelines, and intimidating workers, banishing symbols of hate like the Confederate flags and swastikas, yelling at school children, assaulting journalists, deputizing themselves with unlawful authority to detain people, using international money or cryptocurrency to help fund this illegal occupation, issuing a pseudo-legal document to overthrow a democratically elected government and to install in a governing coalition with this group with the Governor General and Senate is not peaceful protest. Occupiers who, while they complain about their freedoms being infringed on, sat in makeshift hot tubs on Wellington Street, while the children they brought to the illegal occupation played in a bouncy castle with constant loud horns blaring that could cause damage to your hearing, and the irony somehow is entirely lost. And for our conservative friends, where there's the existence of systemic discrimination, a woman's right to choose gay marriage, trans rights, or a number of other issues that pertain to the freedoms and rights of people in this country, conservatives are more than willing to ignore charter rights when it doesn't align with their views of their base. But the Liberals aren't much better. Remember in 2015 and the last election under first past the post? Well, that got scrapped when the identified proportional representation system didn't align with what the Prime Minister wanted. And what about the freedom of assembly? They're no better than the Conservatives tripping over themselves to trample on the rights of workers with back-to-work legislation. The Conservatives want to claim that they are there for workers, though there had been more than 4,800 complaints regarding unpaid wages filed by long-haul truckers to the Employment and Social Development Canada in the last 3 years alone. Yet the Conservatives have been completely silent on this injustice. Not only that, why are they not advocating for workers at Rideau Mall? The location of over 1,000 workers have been closed for weeks as a result of this illegal occupation. Retail workers in downtown Ottawa at this point have a $0 paycheck. We are in an unprecedented situation where the Conservatives have essentially cheered on this illegal occupation while the Liberals sat on their hands, allowing things to escalate unchecked. It should never have had come to this. We need a series of thorough examinations on how every level of government let things get to this state. Make no mistake, the NDP is taking the use of the Emergencies Act very seriously. We won't give a blank check to the Liberals. The government will have to stay within the established powers and ensure those extraordinary powers are not abused, or we will withdraw our support. Thus far, police forces have shown great restraint and care as they retake our streets. It is heartening to witness. I sincerely hope that this approach, especially to actually peaceful demonstrations, whether it's Indigenous peoples or racialized peoples, becomes the norm, not the exception. Mr. Speaker, we need this occupation to end. We're all tired of the impact of the pandemic. We want to return to some form of normalcy. We want to see a path going forward so Canadians can know what we want to see, a plan going forward so Canadians can know what they can expect. The NDP has called for this when our leader called for an emergency debate back on February 7th. All Canadians deserve to be safe and free of harassment. The residents of downtown Ottawa needed us to act to ensure their safety and freedoms are protected. Mr. Speaker, let's stop the partisanship, let's get to work, and let's bring back safety for all Canadians. And equally important, after all of this, let's look deeply into the situation so that we can prevent this from ever happening again, Mr. Speaker. And I thank you for the time for allowing me to raise my voice today.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments that the member has stated. You know, shutting down the nation's capital, blockades of international trade corridors in Alberta, Manitoba, and Ontario, appeals for support coming from the Alberta government through the Ministry of Transport, the Premier's office in Manitoba, and Doug Ford supporting it here in Ottawa. My question to the member is that when we look at the Emergencies Act and what it has been able to accomplish in the short term in the last few days, and the potential threat going forward, if she could just provide her thoughts as to why it was necessary for Ottawa to step up to the plate as much as it could in order to ensure rule of law.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his question. Now, of course, the situation had escalated. There is a real question as to if the Prime Minister had intervened and did not sit on his hands for as long as he did and just passing the buck to jurisdictions, might we be able to avert the situation? The fact is, the Prime Minister did not act, and here we are where it is necessary to invoke the Emergencies Act. We know what is going on, and we're seeing what is going on, and the damage and the issue of safety for individuals has been significant. There's no question about it. That's why the NDP is providing support to this at this time. But it is not a blank check. And we will ensure that these powers are not abused. And these powers are not meant for everyday legal protests. And this situation right now, let us be clear, it is an illegal occupation.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm disappointed by the member's answer to the question before, but also in the speech, because this is a blank check that the member has given, and this isn't the NDP of Tommy Douglas, who said that they're just a sledgehammer. The Emergencies Act is a sledgehammer on the peanut of what's going on right now. I'm asking the member specifically, if this isn't a blank check, then when should these emergency powers end? What is the view of the NDP? What is her view? When should these powers be gotten rid of? Because that's what I'm hearing from my constituents. They're panicked. They want to know, when will the NDP stop supporting these measures?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed with the Conservatives with their actions to date. And in fact, in some cases, cheering on the occupation. And that is the reality that has escalated the situation. In terms of the New Democrats, we've been clear right from the start that we will ensure that powers are not abused. What is happening right now and what's happened for the last 3 weeks is an illegal occupation. Under what circumstances is it okay for children and for seniors and for people living in the city of Ottawa to be afraid to walk out of their homes, for situations where people are experiencing loud noises all hours of the day? You know, if the member thinks that this is somehow okay, he needs to check himself about what he's doing.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Spanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, an honourable colleague from Vancouver East, I wonder if she would agree that while the Emergencies Act might be required here, and I have to say I still haven't decided how I'm going to vote, it would be far better if there was precision around such things as how will banking regulations be used, what kind of financial support is required before a government would intervene and freeze a bank account. That's still a wide open question, and I'm sure there's an answer somewhere, but we haven't had it.
Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Democrats had called for measures for the government to...
OK, qu'est-ce qu'on regarde, là? C'est downtown Ottawa. Là, je suis en train de me faire à dîner, là, je reviens dans 5 minutes. Mais là, c'est important parce que là, il parle de... Il décrit... Il y en a qui disent qu'ils sont pour... Ils sont comment pour l'Emergency Act, là, je ne sais pas s'ils vont voter aujourd'hui, mais c'est ça qu'on va écouter, là. Juste vous dire, pour savoir qu'est-ce que vous écoutez, OK? Bonjour tout le monde. Hi, everybody. We're listening to what they're saying. It's good to see who are on our side and who's not. C'est important de savoir c'est qui est notre bord et qui est pas de notre bord.
blockades at border crossings. It's not the right of protest enshrined in our Constitution, but illegal activity that represents a national security and economic threat to Canada. Leaving aside the stated manifesto of the organizers to overthrow the government,
I think if we can ask a little, I know the member for Nunavut has been trying to get in for an asking question as well. I have time for a quick question and answer here. The honourable member for Nunavut.
Some have tried to hide the influence that foreign extremists had in the illegal blockade and what they might continue to have. It is also great to start seeing Ottawaians walking the streets in joy and in freedom of fear from the so-called Freedom Convoy. It is great to see them wearing their masks and enjoying the normally beautiful downtown core. Can the member say who it is more important to listen to? Public health officials whose interests are to protect the health of Canadians, or the extremist leadership who have attempted to overthrow a democratically elected government?
Honourable member for Vancouver East with a very short answer.
I thank the member for her excellent question and her advocacy for Canadians, and particularly for people in her community. There is no question we need to listen to the science and respect the health authorities and their advice to us. If we all do that, we can all get out of this. And yes, by then we should be able to end the mandate. Please don't get vaccinated so we can see an end to mandates.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am struck today by the importance of this moment and also by the immense responsibility that we hold as members of Parliament. As people across the country deal with the impacts of a global pandemic, we are tasked with creating the laws that will best help them in challenges that they face, that will keep them safe and healthy, that will provide the support that they need. And in this already unparalleled moment in our history, on top of everything else, we have witnessed the occupation of our nation's capital. And we are now tasked in this debate with examining and deciding on the use for the first time ever of the Emergencies Act. This is not a moment that any of us should take lightly. And for me, as someone who came to this role through community activism, attending countless protests, standing in front of trucks filled with contaminated soil, delivering food to tree sitters, protecting fragile ecosystems, organizing climate demonstrations, protest, dissent, and social movements are vital elements of our democracy. And we need to ensure that nonviolent civil disobedience remains a protected and valued part of our society. We also need to ensure there is effective oversight to any additional powers given to government. The Emergency Act itself has provisions that require, after the emergency is over, an inquiry into the circumstances under which the declaration was issued and into the measures taken. This should also include a public inquiry into the role of law enforcement in these occupations, the reports of officers supporting the occupiers and police refusing to enforce the law. It is clear there needs to be a sober examination of policing in Canada. The difference between how occupiers were treated by police versus how Indigenous and racialized people have been treated is stark. This disparity is unjust, and it also undermines Canadians' trust in law enforcement. I have been contacted by many people who are concerned about the use of the Emergencies Act, many who are concerned that we should not set a precedent of cracking down on protests. So it's important to note that what we've seen over the past 24 days has not just been a protest. It has not been peaceful. And the core organizers of this occupation were very clear from the outset that their goal was to overthrow a democratically elected government. And when I first read their aims, I have to admit I laughed. I think, like most Canadians, to me, it sounded preposterous. They couldn't seriously think that the Governor General and the Senate could just remove the Prime Minister, or that it would be possible in Canada to hand over power to an unelected group of occupiers. But these organizers, many of them well-known far-right figures who have espoused Islamophobic, anti-Semitic, anti-Indigenous, and other hateful views, published their goals to take down the government in a manifesto. To quote Maya Angelou, "When people tell you who they are, believe them." This illegal occupation raised millions of dollars, had significant foreign involvement, was explicit in its goal to undermine our democracy. We've also witnessed instances of organized militia-style activity, weapons seized, body armor with white supremacist insignia, thousands of rounds of ammunition. In January, the convoy as they initially rolled across the country, there were convoy supporters who went on TV saying, "We've got guns, we'll stand up and we'll bring them out." When people tell you who they are, believe them. And while all of this was happening, we had a number of Conservative MPs welcoming the convoy to the city, handing out donuts, making excuses for the deplorable actions at memorials, encouraging them to stay. The member from Carleton saying he was proud of the convoy, that he stands with them. Convoy participants occupied the city, made it unbearable for residents. They harassed journalists, they harassed healthcare workers. There are reports of attempted arson, bomb threats to hospitals, plans to block airports and railways. Our borders were shut down, weapons were seized, attempted murder charges laid, and the member from Carleton, who wants to be the Prime Minister of Canada, stands with them. When people tell you who they are, believe them. But if these Conservative members truly stood with truckers, they would stand with the 90% of truckers who got vaccinated, with the truckers who have been profoundly negatively impacted by border blockades. They would listen to the Canadian Truckers Alliance, who put out a statement saying they applaud the use of the Emergencies Act to help end the illegal blockades. In those initial weeks, while Conservative MPs encouraged the occupiers, the Liberal government stood idly by. As the convoy rolled across towards Ottawa, as the far-right rhetoric rose in the truck convoy, as foreign funding poured into a movement that aimed to undermine our democracy, the government did nothing. It should never have come to this. The use of the emergency...
Okay, remember that name? Laurel Collins from Victoria. Needs to be voted out, and we need to vote somebody who has actual sense. C'est un nom là, cette fille-là s'appelle Laurel Collins. Ça, c'est une fille qui doit être votée out, puis voter quelqu'un qui a du bon sens à Victoria, là. Réveillez-vous, BC, là. Électez pas du garbage comme ça, là. Toutes les menteries qu'elle dit, là, c'est off the fucking chart, I'm telling you.
In this debate, we were being asked whether the Emergencies Act was necessary. It has been clear that for the past 3 weeks that the municipality, that a number of provinces were not able to maintain security in our nation's capital and at our borders. This is one of the key reasons why the situation meets the definition of a national emergency under Section 3 of the Act. Once the Emergencies Act was enacted, the interim Ottawa police chief made it clear that without these additional powers, they would not have been able to make the progress they made. Over the past week, we finally saw police taking appropriate and measured steps to remove the occupiers. The act allowed RCMP to direct tow truck drivers to tow vehicles. In addition, without the Emergencies Act, the RCMP and financial institutions could not quickly freeze funds that were fundraised with the explicit intent to destabilize our elected government. And we know that there has been significant foreign funding. When the convoy's GoFundMe was shut down, they started using Give, Send, Go, a Christian platform infamously known for being the platform used by many of the groups involved in the January 6th attack on the US Capitol. Also for raising millions for the Proud Boys, a listed terrorist entity in Canada. A recent data leak identifying Give, Send, Go's donors to the convoy campaign showed that over half of the donors were from the US and less than a third of the donors were Canadian. The Emergencies Act also gives the power to prohibit bringing children to unlawful assemblies. Many of us watched in horror as occupiers brought their children to block the border crossing. And then we heard reports of occupiers keeping their kids near the police line, using them as shields. As a parent, it is hard to wrap my head around the choice to bring children into such dangerous situations. The powers granted by the Emergencies Act were needed as they did help secure a national capital. Yesterday, the occupation was still happening, and there were still border closures happening in Surrey because of the convoy protests. But today things are quieter, and New Democrats have been clear that we're ready to withdraw our support at any time if needed. If the situation is actually under control, then the government has to provide a compelling reason for why they still need their emergency powers. If there isn't one, then we've said all along that we'd withdraw support. We've heard again and again comparisons to the War Measures Act, but we know that this is not the same law. It's not even close. Under the War Measures Act, there is no constitution, no Bill of Rights, no provincial constitutions. The government would have the power to do anything it wants, to intern citizens, to deport any citizen, to arrest any person. We can all agree that that is unacceptable. And it's why Tommy Douglas and other New Democrats voted against it. The War Measures Act suspended the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's why in 1988, the act was repealed. The Emergencies Act, the act that replaced it, is subject to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is subject to the Canadian Bill of Rights. Now, there is still a valid concern that the government could misuse the powers in the Emergencies Act. And this is why New Democrats have been clear that if we vote in favor of the government's request, the government must stay within the established powers, or we will withdraw support. We will protect the right to protest. We must continue to hold dissent and nonviolent civil disobedience as sacred, as integral parts of our democracy.
Gazou, I don't like her either. Je l'aime pas, moi. Non plus, c'est du NPD. Le NPD, c'est pas le NPD qu'il y avait avant là, avec le broadband. Là. Quand j'étais jeune, je votais pour broadband, puis broadband, lui, était pour le peuple. Le NPD, c'est plus le même NPD qu'il y avait avant. Elle est du NPD, puis elle dit que si elle vote pour ça, elle va checker. Moi, j'ai aucune confiance en elle. Ça, c'est une personne qu'il faut voter out.
Gratitude. You not only saved lives, but you're the reason we're going to get through this together. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Victoria for her remarks. She wasn't wrong when she's talking about the gravity of what we're debating today, and ultimately, on future legal tests, jurists will look back to our words here on Hansard that can help understand why the precedent was set. And my rationale is not unlike hers, which is the national capital being occupied, the fact that individuals had talked about overthrowing a democratically elected government, not everyone, but certainly some of the core group that was involved, the economic harm that was associated with it, the fact that members have talked about reestablishing blockades, and the fact that there's been this level of foreign funding, and to really focus on the disruption of critical infrastructure. I support those limited tools. Of course, some conservatives are trying to make parallels to Wet'suwet'en and some of the blockades we've seen. To me, there doesn't give the same level of rise because there was not a threat to the democratic overthrow of the government. There was not the same level of foreign financing. And it was certainly clear that that could be addressed at the municipal and provincial level. Could the member opine to give those that might look back on this time a legal precedent of whether or not she would agree with those principles of why this is being established?
Honourable member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question, and I agree that in this case, we are talking about people who were explicit in their intention to undermine our democracy. And over the past few weeks, we have seen assaults, attempted arson, widespread harassment of homes and workplaces, promotion of hate, and then also convoy members giving themselves false powers to detain people, deputizing themselves, and rather than denounce those actions and find ways to help Canadians who don't feel safe in their homes, conservatives have been spending all of their time defending and fueling this. This is shameful, but it's also shameful that it took this long for the government to act. And
question and commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Regina, Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the honourable member really believe that the trucker convoy is going to overthrow the federal government? And if so, how?
Well, member for Victoria.
I want to thank the member for his question. And I think it is deeply concerning when a group of people espouse white supremacist, hateful, Islamophobic rhetoric, that they explicitly publish a manifesto that declares their intention to undermine our democracy, they fundraise millions of dollars. The majority of that coming from donors from outside of our country. It is deeply concerning. The fact that this member rises without that same concern is troubling. Thank you, Mr.
A commentaire, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for her speech.
Expresso, on parle pas des élections, OK? Attention à ce que vous dites dans le chat, là, OK?
She wasn't absolutely clear that she would support the Liberal Party in the invocation of this act. She had certain things that she wanted. I'd like to know, at this moment, where the blockades have been dismantled and the city of Ottawa has been freed, practically freed, does she think that this act is still helpful, necessary, and indispensable?
I want to thank the member for her question, and we have been clear from the outset. New Democrats believe that this is a national emergency, that it was absolutely warranted to invoke the Emergencies Act, and that at any point when it is no longer necessary, or if the government overreaches, that we will withdraw our support. And so it is really incumbent on the Liberal government to demonstrate clearly why these powers are still necessary.
We do have time for a very quick question and answer. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
So much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Victoria for her brilliant intervention. I share her concern about extremism and the kind of heckling we've seen today, particularly from the official opposition, really undermining it, particularly when 45%, apparently according to new reports, supports this extremist convoy leadership. In saying that, I'm wondering if my honourable colleague feels the same way I do, that it is unfortunate that we are here, and the only reason we are here is because of a failure of all levels of government, including institutions such as the Ottawa Police Service, to actually deal with this matter.
The honourable member for Victoria, in a short answer.
I want to thank the member for her question, and absolutely, I agree 100%. You know, we have seen weapons seized, 14 firearms, sets of body armor, a machete, large quantities of ammunition, including high-capacity magazines. It is, there are charges on conspiracy to commit murder. We are seeing white supremacy rear its ugly head. We knew it was there. And this government needs to take action in the future after this emergency is over to address the white supremacist rhetoric and groups that are so clearly existing in our country.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before beginning, I'd like to say that I'm joining this House virtually from the ancestral territory of Viconon. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank all the staff who work in this Parliament.
T'as pas besoin d'être frustré, c'est tout un dog et pour show pour réveiller le monde qui sont endormis. Fait que c'est pas pour nous autres, ça. C'est pour les exposer comment c'est tous des criminels, ça. Quand ils écoutent parler, là, qu'est-ce qu'elle dit, la fille, là, Laurel Collins, là, c'est des menteries de A à Z qu'elle dit, elle. C'est tout des menteries de A à Z qu'elle dit, elle. Fait que tu vois, ça l'expose comment qu'elle doit être votée out. C'est ça. Fait qu'il n'y a pas à s'énerver avec ça. Puis on parle pas des élections aussi parce que sinon, on va faire fermer mon YouTube, OK? C'est pas moi, c'est YouTube. Fait qu'on fait attention à ce qu'on dit, OK?
Elle ne laisse pas des camionneurs venir s'installer dans les rues.
They do not allow truckers to set up shop in the streets of their capitals with banners openly insulting the government. That's not what real dictatorships do. They don't play around with the puck. They do not respect the rule of law. They do not provide a charter of rights and freedoms that give everyone protection. I also hear my colleagues recalling the sad events of the 1970 October crisis, and I can fully understand them. I can understand that in Quebec, people are reluctant, given their traumatic historical past. I understand how the invocation of the Emergencies Act has awakened and fueled some resentment there. That said, Mr. Speaker, these are two very different situations. To lump the two together constitutes an undesirable shortcut. It serves to politicize today a different historical context in the past. And according to the calls and conversations I've had with citizens in my constituency, for example, people can tell the difference between these two different times. Our government is invoking the Emergencies Act because our current situation requires such action, as we saw this weekend. For 24 days now, the blockades have been unlawfully disrupting the lives of Canadians, affecting our economy and public safety. When the trucks arrived in the city, they were protesting vaccination mandates. This quickly turned into an occupation of the city by people who openly and officially stated their wish to overthrow the government. This demonstration is a total breach of public order. Mr. Speaker, coming from an activist, left-wing socialist family, well, does this idea of invoking the Emergency Act make me happy? No. But right now, it's the responsible choice to make. This law does not intend to repress the right to demonstrate, essential in our democracies, and a right that we need to defend all our other rights. In the past, demonstrations have allowed us to make great steps forward in society. All the texts that recognize human rights recognize the freedom of expression and peaceful assembly, which is guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We've seen this in the past. Peaceful demonstrations, people walking in Montreal for climate change, for example. In 2019, thousands and thousands of young people marching for the rights of students. What we see here now in Ottawa is not peaceful demonstration. It's occupation and coordinated obstruction, behavior and actions that attack the foundations of our democracy. Think of Tamara Lich, not a trucker. She was the secretary of the Maverick Separatist Party and the creator of the Convoy fundraising campaign on the GoFundMe platform. It is now public that the movement received foreign funding to destabilize Canada. Jessica Davis, an author and former employee of the Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre of Canada, FinTrack, says, is it possible that some of this funding is coming from beyond Canada? I think this is a very important hypothesis and we should explore it. Mr. Speaker, we cannot use the right to demonstrate, to occupy a city. We can't use a right to take siege to a city. We cannot use that right to prevent the people in.
Une autre menteuse qui doit être votée out. Je sais pas c'est quoi son nom à elle, là. Elle aussi. En tout cas, là, à date, là, il y a bien du monde qu'il faut qu'il soit voté out.
Protect the right to peaceful demonstration. But we know that this situation hasn't been peaceful, that it is unlawful, that the laws have not been respected. In a democracy, we must stand against anyone who threatens others, who keeps them from living freely. And the right to free demonstration must never interfere with other rights because the right to demonstrate comes with responsibilities. The Emergencies Act does not set out to breach the freedoms of Canadians. Quite the contrary. It is applied in a specific way with a specific scope, allowing for using essential services such as tow trucks and allowing the RCMP to intervene more quickly to apply local laws.
Stéphane, on reste on topic dans le chat, s'il vous plaît.
in scope
J'ai déjà
and
averti.
in time.
Stéphane, je t'ai dit, on reste on topic dans le chat, OK? Je t'ai déjà averti, Stéphane. OK? S'il vous plaît. On reste on topic.
And must respect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker, we're all tired of this pandemic. We all want to get back to normal without public health measures. The last 2 years have been difficult for all of us. We agree. And Canadians came together to ensure that their loved ones were safe and that public health recommendations were respected. I've seen that myself in moments of crisis, such as the one we've been in for 2 years, that solidarity among businesses and among citizens really stands out. The presence of the truckers and the trucks in our city has had grave consequences for businesses. These are real effects, a threat to business and a threat to the lives, happy lives of Canadians. After 2 years of a pandemic, we don't need to be doing more harm to our citizens. Everyone has a right to feel safe in their homes. It's time to consider how to return to normal and our future together as Canadians. In a country that completely condemns systemic harassment and discrimination, that fights for the rights of all its communities, this is not the right time to create wedges, but to unite and work together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to put this question to my colleague. When does she feel that the Emergencies Act will come to an end in its application, given that we see that the demonstrators of Ottawa have been cleared out and the blockades at the borders were cleared as well, even before this act was invoked? So I'd like to ask her when she thinks that the special powers that the government has invoked here should come to an end. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. As he knows full well, the law here invoked gives us a 30-day period within which it can be rescinded, and we certainly hope to be able to rescind this order as quickly as possible. That said, at present it is needed because it will give the right tools to be able to ensure peace and good order and across the country if necessary.
And comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
I'd like to take this moment to commend you and the other deputies for presiding over this debate with impartiality and care. I know it hasn't always been easy given what's at stake. I'd like to thank, through you, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member from Hochelaga for her remarks, outlining the Emergency Act and summarizing all the ways in which it may come into effect over these next 30 days. I want to pay particular attention to the ways in which FinTrack and the tracking of dark money coming into the country could be extended beyond the Emergency Act measures. So my question through you is, what does the honourable member believe that her government can do beyond the Emergency Act to ensure that we don't fall back into the same type of event where we have foreign monies flooding our borders to fund illegal activities?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Very relevant. I think we need to be aware that this act will be subjected to parliamentary oversight. It must be transparent. It must also respect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. At present, though, it is necessary to understand where this funding has been coming from for what has gone on in Ottawa, which clearly involves places beyond the borders of Canada. That said, this must respect all rights, of course, and be subjected to parliamentary oversight.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her very thoughtful comments. I want to specifically ask about the safeguards that's available in the Emergencies Act, and if she could maybe highlight some of the safeguards that are in place as we invoke the Act.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. As he is fully aware, the Emergencies Act must respect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and must also remain transparent. Everything that's done must remain transparent and presented to Parliament. Moreover, this act can be rescinded at any time when it's not found to be necessary.
A commentaire. There you go. We'll continue. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, what I've always loved about this place, the People's House, is that it represents our great country, Canada, and that each day we have the opportunity of listening to our colleagues and friends here in the House who represent and serve their constituents from every corner of the country. This is the place where we come together to challenge and debate ideas, but by always putting Canadians first. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are hurting. It has been a long, hard 2 years. Families have lost loved ones and friends. Many had to say goodbye over Zoom, never getting to see their family, to hold their hand, or to give them comfort. They have lost businesses, and healthcare and emergency professionals have been tirelessly fighting COVID-19 day in and day out for 2 years. Families, communities, and Canadians have been fighting COVID-19 in their own way. The silent majority of Canadians understand the past 2 years have been about a public health crisis. Mr. Speaker, when Canadians are hurting, it is our job to work even harder to come together, to lose the rhetoric, to lower the temperature, especially during volatile times.
Il y en a un autre qu'il faut voter, ça, out. Merci à tout le monde d'être ici. Merci à tout le monde de supporter mon travail. Je suis bien fatiguée. Là, je me prépare à manger, mais je suis ici, OK. On va écouter, là, je ne sais pas s'ils vont voter aujourd'hui, là, ce monde-là. Là. Mais en tout cas, au moins, on peut voir ceux qui comptent les menteries. Au moins, prenez note du monde qui compte des menteries, puis il faut qu'ils soient votés out.
Ambassador Bridge alone has affected about $390 million in trade each day. This bridge supports 30% of all trade by road between Canada and the United States, our most important trading partner. In Coutts, Alberta, about 48 million in daily trade has been lost to the blockades. In Emerson, Manitoba, about $73 million in daily trade has been lost to the blockades in that location. These costs are real. They threaten businesses, big and small, and they threaten the livelihoods of Canadian workers, just as everyone is working hard to recover from the economic damage caused by COVID-19. I think we can also agree that blocking trade routes, hurting the Canadian economy, and preventing food and medicine from being delivered is not okay. That blocking life-saving ambulances, preventing cancer treatment appointments, or the picking up of prescriptions, or forcing hospitals to take on extra security is not okay. And I think we can also agree emphatically that desecrating the tomb of the unknown soldier is not okay, and that none of us ever want to see a Nazi swastika flown anywhere in Canada. And yet this sacred tomb has been desecrated. It is a place of national remembrance, a place that must be respected at all times. And Nazi swastikas have been flown here and around Parliament Hill. This is not peaceful protest. Rather, these are heinous and incendiary acts that must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. The Nazi swastika symbolizes a regime that murdered 6 million Jews and has an unimaginable
Lies, lies, lies. Bienvenue, Grace.
Brothers, sisters, grandparents, and loved ones. It is beyond disgusting and horrific that people would use symbols like the Nazi swastika, symbols that are like daggers. They are meant to hurt. They are meant to cause pain. In Germany, the public display of the Nazi swastika is punishable by jail time. Mr. Speaker, it is all our shared responsibility to remember those who suffered under the Nazi regime, to protect the truth, to confront those who seek to deny, to support research and documentation, and to teach the Holocaust so education may prevent anti-Semitism and all forms of racism. Mr. Speaker, it is also our job to protect children, the most vulnerable of the vulnerable. On Friday, the Ottawa police reported that protesters had put children between police operations and the unlawful protest site. No child should ever be put in harm's way, let alone in the middle of a demonstration where a police operation is unfolding. Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not want finger pointing. They do not want name calling. They do not want blaming other levels of government. They want us to work together and put an end to this. Canadians understand that what was happening in Ottawa was no longer a lawful protest, but rather an illegal occupation. In fact, a national survey shows 2/3 of Canadians support the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act and believe that it is time to restore order and peace in Ottawa. Mr. Speaker, as elected officials, our first responsibility is to protect those we serve. How would we feel if what we have been witnessing in Ottawa were happening in other communities that we serve? How would we feel if businesses, schools, and vaccine clinics were closed? How would we feel if people were driving trucks around elementary schools and in neighborhoods and swearing at and intimidating children? How would we feel if major arteries were blocked, access roads to airports were blocked, or highly flammable materials were near campfires? How would we feel if public safety were threatened through deliberate acts of discrimination, displays of hate, symbols, harassment, physical assault, and vandalism? Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the gridlock in our capital city reached a sad climax when Ottawa police reported that protesters had assaulted officers and tried to remove their weapons. In response, city, provincial, and federal law enforcement officers began an operation Friday morning to remove protesters along with their vehicles. One person was arrested after throwing a bicycle toward a police horse. And by the end of yesterday, more than 170 were arrested and 53 vehicles were towed. This unprecedented situation prompted this House to be shuttered Friday out of an abundance of caution, and it was agreed to by all political parties. Let's actually break that down a bit. Well, people talk about freedom and the importance of protecting freedom on Friday. The freedom to speak in this House, the seat of our democracy, had to be suspended in order to protect the health and safety of everyone who works in the precinct. Mr. Speaker, all of us have heard from people in our communities with varying perspectives, but it is clear the majority of Canadians want this to stop and that a majority support the Emergency Act. The actions we have witnessed these past weeks go far beyond what we accept as free speech. The Nazi swastika and other hate symbols threaten democracy itself. Protests that embrace such symbols and that have connections outside our country threaten our democracy. How we choose to act in this chamber, what we choose to say, And what we learn will really matter as we recover from COVID-19 and this illegal occupation. My hope is that we would choose to make our flag a hopeful rallying point, with more and more people feeling they belong, they matter, and they are included. We must choose to make our political dialogue peaceful and respectful, choose to think about how to regulate and prevent the spread of hate speech and other forms of misinformation. Canada's silent majority must be given a greater voice. After all, it is the silent majority which is actually winning the war against the pandemic. And together, we must rebuild a better, brighter future for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for her important speech, and absolutely 100% agree, as do all members on this side of the House, that the swastika does represent hate and is certainly repugnant and abhorrent symbol. On Wednesday, we witnessed in this House what I would say in my 6 years was one of the worst incidents of an attack on a member. We saw the Prime Minister attack a Jewish member of this House, the member from Thornhill, who herself is a descendant of Holocaust survivors, suggesting that she was standing with those who were displaying the swastika. This was the Prime Minister who said this. Will the member condemn the Prime Minister for that statement?
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Etobicoke.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honorable colleague and my friend for the question. He and I actually attended the same high school together. I think this is an opportunity to remember the 6 million Jews who perished in the Holocaust, along with the Roma and Sinti and countless other victims of its unprecedented horror. We can never forget the systemic extermination and genocide during the Nazi regime. Today, we must also recognize that the world is witnessing an alarming increase in anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, xenophobia, and hate. We must pledge to always be vigilant, to stand against the Nazi swastika and other symbols of hate, and to uphold human rights and dignity for all. We must refute those who seek to distort facts and commit to educating new generations, upholding the truth, embracing equality, and protecting the rights of the most vulnerable.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable deputy.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague.
Elle a jamais répondu à la question.
Heard throughout the speech. A long list of isolated cases. My question is this. Does my honourable colleague find it normal for the government to legislate with an act that is proclaimed and has such serious consequences to attack isolated cases? Thank you.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Children should be able to go to school, go to the doctor unimpeded, and families should be able to go to the hospital unimpeded. And one Nazi swastika is too many. For weeks, blockades have been illegally disrupting the life of Canadians, harming our economy, and endangering public safety. And it became clear that there were serious challenges to local law enforcement's ability to effectively enforce the law. The Emergency Act supplements provincial and territorial authorities to address the blockades and occupation, to keep Canadians safe, protect people's jobs, and restore confidence in our institution. This debate is about keeping Canadians safe, protecting people's jobs, and restoring faith in our institution.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this House over the last several days, we've heard quite the debate between what kind of things are going on outside of this house. Is it a protest? Is it a friendly protest? Is it an illegal occupation? Now, I know where I stand on this. But that division, I find extremely dangerous as well. Could she explain to this House why ideally, I believe she shares that opinion, that the downplaying of what's going on outside as just a friendly protest is so dangerous? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her important question. I think it's really important to understand that you cannot dismiss when you see a Nazi swastika as a few bad apples. One flag is too many. And let me be clear, the measures that we are discussing today are targeted, temporary, and proportionate. They are subject to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, subject to democratic debate that we are having now through this very weekend, and subject to a vote.
Time for a quick question and answer. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And earlier today we heard a speech from the member from Carleton who talked about everything to do with blockades but neglected to talk about the situation here in Ottawa. And so I thought it a little bit disturbing that a leadership hopeful would take the opportunity to talk about everything to do with his campaign except for the issues that his own constituents in the Ottawa region face. And so I wonder if the member can account for the disinterest and lackadaisical approach that the member from Ottawa-Carleton has taken as it relates to the blockades and what's happening here in Ottawa.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North with a short answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. The reality is Canadians are tired. They want the blockades to end, and they want their lives and neighborhoods back. And I think going forward, we must work to bring people together, choose to make our political dialogue peaceful and respectful, choose to think about how to regulate and prevent the spread of hate speech and other forms of misinformation.
And thank you very much. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe the debate we are having on the Emergencies Act is the most important and significant debate that Parliament will have in a generation. Canadians are watching what we do. I have never received more emails, phone calls from my constituents since I've been elected. The vote on such unprecedented powers should not be taken lightly by any member of this House. This is not just another vote on another bill. It is setting a precedent in this House of Commons that people of this nation will judge for generations to come. This is not a vote that will impact a few Canadians. It is a decision that will impact lives of every single Canadian from coast to coast to coast. I want to begin by discussing how we got here before I tell the House why I believe the use of Emergency Act is not warranted in this situation. The Prime Minister is responsible for this mess. He pushed Canadians to the breaking point. He stripped them of their dignity. He deprived them of their livelihoods. He made them absolutely no attempt to unite this country in healed divisions. He pitted friends against friends, neighbors against neighbors, kids against parents. While other world leaders encouraged and supported their citizens to get vaccinated.
What I like this guy. I wanted the name. Can somebody give me the name, please?
Our Prime Minister is not a leader, and history will show that this Prime Minister is not fit to lead our nation. When faced with the growing crisis, he made no attempt to resolve the problem. And now the Prime Minister is trying to cover up his own inaction with a dramatic political performance. Mr. Speaker, I should remind members of this House that the Prime Minister was not confined to two options in addressing the state of affairs we face today. This was not a binary choice between choosing not to do anything and choosing to invoke the Emergency Act. But the Prime Minister decided to go from 0 to 100 without attempting to solve the problem. Parliamentarians have been urging this Prime Minister to resolve the situation at hand. Last week, Conservatives put forward a reasonable solution to resolve it. we introduced a motion calling on the government to present a plan on when Canadians can regain control of their lives. Canadians saw a glimmer of hope, but the government voted against the plan for them. They could have de-escalated the situation, but they chose not to for their own political gain. Mr. Speaker, this government never attempted to de-escalate the situation. We should not have ever been gotten to this point. Mr. Speaker, the question we are debating today is not whether the blockade should come down. We should not tolerate blockades on any occasion. They are illegal and must be removed. I thank the law enforcement for doing their job on that front. The question we are debating today is whether Emergency Act, an act that has never been used before in our nation's history, is an appropriate and justified response to the situation our nation is facing. And when I read the criteria for implementing the Emergencies Act, it is clear that the extreme use of a government power is not only excessive for the situation at hand, but also an infringement on some of our very basic freedoms. This House must ask itself, what constitutes a national emergency to give governments such extreme and excessive powers? Section 2 of the Emergency Act defines a national emergency by meeting one of the following two criteria. Does it, and I quote, seriously endanger the lives, health, or safety of Canadians, and is of such proportions or nature as to exceed the capacity or authority of the province to deal with it? Let's examine Section 2A. Does the situation we are encountering exceed the capacity or authority of the province to deal with? The answer is no. Provinces of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Quebec, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia have all publicly opposed the Prime Minister's use of this Emergencies Act. And the illegal blockades at Coutts border in Alberta, Emerson border in Manitoba, and the Ambassador Bridge in Ontario have all been resolved with the tools and resources available to those provinces. The Emergency Act is supposed to be used for emergency situations that existing laws cannot address. The government has failed to provide any evidence that we cannot end illegal blockades without the use of the Emergencies Act. There is a stark difference between inaction and not having the ability to act, Mr. Speaker. Parliament has clearly heard that the government could have used existing legislation to address the situation, but failed to do so. Now the government faces court challenges from both the Canadian Civil Liberties Association and the Canadian Constitution Foundation for failing to meet the threshold defined in the Act. Mr. Speaker, let's examine Section 2B. Does it, and I quote, seriously threaten the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity of Canada? Does the situation we are countering threaten the sovereignty of our nation? Again, the answer is no. Our sovereignty is not in question. Do members of this House believe that semi-trucks on Parliament Hill threaten our territorial integrity? Because this government has provided zero evidence to support such an extreme assumption. And now there are more questions than there are answers. Suppose a grandmother donated $20 to feed local truckers 4 weeks ago. Will she be treated as someone who funded a terrorism activity and barred from using her bank account? Suppose a Canadian walks down to Main Street in their local community to peacefully voice their concerns with their government. Will they be arrested and criminally charged for peacefully protesting? Mr. Speaker, we have faced many crises in my lifetime. The Oka crisis, the aftermath of 9/11, the Parliament Hill shooting, deadly wildfires, historic floods, a pandemic, and many blockades, just to name a few. Not once have such powers been needed to address these problems. Mr. Speaker, invoking such extreme measures without meeting the high thresholds outlined in the Act is setting a dangerous precedent of government overreach. Who are we as a nation if we normalize the use of emergency powers? I encourage all the members of this House not to dilute the magnitude of the decision on this vote. And to my NDP colleagues, Mr. Speaker, who I hear plan to support the Prime Minister in the successive power grab, I want to remind you of the words of your former leader, Tommy Douglas, who famously took the principled stand and opposed the War Measures Act of 1970. He stood in the same Democratic chamber and stated, and I quote, "The fact is, and this is very clear, that the government has panicked and is now putting on a dramatic performance to cover up its own ineptitude." Unquote. Those words could not be truer today, Mr. Speaker. This is nothing more than a dramatic performance to cover up the Liberals' own ineptitude. I also want to remind my NDP colleagues that disagreeing with these demonstrations and disagreeing with the Emergency Act is not mutually exclusive. You can do both. Mr. Speaker, we have a decision to make. Will we stand up for the freedoms of Canadians, or will hand over unprecedented reins of power to a Prime Minister who has shown no respect for our democratic institution? The Prime Minister thinks he is leaving behind a legacy when he is really leaving behind a scar that will take years to heal. I will be voting against the Emergency Act, and I encourage every other member in this House to do the same as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bon, finalement, quelqu'un qui avait du bon sens, il a dit qu'il votait pour l'Emergency Act. Qu'est-ce qu'il dit avait du bon sens? Au moins quelqu'un qui a du bon sens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and also his acknowledgement of the illegality of the blockades. I know he referenced the steps undertaken by the government. I'm wondering if he had a chance to read the report to the House of Parliament on the Emergencies Act consultation. It's an 8-page report that was tabled, and it outlines all the measures undertaken by...
Bonjour, bienvenue à tout le monde qui vient d'arriver. OK, on la regarde. Puis ce qu'ils vont voter après ça, c'est important qu'on écoute ça. C'est important qu'on sache c'est qui veulent nous aider, puis qui va... C'est grave, là. C'est vraiment important qu'on écoute tout ça.
The issue was addressed throughout government since the beginning.
The honourable member for Dauphin's Swan River Nipawin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I guess the bottom line is they're words on paper, but I wonder what kind of relationship they have with those provinces. I wonder how many times, Mr. Speaker, that the actual Prime Minister just happened to talk personally to all the officials that were involved. Did they actually sit down and say, what can we do with the tools available? When the trucks started showing up there, they had weeks of advance warning to say, here, we better get ready for something. But no, they waited. They waited 3 weeks to do something. And then they put on laws and put in acts that control everybody in Canada. And it's just unacceptable.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech today. Over the course of the last couple of days, I know my office has been receiving literally thousands of emails. I suspect that colleagues across all parties are receiving the emails, particularly as it relates to the Emergency Act and the concern that Canadians are now waking up to as they start to better understand just the expansive overreach of the state into their lives. I'm just wondering if the member can comment on that.
Member for Dauphin Swan River Nipawin.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the great question. Overreach. This is something we haven't talked about this in this House here. I just actually got an email yesterday from a person that's actually been charged under this act, a family. So the husband was out here protesting. They had their truck actually arrested and taken away in that. The mom was at home. She had nothing to do with this protest, nothing like that at all. And meanwhile, she had a 1-year-old baby that they were looking after. And she went to get some groceries and realized that their accounts had actually been seized. Shut right down. No credit card, no bank account.
Wow.
And meanwhile, her husband was out here doing his thing, having a protest.
How is that standing up for Canadians?
So
Shameful.
It's just, I can't imagine having that kind of thing happen to me when you had nothing to do with the organization at all.
Shameful.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable
The honourable member for Rivière du Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the speech. I'd like to ask him this. In his opinion, a situation like the one that is being invoked to justify the emergencies Act is that kind of a situation, or could it not be managed with current laws like the Criminal Code or any other federal or provincial act that is applicable to Canada? Or should we really consider another law or other legislative measures to manage barricades and demonstrations?
The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Newbois.
Thank you for the question. And, you know, I guess this is what I can't understand. I'm relatively new to this parliamentary position, and there are acts, there are laws. We've had many of my colleagues have pointed out in the Criminal Codes Act that they could have nipped this in the bud and kept it under control. If they were that worried about it, where was the plan? It's so typical of this government and of this Prime Minister. They don't want to share. They figure they're above the law, or figure they don't have to be accountable to Canadians. And it's just sad how we just ended up in this situation.
Here, here. Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is dark days for our country, and I'm here before you despondent with some serious questions about the motion before us. For history will look back onto this debate today as a black mark on the leadership of this Prime Minister, of this government, and all of those who lend their support to this gross overreach. All members of this House have watched the lawlessness paralyzing Ottawa and the key border crossings across the country with great concern. Every single member of this House, no matter what you hear from those who have convinced themselves otherwise. But never has the Emergency Act been invoked. It has always been there, but never used. In challenging times and in times of true crisis, it has always been there, but it was never used. Because it is viewed as a last resort and not the first resort, the motion before us today asks members to approve an act that gives the federal government enhanced powers. And as its questionable justification is being discussed in this House for the first time, Canadians are watching. Much of this debate has been mired in the hyperbole of members opposite tripping over one another to claim that any member of this House has encouraged lawlessness they themselves stroked. The idea that any member of this House would support the vile elements of this protest is wrong, and members of this House know it. There is no precedent for this. Instead, we are making a precedent. And the points that we make...
She's telling the truth. Listen to her. It's very important.
...by those who will look back on these dark days and ask, how did we get here? Everyone has a right to peacefully protest any government policy. It's a fundamental freedom in our democracy. It protects the rights of individuals to express their views, even when those views are not shared by the elected government of the day. And while these protests are a fundamental part of Canadian democracy, so too is the rule of law. The blockades that incapacitate our critical infrastructure, including our rail lines, our pipelines, our bridges, and our urban downtowns, are illegal. And we cannot and should not arbitrarily decide to apply the rule of law in some situations and not others, like we are doing today, because that's not how we build precedent. I do not think for a moment the threshold has been met to apply the Emergencies Act. This debate has failed to make that threshold known. There is no question that some in these protests and their views are alarming, and they have been categorically denounced by every member of this House. But let us be clear, not everyone who has participated in these protests is a...
On parle pas de Donald ici, OK, Grace? Attention à ce que vous typez dans les choses. On reste on topic dans le chat, s'il vous plaît.
And hearing members of this House suggesting that they are is the ugliest of politics Canadians have come to distrust and reject. Some of those outside are frustrated by the government's inability to manage a pandemic 2 years in without relying on tired talking points and ancient solutions that fail to hear the outcry of those disproportionately hurt by this government's addiction to lockdowns, restrictions, and mandates as the only policy response. And we hear the other side talking about the economic activity jeopardized by these blockades as the primary reason for the invocation of the Emergency Act. And while I will never disagree that our economy is fundamental to the function of our nation, I'll remind these very members that for 2 years, few of them raised questions about economic activity in this country lost due to the heavy-handed
On reste on topic, Grace, puis on parle pas de Donald ici. On reste on topic, tout le monde. Faites attention à ce que vous écrivez dans le chat, s'il vous plaît.
economic collapses, national protest movements, and a pandemic. And every single one of these situations were dealt with using existing laws and existing democratic processes, and at times, when absolutely necessary, municipal and provincial emergency powers. And so let me remind Canadians that there have also been national protest movements that have occupied city streets and parks for months and blockaded critical.
Écoutez ce qu'elle dit, là, au lieu de typer plein d'affaires bâtards dans le chat, là, écoutez ce qu'elle dit, là, c'est important.
Obstructed or stopped entirely. These have all been responded to within the context of existing laws, every single one of them. Not only is it not necessary to invoke the Emergencies Act to address them, it's frustrating to watch members of the government take credit for things that were resolved outside of the powers of this act. Two of the most serious incidents, the blockading of the Ambassador Bridge and the RCMP arrests in Alberta. Both of these were accomplished without the need to invoke the legislation. A national emergency has a high bar for the very reason that it must actually be a national emergency. And I don't think the answer to lawlessness, and it cannot, and it should not, be a greater level of lawlessness. The government is asking members of this House to suspend certain laws to deal with those breaking other laws. And we are being asked to undermine the democratic principles to address some who wish to see our very democracy undermined. These powers allow the government to freeze Canadians' assets with no recourse. 76 bank accounts so far is 76 bank accounts too many. We've seen some very troubling scenes outside of this place over the last couple days, and hearing few mention it shows Canadians that this is still an insular talking club of those who show little regard for the people who don't share their views. Less than 1 week ago, the Prime Minister, after 18 days of doing absolutely nothing about the situation in Ottawa, convened a cabinet on Sunday, told his caucus, informed premiers on Monday, and by press conference later that day, informed Canadians that an emergency act is needed to do the very thing by last resort he failed to do by first resort. It took days for the Prime Minister to address the House. There were no briefings, no intelligence, no committees struck. And if there was evidence pointing to some serious issue of public safety, shouldn't members have been told? If we were all under siege by terrorists waiting to breach the gate of Parliament Hill, would it not be the government's responsibility to tell members of this House not to cross the street right through the protest every day? The story has changed more times than Canadians can keep up with today. And the government's justification in this House was a calculated solution to its own political peril. The Prime Minister's vague claims that whatever he does with these currently unchecked powers will be targeted and time limited simply just isn't backed up by the formal text or members of his own caucus. Nor did it contain any detail on what he planned to do. All he was saying was, trust me. And forgive me, Mr. Speaker, he has given Canadians absolutely no reason to trust him. At the beginning of this pandemic, this government proposed giving itself unlimited spending powers for almost 2 years without oversight of Parliament. They said, trust me. Mr. Speaker, the government has given itself the power to freeze assets and finances of people involved in political protests, people who disagree with the government's COVID policy without the court's oversight and with no resource or recourse, I should say, available to those targeted. And we cannot treat this as a foregone conclusion because we have an NDP who cannot and will not stand up for protest, for scrutiny, or have any courage on this one. If we wanted to pretend that this was not about politics, the information would have been shared immediately. Otherwise, the only conclusion of any of this is that this is all politics. This House must approach every decision with caution, and the consequences for individuals are too great if we decide to approve the use of this act. And the precedent that it sets is too great to shrug off the legitimate questions and concerns I think are valid in this discussion. We are setting a very dangerous precedent, and it would be a shame if members of this House to decide to invoke a never-before-used act disproportional when there are very clearly other actions the government could have taken. We should be cautious about normalizing the use of a blunt instrument in this circumstance. And if we consider using the Emergency Act every time there is a protest that lasts a certain number of days, we have much bigger problems in our democracy. The threshold has not been met, and we cannot leave the decision to politics over real scrutiny that is required. It will be a dark chapter in our history when members of this House choose political expediency over the rights of individuals. And I implore my colleagues, those with a voice, to vote against this motion, because I certainly will. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Finally, somebody said something.
To the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our colleague for her speech. Two questions. First of all, would she acknowledge that the Emergencies Act, brought in place by a Conservative government, is subject to the Charter? The Charter still reigns supreme. Would she acknowledge that? Second of all, how does she feel about the fact that the Conservative Party is now on the opposite side of this issue, not just with respect to where the government sits, but also the Association of Canadian Chiefs of Police, the Ottawa Police Chief, and the Conservative Premier of Ontario? All of these three have supported the government putting in place the Emergencies Act. How does she feel about those two things?
Member for Thornhill.
I thank the member for his question, and I would remind him that the government's primary responsibility is peace, order, and good government. And there is no peace, and there is no order, and there is certainly no government. This act is unnecessary, it's disproportionate, it violates individual rights, it intrudes on provincial jurisdiction, and it creates a very dangerous precedent. And I would implore the member, and if any other members are right in showing trepidation on continuing what is abundantly clear to Canadians wondering how this could happen here, the member opposite should note that history is forever, and so is his vote on this, and he has not proven to the House that there is a justification for this act.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her speech, where very eloquently she explained why this act was not necessary. My question for her is, does my honourable colleague agree that even if it were necessary to have legislation with special emergency measures, it should have been more circumscribed instead of being enforced Canada-wide?
I thank the honourable member for the question, and I see where she's coming from. I've laid out very clearly in my remarks that I don't think the threshold has been met. I don't think it's been met on jurisdictional, on where the act would apply, or why the act should apply to begin with. There are a number of ways the government could have acted before using this. They have said to the House that this was not option 1, 2, or 3, and they haven't named what those options were. And instead, they just went to this without giving members of Parliament a justification. They haven't done that today, and they still haven't done that until this moment.
Question et commentaire, the honourable member for Nunavut.
And to the member for Thornhill. Since the Emergencies Act was declared last week and used this weekend, it has been with reluctance that I have participated in this debate. I have done so with my heart and my mind open. I am deeply concerned with the threat to our democracy based on the demonstrations of anti-Semitism and hate we have seen immediately within our vicinity and across Canada. Does the member agree that the leaders identified as extremists have penetrated the minds of Canadians, and this penetration continues to pose a threat to our democracy? The
honourable member for Thornhill.
I think there's not a single member of this House who has stood with any symbol of hate or who has said the hateful comments that have come out of the convoy have been okay. Instead of doubling down, I think, on the Prime Minister's disgusting comments last week, I'll give this member the opportunity to show some courage and apologize for painting every member of the opposition or every member that she doesn't agree with the same brush that is an attempt to fuel hate and division in this conversation. We are talking about the Emergencies Act, and there is no justification that the government has presented for her to turn her back on her NDP voters and vote for this act.
Time for a quick question and answer. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Thornhill for thoughtful remarks. Andreas Park, who's the finance professor at the University of Toronto, commenting on the extraordinary financial powers to freeze people's bank accounts, said what we're doing is we're taking people who have not been charged with a crime and we're threatening them with financial ruin. It strikes me as mob rule, and they should be afraid of mob rule, since the Minister of Justice indicated that political movements the Trudeau government disapproves of should be worried. So would the member please comment on that extraordinary power?
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you to the honourable member for his question. I think members of this House should be very concerned when a government can freeze the assets, effectively unbank and unperson a Canadian without them having any recourse. You cannot possibly think that that is okay in a democracy to freeze the assets of somebody whose opinion you don't agree with. This act goes too far, and it should have never been used on this.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Secrétaire Parlementaire du Président du Conseil privé de la Reine pour
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of Treasury Board.
Giving me the opportunity to speak on an extraordinary debate that is taking place in this House. It's Sunday afternoon. It's a long weekend, a family day in Ontario. But here we are as parliamentarians debating a very important issue. Speaker, as you know, I represent the riding of Ottawa Centre. The Parliament is located in the riding of Ottawa Centre. The occupation that we all witnessed for over 20 days was primarily took place in the riding of Ottawa Centre. Speaker, I'm speaking today with a profound sense of sadness. The events that we saw over the last 22 or 23 days were troubling. But in particular, what we saw over the last 2 days, an attempt by the police to end this illegal occupation, to return my community back to its peaceful state, was in fact quite sad. Over the last 2 days, I've had a chance to speak to a lot of my constituents who've been grieved by this illegal occupation. And have been asking them the question how they feel. An overwhelming of them, Speaker, are sad. They're relieved. They're definitely relieved, but they're very sad. And so I've been spending the time thinking, why am I feeling sad? Hopefully there'll be some normalcy back. Why are members of my community are feeling sad? I don't think I've figured out all the answers yet because it's still quite raw. But I think I have a feeling, I have a sense as to what it is. And I think this sadness stems from the fact that we live in the nation's capital in one of the most democratic countries in the world. And I can tell you, Speaker, I have never seen such the kind of illegal occupation that we saw ever in our community. We've never seen that many police officers descend in our community, and that didn't give us comfort. We're relieved that they did their job and ended this occupation, but that didn't give us any comfort, Speaker. If anything, it's given us, we feel sad that it came to this point where that's the action that was necessary to put an end to this illegal occupation, to be able to reclaim our streets, our neighborhoods, so that people can go back to their normal life. Speaker,
He's a fucking idiot. That's what he is.
Impact of this occupation has been on my community. In fact, Speaker, you have given me space on this floor to be able to speak to that over the last 3 weeks, to be able to outline to the members of this House what my community has gone through. And Speaker, and I really want, I should say this, I should have said this out there. I said, I'm not trying to be partisan because this is, I think, this is a far more important debate to be partisan. I'm here, Speaker, to speak to my community. And I don't think any member in this House will deny, and a lot of them come to Ottawa, live in my riding. Many of them have personally confided to me about what they saw themselves. The honking in the middle of the night for weeks on. The hurling of fireworks in densely populated neighborhood. In the kind of harassment and intimidation people got on the street as they were trying to go from one place to another just to live their regular lives. I can also say, Speaker, that I've heard from constituents, and many of those emails I have read in this House, of seniors who have not been able to go grocery shopping because they were just too concerned. None of that is partisan, Speaker. I'm not suggesting every single one of those people vote for me. Probably not. But they are...
He's a fucking liar, too.
...stories that my community has gone through. It will take some time for my community to heal out of this. And as I have said before, Speaker, pardon me, we're not, it's not like we're being immune to protest in this community. We recognize that we live in the nation's capital. We recognize that we live in downtown Ottawa where Parliament Hill is located. We have seen protests, we have seen festivals, we've seen all kinds of marches. And we accept that and we recognize that as a very important expression of a free and democratic society. But they have been lawful and they have been peaceful. In fact, Speaker, I can tell you there are times there have been 2 or 3 protests at the time and you would not know that they're taking place. While people are free to express themselves in a peaceful and lawful way. What we had never imagined is that we will come to a point where protest, which should have been peaceful, which should have been legitimate, the grievances cited, albeit in the end quite different grievances by different people, and that's, again, okay. Those grievances be cited in a peaceful way, whether you disagree against vaccines, whether you disagree against mandates, whether you are tired of the pandemic, whether you don't like the government, whether you think that certain things that are happening in society are not correct. Whatever the case may be, you're free to express that point of view. But you are also, in a democratic society, are expected to do so in a way that does not rob of other people's peace. And we saw that just evaporate in this particular occupation, to the point that we saw 3 weekends of mayhem, lawlessness, intentional lawlessness, partying, all taking place in a downtown core, in a residential area, where people felt unsafe, people felt threatened. And now that we have started the process of recovering back our community, Speaker, we are still sad that it came down to this, that we had to resort to the Emergencies Act to bring lawlessness back into our community, to bring order back to our community. And that's why, Speaker, I am supportive of the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Speaker, I'm a lawyer by training. I have served as the Attorney General of the province of Ontario. So I have brought that lens, that skill set in my analysis as to why it is legitimate to invoke the Emergencies Act. The legislation is extraordinary in nature. But the history of the legislation is very interesting because it was crafted in a manner to ensure that people's charter rights are always protected. That has been the premise of the legislation. Speaker, let's not forget what this legislation replaced. This legislation replaced the War Measures Act. War Measures Act that was crafted before the Charter of Rights and Freedoms came into our lives as part of our Constitution and did not account, in fact, had powers that were extraordinary in nature that would take away people's charter rights. And the government at that time, Speaker, rightfully decided that War Measures Act will not sustain the charter and we need to repeal it and we need to come up with a new legislation that will be charter compliant, and hence Emergencies Act. And if one looks back at the debate, it was a very fulsome debate that was taken on by our predecessors who occupied this House. And so when the government has invoked this, it is in that spirit, Speaker, that measures have been invoked, which, and I know it's been said before, but it's worth repeating, that are very targeted in scope, in terms of the measures and the geography, that they are temporary in nature, only 30 days, and the response is proportional to the situation that we are dealing with. And in all that to ensure that the charter is not violated. That is what we are looking at. That is what we are working with in order to ensure that the siege of Ottawa be stopped, as has been the case now for over 2 days and still happening, and that we put an end to blockades of our vital trade links, our border crossings, and also prevent them from happening. We just saw yesterday an attempt in British Columbia, Speaker, with the blocking of the Pacific Highway. So Speaker, all those considerations are extremely important in deliberating as we are doing so in this House. I can, again, Speaker, come back to the facts that I know best, which is Ottawa, because I have been involved in all the work that has gone on that led to finally the invocation of Emergencies Act day one, given the fact that I represent the riding of Ottawa Centre. The manner in which we have engaged from the very first day with our local municipal government, with the provincial government here in Ontario, and the work the federal government was doing. Whether it meant providing resources by way of RCMP, OPP, and other municipal services that have been coming over time, not just 2 days ago, but over time, to put an end to this illegal occupation, by making sure that we understand whether we have the right legal authority and our legislative mechanism to take actions. Let's not forget that this situation got to the point where the City of Ottawa had to declare a state of emergency, and then Province of Ontario had to declare a state of emergency. And despite all that, Madam Speaker, the occupation continued. And is with the powers that came through the invocation of the Emergencies Act that our law enforcement authorities were able to put an end to it. Powers like declaring a set geographic area as a no-go zone, as has been the case in Ottawa, which has been called as the red zone, Speaker, so that no protest, no occupation could take place, such as facilitating police services from other jurisdictions to come and enforce the law. Otherwise, we had to sworn in those police officers to give them jurisdiction to be able to then operate in Ottawa, which takes time, such as procuring tow trucks so that we can remove the trucks that have been blocking all our roads in the downtown core, as we saw that happened over the last 24 or 48 hours. Not to mention, Speaker, we learned a fair bit during this occupation the sophisticated nature of it, the coordination aspects of it, and the role of foreign money. So giving those financial measures to FinTrack and enabling our banks to stop the flow of money that was fueling the illegal occupation. All these steps, all these measures, Madam Speaker, were necessary to have a successful outcome. And we're still not out yet. I mean, I just got in to the House of Commons through I don't know how many checkpoints because I'm a member of Parliament. Imagine how sad I feel, as I was saying earlier, Madam Speaker, to see my downtown feel like a war zone. My beloved city, my hometown, with roadblocks all over. And I asked the members, all of us, for a moment, close your eyes and imagine your community in that state. I think stayed pretty calm because I'm a calm person by nature all through this ordeal. I know many would have not because of the tragedy of it. And I'm saying this hopefully to persuade you to support this, but at the least demonstrate to you my reasons for supporting the invocation of this Emergencies Act. Madam Speaker, I think my time is limited. I want to say this in the end. And I'm going to speak as a parliamentarian, as a fellow parliamentarian to all the members. We're quite privileged to be the 338 of us who have this incredible opportunity to serve not only our community, Speaker, but our country. And I am confident when I say this.
Had enough of him. Sandra, language, please. Il a bien dit, hein, Warzone. Ouais. Fait que c'est ses mots à lui. C'est ça. Mais c'est leur faute à eux autres. Là, il peut-tu s'asseoir puis fermer ta gueule, là? J'étais curieux de l'entendre aussi, là.
Speaker, it would serve us well if we remind Canadians of that unity as well. I've been listening to a lot of this rhetoric that we're developing somehow that we're so...
I don't know why he's talking on and on and on. He doesn't shut up. Can you just sit down, please? We had enough of your lies. I'm sick of listening to these lies. Yazir Naqvi, he's another one that needs to be voted out. He's a Liberal parliamentary secretary. You see the garbage that we have, the people that there are garbage that are there that needs to be removed. It's very crazy.
The anxiety that we feel right now. But Speaker, if I ask this House right now, raise your hand if you love your country. Raise your hand if you love your province.
Well, now, Theatre, can you just sit down and be quiet, please?
If you love your city, your town, your village, or your hamlet.
Here, yes.
Raise your hand if you love your community. Definitely raise your hand if you love your family. Speaker, we have more in common than divide us. Let's work together. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country. Okay, the honourable member for.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, and I thank the member for his intervention. I was in the House yesterday where that member had yelled across to the floor to a colleague of mine from BC in the official opposition, something to the effect of, well, how would you feel if something was like this was happening in your community? And I just want to remind the member that last year in a huge portion of BC, my riding, neighboring ridings in particular, where we had extensive fires, floods, mudslides, lives lost, houses burnt, substantial infrastructure destroyed, and livelihoods destroyed. And the member talked about having to go through some checkpoints to get to his office. But in British Columbia, for many days and weeks, many members of Parliament couldn't get around their constituencies and couldn't even get to the airport to come to Ottawa. So it just really shows a disconnect with what's happening across the rest of the country. So my question to the member is, and he's in the government, knowing actually the serious crisis that we had, and just as a reflection, the Act defines an emergency as a situation that, quote, seriously endangers the lives, health, or safety of Canadians. Based on that, was this member involved last summer due to the serious situations happening in British Columbia, and did he advocate to invoke the Emergencies Act at that time, or is he just only considering?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I thank the member for her intervention, and I want to say that yes, my heart ached as a Canadian when I saw communities in British Columbia going through the torturous heat, or the flooding that just recently seen, or parts of the country that goes through forest fire. Speaker, this is a big country, and what binds us, what unites us, what glues us together is that we care for each other. And so I say to the member opposite, I will stand with her shoulder to shoulder if her community goes through a disaster. I will listen to her carefully because she will be in a better position to share with us, the rest of us, what her community has gone through, as I'm sharing with you how my community feels, and find ways to work with her. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, I believe the honorary member raised an incredibly important point of law around the protection of our rights and freedoms under our charter that is necessary for him to clearly answer in order for us to fully understand the scale and scope of powers granted under the provisions of the proclamation. So my question to the honorable member, whom I've known to be a learned lawyer and who would have some knowledge of this incredibly important point of law as the former Attorney General of Ontario, is will he please confirm and clearly state whether rights afforded by the Charter remain whole and intact, or is this government, through their declaration, attempting to surreptitiously rescue any potential Charter breaches, violations, and abuses of government authority through Section 1 of the Charter, and therefore as being compliant as he has so far stated? The public in this House deserve to know.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate the member for the question that he's asking, and he's right. He and I had the opportunity to work on a very important charter-related issues, which was when we were banning the use of the practice of carding in the province of Ontario, and the member was a city councillor then, and he and I worked together on that particular aspect. Speaker, the essence of Emergencies Act is to ensure that the charter rights are protected, and that is very much the intention and the motivation behind it. It states so within the legislation itself. But we also have to remember, Speaker, that the charter rights come within reasonable limits. There are reasonable limits that allow for charter right. So, for example, when you're looking at a protest, as long as it is peaceful and lawful expression of ideas, that is within the charter rights. But if it becomes not peaceful or unlawful, then you have recourses available to you to ensure that protest or occupation, in this instance, almost 4 weeks long, a total siege, be put to an end.
La députée de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member from Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. I wish to ask him, Madam Speaker, whether, in his view, his government doesn't have, based already on the statutes available in Canada, the abilities of the provinces as well as they now stand. Isn't that sufficient? Doesn't that give them a big enough toolkit to work on such a blockage, on such a demonstration and blocking of roads, without necessarily invoking this exceptional measure? Will we have to expect having the Emergencies Act brought into play every time there's a demonstration in Ottawa?
Speaker, I again thank the member for his intervention. I think what we have to remember in this instance for over 3 weeks, we were not able to put an end to the occupation. That it continued on. That different tactics were used, the application of existing law being present. We were not able, our law enforcement agencies were not able to end this occupation. And through the provision of power, some of them that I articulated, and through the application of that, our law enforcement was able to end this occupation. We heard that from our local interim police chief right here in Ottawa, that these powers that has been given to him through the Emergencies Act gave him the sufficient tools necessary to end the illegal occupation of downtown Ottawa. Thank you.
The honourable member for Matawaska-Risikush. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague of Ottawa Centre for his speech. I truly enjoyed having him speak to us of his analysis of the events based on his experience, his past as a prior Attorney General of Ontario, as a legal expert. I would like, based on that, for him to give us his expertise. What is the threshold that must be met to ensure that the Emergencies Act must be invoked?
Very much, Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Look, the test is in the legislation that there has to be a threat in national in scope, and that you don't have tools available that could deal with them. And we know that this emergency is national in scope. It has impacted pretty much the entire country, with not only the occupation of downtown Ottawa, but the blockades that we saw in Windsor, in Manitoba, in the Emerson Crossing, in Coute, Alberta, and most recently in British Columbia, where certain tactics have been used to impede not only the lives of people, like in the case of Ottawa, but also the commerce, the economic viability of the country. And the tools that have been available to us have not been sufficient to put an end, not to mention, Speaker, the financial aspect, which is very necessary, which is very much part and parcel of this emergency declaration. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mission, Mascui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Ottawa Centre for some good points. And I disagree with some of them, but he's debating in a strong parliamentary fashion this morning. However, I do disagree with some of the things he said. And as he mentioned, under the Emergencies Act, a key test is whether or not existing laws in Canada can solve the problems that we face. I think in the case of Ottawa, and I've been in and out of the city since the truckers' protest began, is that the actions we saw in the last couple of days are not so much a reflection of the fact that we needed the Emergencies Act, is that the Ottawa police finally started to act. At the very beginning, we could have avoided some of the challenges we had today if the Ottawa police would have taken a different approach from the onset. And the member opposite is the former Attorney General from Ontario. And there is many cases in Ontario where large police presence was required, such as the G20 summit a number of years ago, that had a huge police presence and was able to contain a large crowd. I still have not received enough evidence from the government to determine that no other existing laws would have effectively no other existing laws could not have effectively dealt with the current situation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Very quickly, I would say that I think the member opposite definitely knows that.
Attention à ce que tu types là. Fais erreur là, tu types pas des mots de même là. Fais attention à ce que tu types là en chat là.
From our interim police chief, that he has clearly articulated how Emergencies Act allowed him to do the important work he has done with the help of many other police services, including the RCMP and OPP, to put an end to this illegal occupation here in Ottawa. Thank you.
In debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Fredericton. Madam Speaker, I've listened quite intently to the debate that's been ongoing on this question of the Emergency Measures Act, and where I'm disappointed in some of the partisan and petty level of debate coming from the opposition benches. I think there are some things that we can agree on as a House. We can agree that all Canadians are protected by our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it's our job as MPs in this House to protect those rights, including the right to expression, to peaceful assembly, and to safety and security of the person. We can agree that the majority of Canadians are frustrated and tired of this COVID-19 pandemic, which has claimed the lives of over 34,000 Canadians. We can agree that our Prime Minister did not create COVID-19 and this global pandemic. He and his government created measures to combat it with the objective of protecting Canadians' health and safety. We can agree that a convoy of protesters drove for days, uninhibited, to Ottawa to protest various provincial and some federal regulations. For at least 3 weeks, they blocked major streets and were allowed to set up tents, to speak their minds and to express their feelings. We can agree that the organizers of this convoy turned occupation officially called for the fall of this democratically elected government to be replaced by people of their own choosing. We can agree that crowdsourcing efforts raised millions of dollars for this occupation. Over 50% of that funding comes from foreign lands. We can agree that the Ambassador Bridge was blocked by these protesters for many days, causing hundreds of millions of dollars lost in trade per day, and they still continue. We can also agree that lethal weapons were seized in Coutts, Alberta from protesters, and over a dozen were charged with conspiracy to commit murder. We can also agree that children were used as shields in Ottawa and on the Ambassador Bridge. We also agree, Madam Speaker, that Canada is a federation with separation of powers outlined in our Constitution, including policing powers, where provinces take leadership, including Ontario, and Alberta, and Quebec, and Manitoba, and British Columbia, and so forth. Madam Speaker, I've received thousands of emails from across Canada, not just from my own writing, from people that are confused and they're scared, some repeating misinformation about what's happening in our country. My job as a member of parliament is to listen to all voices in my riding and balance the diverse ideas into a consensus that I then represent in this esteemed house. I'll continue to try to clear up some of that misinformation that has been disseminated irresponsibly by some in this very place. Madam Speaker, this convoy does not represent all truckers, and it has been condemned by all major trucking organizations across Canada. I've heard from truckers living in Mississauga, Erin Mills, and they have expressed to me their disgust with the actions that we are seeing from certain participants in the convoy. They pleaded with me not to judge them for their actions because they don't represent them or their industry. Look, Madam Speaker, I don't believe that every person supporting these convoys has behaved in this way. And for many, this was a way for them to express their frustration with the pandemic. But the fact is that these incidents keep happening. They keep encroaching on the rights of Canadians, and it needs to stop. When it comes to this issue, the majority of Canadians don't care about your politics. They don't care about what color your party is. This behavior, it can't be defended, and our citizens have demanded action. When these convoys arrived in the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, we saw that with appropriate police action, they could minimize the harm and damage to local residents. And we need to understand why Ottawa had so much trouble. I appreciate that the hardworking women and men of our police services and our federal government have been responding since day one with all the support we could provide under normal circumstances. And to be honest, I'm disappointed that the provincial and local leadership could not handle policing these demonstrations to ensure that Ottawa's citizens were treated with respect and that our supply chains were secure. After 2 weeks of what we saw here, the Premier of Ontario declared a state of emergency and called for greater tools from our federal government to take action, which could only be administered through the Emergency Measures Act. Instead of leaving them out in their cold, our government is invoking this legislation after careful consideration and after exhausting all other measures to provide these greater tools to local authorities to address the situation. We are taking action to keep Canadians safe, to protect people's jobs, and to restore confidence in our institutions. Madam Speaker, if you look outside, you'll see that the emergency orders we are debating right now are already helping local law enforcement restore safety and a sense of normality to the streets of Ottawa. After weeks on end of working day and night, they now have the tools they need to enforce the law thanks to the federal government. Citizens should be able to walk freely without the fear of being harassed. They have the right to safety and security. Small businesses in the downtown core should be able to open their doors to the public again without fearing for their safety and that of their staff. These organizers have had weeks to address the hate symbols and disturbing statements, weeks to root out the participants who are putting citizens of Ottawa in danger, weeks to leave and go home. They refused on every count, and that's what brought us to today. The Prime Minister has said this over and over and over again, and I will say it once more. These measures are temporary, and to be clear, this Emergencies Act does not involve the military and will not be used to limit people's freedom of expression or freedom of speech. In fact, the Emergency Measures Act requires that any steps taken be reasonable and proportionate to the situation. There is a strict time limit of 30 days unless the House votes to extend, and the House of Commons has the power to revoke these measures at any time. It will not prevent people from peacefully protesting. It will certainly not infringe on individuals' rights, which will always be protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. There must there must also be a joint review by Parliament and Senate to ensure that all requirements under the Act were followed and justified. Residents in Erin Mills have...
Okay, Selena just put a video of George. We're gonna listen to George now.
Freedom! Pocket full of fucking cords here. Let's go. Let's go. Ah. I can't even turn this around. What's going on here? There we go. Hey guys, freedom! So I disappeared for a bit and I got a few hours sleep. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Hey guys, it's been a crazy couple days. Crazy couple days. But we're doing it. Power to the people downtown. So we just snuck in past the roadblocks, down some back alleys.
Fucking cop coming after us.
No, not after us. He's going by. Freedom. Undercover. Undercover. Well, guys. Yeah, buddy. No, not in jail. I disappeared for a while today. I caught for Gestapo. They were staring at me and pointing at me when I was close to the front of the line there today. So I disappeared for a while today. I caught for undercover. Undercover. Well, guys. Yeah, buddy. No, not in jail. I disappeared for a while today. I caught for Gestapo. They were staring at me and pointing at me when I was close to the front of the line there today. So I kind of fell back for a while, and then I was up pretty much all night, and yeah, I was tired, so I went to sleep for a bit. Got the heck out of Dodge and went and got a few hours sleep, and now I'm going back downtown. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Freedom, 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 freedom. So, little update, Pat. Tuesday we'll know more. Lawyers are retained, and that's all I got for you right now. We'll know more on Tuesday. So anybody who's asking, anybody who's in the comments asking, "Where's Pat? Where's Pat? Where's Pat?" He's in jail. Okay, he's in jail. But on Tuesday we'll know. That's going to be the first hearing. Okay. We have some things on the go. And yeah, we're rocking and rolling. I'm still out of jail. Really? I don't even know if they're actually looking for me or not, but okay. Let me get out of here. Well, looks like they might have got me, guys. It looks like they might have got me. Looks like they might have got me in Ontario, guys. Let's go here. Oh. Hello, sir. How are you today? Not too bad, thank you. What are you doing? Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Do you want to just come over to the back over here?
What's going on, guys?
It's okay. Just come on over here. We'll talk to you.
What's happening?
All right. What's your name?
George.
George what?
Billings.
Okay.
Hello. What are you doing? What did I do?
Just put that down.
Hey guys, let's look here.
Just put that down, please.
I am, yeah.
Okay, hands behind your back. You're under arrest for mischief.
Mischief? Why am I under arrest for mischief? What did I do? Oh.
Hold on, don't reach for your pocket, man.
I'm not. I'm trying to get this out of my hand here.
I got it.
George! Hey, freedom, George! Yes, freedom! Yes, freedom!
Thank you.
Why am I under arrest for mischief?
Thank you.
Why am I under arrest?
Yeah, we're going.
What did I do to you guys?
Nothing, bud.
Okay, can you take my phone and stuff up to them then so they can take care of it?
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Sure, you see copies. Thanks. We're just waiting to hear from the OPP about the driver.
Okay. What do you got on you?
I have my personal knife right here, so you can take that. It's right there.
Okay, that's right there.
Yeah, that's just my 6-inch legal knife.
Okay.
It's not a big deal.
No worries.
Why am I getting arrested, boys? What did I do?
Mischief.
Mischief?
Yeah.
Just some money and stuff. Freedom!
Is it just change and stuff?
I don't know. Just some money. Freedom! Hey, bud, you don't need to muscle me. I'm cooperating, bud. Yeah.
What's your name again, fella?
Tyson George Billings.
Tyson George Billings.
Yeah, my name's Tyson Billings. So. Why are you arresting me? What did I do?
You're the guilty one, George, not you, buddy.
I know. I didn't do anything. I'm just having fun. That's my water. I got no weapons, you guys. He's got my knife. The only knife I had, so you have nothing to worry about. The battery packs.
Okay, let's do this quick. Are you okay? Do you need medical attention or anything?
Or?
Just I gotta ask, buddy.
No, you didn't even read my rights or anything. So.
Yeah, we'll do that in a second.
Okay, all this stuff. I'm gonna make sure it gets.
What are you guys doing? How can you even do this? What did I do? Get this out there, you guys! Get it out there! Get it out there!
Here, make sure that gets in there.
Mischief!
It's unlocked.
Freedom!
I like when you guys popped me in. That was really cute. You guys learned that from the fucking movie or something. Way to arrest Freedom George. 5.5. Just like the
You guys want more time?
arresting Freedom George.
Well, unfucking believable. There's not, I have no words. Il était dans sa voiture, puis il l'a arrêté comme ça. Même pas, il aurait arrêté pourquoi? Pour mischief. Même pas lui, ses droits. Il dit, tu lis pas mes droits. Il dit, tantôt, je vais un affaire à moi. C'est unfucking believable. Puis là, ces tabarnak-là, il veut mettre plus de lois pour qu'ils puissent nous arrêter. Oui, pas qu'elle a dit, là, une des dames ici, elle a dit qu'elle avait gelé 76 comptes de banque, incluant celui de Pat. Puis incluant une madame qui n'avait pas rapport avec l'histoire du tout. Puis c'est important de regarder ça. C'est pas intéressant, là, moi je suis écœurée de les entendre dire des menteries. Il faut savoir c'est qui dit des menteries puis qui dit la vérité des choses. Parce qu'ils vont voter, là, je sais pas s'ils vont voter aujourd'hui, c'est ça que j'essaie de figurer. Là. Combien de temps qu'ils vont parler, ces colis-là, là? Je veux qu'ils arrêtent de parler, puis qu'ils votent, là, là, je vous avertis que si ça passe, cette affaire-là, là, je sais pas ce qui va arriver. Tout ce que je sais, c'est gardez pas une scène à la banque. C'est ça que je peux vous dire. Gardez pas une scène à la banque. Unbelievable. The only thing I can tell you, don't leave one penny in the bank. If this thing passes, I don't know what will happen. So let's listen. Where's my thing? It's crazy stuff. That's all I have to say. Now, George said they're gonna have news. So Pat and George are gonna be in jail until at least Tuesday. C'était écœurant. Fait que Pat puis George vont être en prison au moins minimum jusqu'à mardi. Il n'y aura pas d'arraignment, pas avant mardi. C'est écœurant, là. Pat est en prison depuis vendredi, là, pour rien, là. Il n'a rien fait de mal. C'est écœurant, là. Là, il va être en prison. À soir, demain, puis mardi, ben j'espère qu'il va pouvoir sortir mardi. Fait que là, George est parti, on peut pas avoir de nouvelles. C'est crazy stuff, là. Je vous dis, là, c'est vraiment... On est rendu dans un monde de fou, là. Un monde dangereux, là.
The initial convoy colonizers arrived in Ottawa or Windsor or Surrey or Coutts, the intent has been to disrupt and indeed overthrow our government. This is not a simple question of public health.
Another liar. Fait que là, je sais pas là, s'ils vont voter aujourd'hui ou demain, là, je sais pas, là, il y a des affaires à changer à cause de tout ça. Tout ce que je sais, c'est que Pat et George sont en prison. Puis Pat, il va avoir son arraignment mardi matin. C'est l'enfer, là. C'est pas funny, là. En tout cas, là, moi, la seule affaire que je peux vous dire, là, laissez pas une scène dans votre compte de banque. C'est ça que je peux vous dire. On sait pas comment cette affaire-là va tourner, là. Le fait qu'il continue à se dire des menteries, puis il n'y a même pas de conséquences à ça, là, ça me dérange aussi, là.
It feels as though conservatives are celebrating these occupations, purposefully inflaming the debate, intentionally escalating tensions while claiming the opposite. Sowing mistrust in government institutions and public health advice is causing further harm. I've had many conversations about vaccines specifically in my community, and I encourage people to listen to their healthcare providers, not politicians, and certainly not the loudest voices in an angry mob. In Ottawa, over the last 3 weeks, residents lost their sense of safety. Countless testimonials describe vitriol and harassment. 2 LGBTQ plus community members, racialized community members, women having to limit their movement, shelter at home, or as a last result, leave the city because they were not feeling safe. Terrorizing people for weeks is an act of violence, regardless of the perceived merits of the original intent. Minimizing what is happening here and how we got here is unacceptable, as is minimizing other large-scale demonstrations and incidents of civil disobedience because of what they too were trying to say and how they felt the need to express it. There is a lot to be learned from what has transpired. And Madam Speaker, I have committed to the people of Fredericton that with each new issue, I ask for input. I ask constituents to engage, to help me take the temperature, to listen, to learn, and to then act after thoughtful, informed, evidence-based consideration. I know I'm not alone in this House saying that I've received thousands of emails, letters, and calls, and had many conversations on what's been playing out. Many are asking to be heard, and I'm listening. And while there are many who have legitimate questions and concerns that I do my best to address, what I am also hearing are strings of false narratives and scapegoating. I see fear based on misinformation. A lot of people need help right now. That is unequivocally clear based on the number of threats I have received, that my staff has had to endure, that anyone involved has been subjected to. I've been told that my family is also at risk, that if I exercise my vote in a way that some do not agree with, that I should watch my back. Threats to our Prime Minister and all government members with bullets and nooses? Enough. Madam Speaker, that's how I know that these are not peaceful protesters. That's how I know that we have a very real and serious problem in Canada. I've been mad, disrespected, wronged. I've stood up. I have protested for justice for many causes, with the law on my side, within my rights, and with a firm understanding of the Charter. I also took things further when I felt that this wasn't enough, when I felt the system had failed and had to be changed. I organized and I ran for office, again with great privilege. It takes a lot of hard work and dedication. It takes sacrifices and it takes a toll, but it is the greatest honor. And thanks to political financing laws, we are a collection of everyday Canadians who have the trust and respect of our electors. Madam Speaker, here in Canada, to vote is a sacred right and a duty, and I serve to protect that right every day in this House. And for those who disagree with me, based on the laws of this land, under our flag that has been so disrespected, they do not get to shut down critical infrastructure, illegally disrupt the lives of Canadians, and endanger public safety. We are not living in a dictatorship. We are not living in tyranny. The misleading, the agitating, the grifting, the harassment, the threats must all come to an end. And it has become clear that after 3 weeks of coordinated, foreign-funded, and right-wing white supremacy infiltration, that we have reached the threshold of emergency requiring the implementation of this act. I have heard conservative members of this House suggest that this is not necessary, that we have not met the threshold, there are more options available, and that our focus must be on de-escalation. And on that last point alone, Madam Speaker, I agree. We absolutely must de-escalate, which is what we see unfolding before us in a renewed law enforcement operation, initiated only after engaging the Emergency Measures Act. In the words of Interim Ottawa Police Chief, without the additional legislation, we could not have done what we did. De-escalation was stopping the weekend protest tourism from ramping up again in Ottawa. De-escalation is stopping the never-ending stream of supplies and funds from siege supporters laughing in the wings. Compromise has been on the table since the beginning. And in comparison with how demonstrators of different stripes have been treated in mere hours of assembly, suggests to me, as far as law enforcement and government goes, that we have been more than tolerant, perhaps unjustifiably so, and I would support a national inquiry into the original police response. I was born and raised in a military town with military roots and a deep respect for our Canadian armed forces. I was also raised to respect the men and women in police uniforms serving and protecting our communities. Having said this, and after watching video of uniformed police saying this feels like war, with a service weapon on their hip, or high-fiving, smiling for selfies, using squad cars as carnival rides, turning a blind eye on bylaw and criminal code infractions, or when I have neighbors from my local military community threaten me directly, we have a very serious problem. And I'm white, Madam Speaker. I can only imagine how some Canadians who may have demonstrated in their lives against oppression must be feeling as they watched how white protesters were comfortably dealt with over the last weeks. Watching the entitlement of those who party in hot tubs with their barbecues and fireworks, having street fires or stockpiling diesel and propane near the parliamentary precinct claim oppression, claim that we do not live in a free society, claim that there was no other recourse for their grievances to be heard. Enough. This needs to stop, and that's what this government is committed to doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Another liar that needs to be voted. Another liar that needs to be voted out.
Does the honourable member really think that the trucker convoy is going to take over the federal government? And if so, how?
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for that question. There was a very clearly stated outcome in a widely circulated memorandum of understanding that specifically set out the terms and demands of this occupation, and it was indeed to overthrow the government by having a special committee selected by Canada Unity, I believe is the name, with the Governor General and the Senate. So yes, I do believe that was the stated intent. Thank you very much.
Député de Rivière-du-Nord.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It seems to me that in her opinion, the situation couldn't continue, and I agree. It had lasted for 3 weeks, but I...
Hey, arrête avec cette icône-là, le gazou, OK, là? Arrête, là. OK, j'ai dit, je mettais tes affaires positives ou ne mettez rien, OK?
couldn't have dealt with this situation otherwise. But what particularly interested me is that she doesn't seem to be in agreement with the Premier of her own province, because the Premier of New Brunswick said, he said, and I quote him, to reaffirm that he doesn't appreciate the enforcement of this act and doesn't think it necessary in his province, given that the police forces had the matter well in hand. I'll allow the member to respond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question.
Surprised that I often disagree with my Premier on many issues, and based on some of the things that he has said over the last year in particular, it does not surprise me that he is putting forward some resistance to this measure. So I'm not shocked at all that I disagree. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Port Moody-Coquitlam. You're on mute. The honourable member is on mute.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I now? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you to the member for raising the reality of hate
that all in this House over the past few days have denounced as one single point of consensus that I've heard. Could the member, through the chair, could the member talk about how we as parliamentarians can deal with this going forward?
Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I sincerely thank the member for that question. My background is in education. Education is the key. Anti-racism education is the key. We have to keep confronting these realities. And I think, based on the progressive nature of Canada over the last couple of years, it really shouldn't shock any of us that there's such resistance has been met with this progression. And so I think it's just about keep moving forward, keep having these conversations, keep calling out the hate when we see it, keep making sure it is unacceptable in our society, and we just have to believe in better. So I still have hope despite what we've seen over the past couple of weeks. I know that Canadians can do better, and members in this House, we can do better as well. Thank you.
Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Fredericton for her thoughts, and I just want to say on a personal level how deeply, deeply distressing it is to imagine that people in her own community are making her feel physically threatened based on how she may vote on a matter here in the House of Commons. I want to ask this. It seems to me that the convoy exposes white supremacists and racism in a well-organized alt-right network that is fueled by social media, Facebook, and Russian sites, not just here but elsewhere. The problem is the Emergencies Act can only last 30 days. We're uncovering a cesspool that will take years to clean up. How does the honourable member think we can cut short the...
Wow, Elizabeth May, Green Party, another that needs to be voted out.
...suffering?
Honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands. It's so lovely to see her in the House. You said it. It's about, how do we keep this going? We cannot forget. I mentioned in my speech about the lessons that are to be learned from this and the whole pandemic experience. It really has exposed the deep crevices in our society, the inequalities. I know the member from Winnipeg Centre talks a lot about wealth inequality in particular, poverty. There's so many things we need to tackle, but the key is doing it together. That's the unity I want to see in this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To resume debate. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lakeland.
Madam Speaker, I'll split my time with the member for Saskatoon-Grasswood. Today, I must oppose the Prime Minister's unjustified and draconian invocation of the Emergencies Act for the first time in Canada. Like so many watching from home in Lakeland, I'm struggling with the events of the last 2 days. Seared in my mind are images of fellow Canadians literally and metaphorically trampled, pushed back, struck down, driven out, and away by the might, scope, and scale of the unrestrained power of the state. Like many colleagues here, I've lived, worked, and walked in the downtown Ottawa core for the past 3 weeks. And my truth is this: the most violence, obstruction, and tension I've witnessed started on Friday. My constituents are asking what is going on here and how the heck did it all come to this? Canadians have faced emergencies and threats, plane bombings, lengthy armed standoffs, threats of terrorist attacks, 9/11, massive riots, critical infrastructure and mine bombings, prolonged biker gang wars, year-long housing development occupations, mass shootings, churches deliberately burnt to the ground over several months, blockades on rail lines, ports, bridges, and highways, some which lasted for more than a month, flooding, droughts, and wildfires, and even the possibility of foreign invasion. Canadians came through each of these tests.
Interrupting the honourable member, but can we go down with the noise? I think it's actually outside the chamber, but it's
hello, I like this woman.
We can hardly hear the honourable member for Lakeland. Thank you. Please proceed.
Canadians came through each of these tests, all of them emergencies, many involving deaths, injuries, significant and expensive property damage, and major economic impacts without the legislation that is designed only for crises when there are no other options, which we debate with heavy hearts today. Canadians always unite to defend our safety and security without violating the rights and civil liberties so many of our relatives fought and died for, which define us as a country and are the bedrock of our peaceful, free democracy. Canada has been a beacon to the rest of the world for our respect of enshrined rights like free expression and peaceful assembly, and for our commitment to protect and defend them in the face of threats and emergencies. We look back on times when that balance tipped with shame and apologies. That beacon's light has dimmed during the last 6 years. Today, it's nearly extinguished by the actions of this Prime Minister. He's setting a dangerous and unwarranted precedent, evocative of the response of authoritarian regimes to dissidents, protests, or any opposition. The Prime Minister created this crisis from beginning to end. He called the marginalized 10% of Canadians who have chosen for the various and private reasons they have to not be vaccinated, quote, misogynist, racist, science deniers. He said Canadians who travel to Ottawa to demonstrate to ask for an end to government mandates and lockdowns are conspiracy theorists who hold unacceptable views. And his actions imply they're terrorists, which, by the way, must involve bombings, shootings, and kidnapping, as legally defined, none of which has happened in Ottawa in the past 3 weeks. Of all these fellow Canadians, he actually bemoaned that they take up space and asked, do we tolerate these people? Let me say I hope there's room for every Canadian to exist, to take up space, no matter their views on vaccines or any government policies, whether I agree with them or not. Whatever happened to respect, tolerance, and diversity, to resisting the tyranny of the majority? It's chilling to think a Prime Minister would wedge, divide, and stigmatize his fellow Canadians for his personal partisan purposes, but so he has done. And more than a few people from Lakeland have pointed out, that sure went from a fringe minority to an emergency in a hurry. It would almost be amusing if it weren't so grave. Let's remember what's going on here. 3 years in, with one of the highest vaccination rates in the world, and untold government-caused harm to families, businesses, mental health, kids' learning progress, jobs, relationships, travel, after so much isolation, fear, stress, confusion, and restrictions for which there is inconsistent or no evidence of efficacy, this Liberal government refused to do what many developed countries have already done and most provinces are already doing, end increasingly pointless mandates. Conservatives simply asked for a plan to do so 2 weeks ago, and the Liberals said no. The Prime Minister attacked and then refused to meet or hear from Canadians with whom he disagrees. And he's imposed his heavy-handed will, despite the strong opposition of 7 provinces. The Emergencies Act was never designed nor intended to be used to limit the rights of Canadians who express opposition to government measures. I confess I do have trouble seeing how parked trucks, bouncy castles, a big daily barbecue and ball hockey, Canadian flags and singing, and donations for the homeless in front of Parliament meet these criteria. The Emergencies Act requires threats to the security, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Canada, including serious violence against persons or property, impediments to democracy, and a, quote, urgent, temporary, and critical situation that seriously endangers the health and safety of Canadians that cannot be effectively dealt with by provinces or territories. Does this all add up? Well, the short answer is no. First, provincial government and law enforcement already use and can use existing measures and tools to disperse protests and clear borders in BC, Manitoba, Quebec, the Windsor-Detroit Bridge in Ontario, and in Alberta, where a group with firearms were disavowed by demonstrators and the mayor confirmed were not connected with them. This was all done through negotiation with law enforcement and, frankly, with common Canadian decency, all before the Emergencies Act. Second, we MPs have been coming right here to do our jobs in the literal seats of Canadian democracy every day for the last 3 weeks, except, oh right, on Friday, after the Emergencies Act was imposed. And third, the recent clearing of protesters from Ottawa on charges like mischief use existing laws, while even the lawyer who secured the injunction against honking with which truckers complied is against the Emergencies Act. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association put a fine point on it, quote, this law creates a high and clear standard for good reason. It allows government to bypass ordinary democratic processes. Governments regularly deal with difficult situations and do so using powers granted to them by democratically elected representatives. Emergency legislation should not be normalized. It threatens our democracy and our civil liberties. The CCLA is taking the government to court over it. The impacts of the Emergencies Act are wide-ranging and severe and violate fundamental Canadian values. Regulations stipulate kids who've been hanging out happily as if at a carnival will not be allowed within 500 meters of their parents or guardians involved with protests. The Liberals evidently believe separating children from families or guardians is legitimate. Anyone who doesn't agree can get a $5,000 fine or 5 years in prison while Canada is under the Emergencies Act. The same penalties will apply to anyone who participates directly or who bring aid, such as food or fuel. As someone of Ojibwe descent, I thought by now we've agreed in Canada that it's morally repugnant and wrong for the government to separate children from their parents or guardians unless the adults are harming them, and how callous that Liberals are prepared to ensure those Canadians are deprived of food and fuel. Apparently pets are targeted too. The Emergencies Act enables freezing personal and business bank accounts of anyone directly or indirectly linked to the protests without a court order or due process. The rules will cover cryptocurrencies and crowdfunding platforms too. It's already happening to my constituents. One guy never came to Ottawa and donated $25. Another woman's business account is shut down. She says it's devastating. We can't pay our employees or our bills. How will people live? We had no part, sent no money to the convoy. Our bank does not know when it will be up and running again. So much for localized, targeted action. Meanwhile, security and military experts actually say there are no suspicious activity or credible threats identified with any of the protest-related financial transactions, and the only rationale the government has shown are assertions from the CBC. That's truly shocking. The Emergencies Act is already violating rights to mobility, association, and assembly. Big fences are already keeping Canadians away from here, a building that's theirs, grounds that are theirs, the people's place, the very place of all where they ought to be able to express their views on government policies and law. Gatherings around legislative buildings and national monuments, public assembly other than lawful advocacy, protest, or dissent, much of which has now been criminalized retroactively, near critical infrastructure, official residences, government buildings, and war monuments are banned. Canadians cheering all of this on must really consider how they would view these measures if the cause was one they liked and if the government was one they didn't. If their perspective changes, the unjust moral implications are blindingly clear. Much has been said of Conservatives and law and order. Let me explain my view. I believe in the rule of law and in freedom. So I'm for individual rights, limited government, personal responsibility, and social cooperation. I'm against squashing dissent, authoritarian policies, tyranny even if it's popular, and using police to achieve these ends. The CCLA says protest is how people in a democracy express and share their political messages. Many protests are destructive. It's possible for protests to be both disruptive and peaceful and nonviolent. Destructive protests, while often unlawful, can be the most effective way of raising awareness. Through history, countless wrongs have been lawful and justified by governments and citizens. Basic rights and freedoms have been illegal. It's never the side in favor of the invasive, unforgiving, unyielding power of the state and against the sovereignty and freedom of individuals over themselves and their lives that is right. One day, we'll be judged for this, and Conservatives will be on the right side. I hope every MP will be too.
Yeah. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government.
Finally, somebody with sense.
Madam Speaker, one word. Wow. You know, I think she should be recruiting Max Bernier to run for the Conservative Party. You know, we're seeing the extreme right. Yep. You want to talk about a speech? This member, I don't. What do you say? Does she support the rule of law? No. Listen to the comments that she puts on the record. It's almost as if she's patting on the back, saying the blockade was a wonderful thing. We should be encouraging these things to be taking place. Does the member and her Conservative colleagues not realize the damage that was caused, the hurt for people losing jobs? She wants to see children put up as barriers, Madam Speaker. Right. Incredible. Right. Does she support the People's Party? I couldn't believe the comments that are coming from Conservative members. My question is, seriously, do you support the rule of law?
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
So that is precisely the name-calling, extremist, inflammatory, frothing at the mouth, putting words in a person's mouth, painting with one big broad brush, and twisting the points that a person has made. That's exactly what has driven hundreds of thousands of Canadians to feel ignored, abandoned, insulted, attacked by elected representatives, by this Prime Minister, and by this government. And frankly, he should be ashamed of himself.
Questions?
Well said.
For Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know what?
I don't always agree with members of the Liberal Party, but I also am quite shocked with some of the comments that we heard in this speech. And what it brought to mind, I looked it up because I had read an article by Andrew Coyne yesterday from the Globe and Mail, and he said Conservatives have of late devolved into political magpies, snatching up whatever shiny object crosses their path, no matter how incoherent, indefensible, or unconservative, just so long as it enrages the Liberals. So I have to ask my colleague, through you, Madam Speaker, if threats of insurrection of our government, if violence in the streets of our capital city that have made it unsafe for my employees to come to work, if that is not an emergency, what is? Is this not just...
Well, another liar. We need more of that Shannon Stewart woman, not that garbage like that.
This is about a fundamental principle of the ability for citizens to express themselves and not have the government do an extreme and unprecedented action which is invasive in all parts of their lives, for which tools already exist. That is what we are debating here today with the Emergencies Act. When it comes to threatening people's lives or assaulting or criminal activities, of course, I'm sure the colleagues, if they're dealing with me in fair faith and good faith in this House, know that I would be among the first to say, throw the book at them, charge them, go to jail, increase penalties. What we are talking about is debating a government doing something that has never been done before, where the consequences are wide-ranging and severe, on issues that provinces and law enforcement have shown repeatedly they can take care of and manage themselves.
And comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles.
Madam Chair, is it Alfred Pellat?
I'm sorry. Alfred Pellat, yes.
No problem, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can my colleague from Lakeland, Alberta, who seems to be so appalled by the emergencies measures, explain to Canadians if the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act of Premier Kenney, that suppresses almost any demonstration with the highest penalties in Canada, appalls her as much?
For Lakeland.
I'm here on behalf of the people of Lakeland, whose bank accounts have already been frozen, who are worried about the impacts on their abilities to attend public events with their children, who aren't sure if they're going to be targeted and shut down and pursued by a government with whom they simply ideologically and politically disagree. That's what I'm opposed to in this House of Commons. The Prime Minister's unprecedented, unnecessary, and draconian invocation of the Emergencies Act, and that's what I'll vote against.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon Greenwood. Grasswood, sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I was a young teenager when the War Measures Act in 1970 gripped the country for many days. I know I don't look that old, but I remember that back in 1970. In fact, I remember watching the event on television, fearful for my country. Madam Speaker, 52 years later, under a new act, 37 million Canadians, I find, in this country are more divided than ever. Our country is in the spotlight for all the wrong reasons. 1988.
May I interrupt? Est-ce que je peux demander aux honorables députés?
May I ask the honourable members to please not make so much noise when their colleagues are speaking? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. 1988, under the Conservatives, Parliament debated for months the new Emergency Act, and up until this week, it was never used. The question on everyone's mind in the House is, should the current government have invoked the Emergencies Act? We've asked the government for weeks, what were they doing to defuse the convoy? Many MPs from the opposition side had dialogue with the protesters. In fact, I was one. I listened to a number of Saskatchewan drivers who made their way to the nation's capital. That is my job, Madam Speaker. That is my job as a member of Parliament, to listen. Listen to other views that, at times, we may not agree with. And that is the tough part of this job. But we have to listen. And I kind of found it surprising today, a number of parliamentary secretaries from the government side actually admitted they too were on the street talking with their constituents. And that is a shock, because the government never admitted that until today. While it is true that there were many different views being represented in this city, it is entirely unfair to categorize all protesters as fringe extremists. This was our Prime Minister's first reaction in the House. He has a pattern of saying divisive and derogatory things when he is faced with major issues that he's not equipped to handle. We saw a prime example of this just last week when the Prime Minister hurled a very disgraceful insult at my friend and our colleague, the member from Thornhill, a granddaughter of the Holocaust survivor, accusing her of supporting a profoundly immoral ideology, the same evil ideology that he claimed millions of innocent Jews during the Holocaust. He still today has not apologized. Shameful for the leader of this country. But with regard to the current debate surrounding the Emergencies Act, I don't believe the Prime Minister has met the key thresholds outlined to invoke this act. But we have seen in the last 23 days or so, it lies at the feet, I think, of the Prime Minister and his cabinet. This government has totally mismanaged this situation. It could have, like the blockades in Coutts, Alberta, even Emerson, Manitoba, Surrey, BC, and the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, have ended without the need of the Emergencies Act. All 4 or 5 of those incidents that I just spoke about actually did not need the Emergency Act. The protest happened, and it was quietly, they did away with it. Why did this Prime Minister then go from 0 to 100% without any action or even any dialogue? The key to conflict in this House, the key to conflict resolution is to work with people. We all know that. We try desperately on each side to work with people. But using derogatory and divisive language only fans the flames of disagreement, which we certainly saw in the last 23 days. We are all aware that there were some people protesting here in the city with abhorrent racist views. And let me be crystal clear, I condemn the behavior and all those views without any reservation. Let's make no mistake, Madam Speaker, the events of the last month and the government's mishandling of them will go down, I think, in history as one of the darkest times in this country. Lots has been said in this House about the foreign money coming into this country with the convoy. GoFundMe froze the funds. They returned some to the donors. And then we had Give Send Go's website. Well, it was mysteriously hacked, revealing the names and email addresses of those who contributed to the protests. Now, I can tell you many Canadians, 48% Canadians, donated to this cause. We know Canadians coast to coast have donated $5, $10, $20, $50 or more. In fact, in my province of Saskatchewan, over 1,300 people contributed to the convoy. 1,300 people. 72% of those donations out of my province were under $100 or less. So we're talking $10, $20, $50, and so on. And I've talked with people who donated and now are very worried that their bank accounts will be frozen. This is just a terrifying situation for many innocent people who have made modest donations to a cause that they supported. The potential for this to severely damage their personal and even business finances is extremely distressing, and it should be for all Canadians. Canadians should not have to worry that their finances are in danger of ruin by the government because they supported this protest. And yes, I do understand that there's, again, extreme cases where this becomes a factor. But in this situation, the government is being heavy-handed, they're being punitive, and trying to control by fear. I have received dozens of emails on this matter. And Madam Speaker, I'm just going to give you 3 because I've received a pile like this over the last 3 days. Thursday, I get an email from a woman in my riding saying she donated to the convoy. She is now scared that her bank account will be frozen. Do you know the next day she went down to the bank and withdrew a sizable amount of money? Think about that. The next day, Friday morning, she's down at the TD Bank saying, I want to withdraw most of my money. A senior in my riding is most disturbed. The government is targeting of individual bank accounts. And then there's another email saying freezing Canadians' personal or business bank accounts without court order or consequence is totally unacceptable and should have Canadians very worried. I know I am. And we all should be very concerned about this. Another troubling aspect of invoking this act is there will be already tools at the disposal of law enforcement to deal with this unlawful protest. The Liberal Justice Minister claimed it was necessary to invoke the Emergency Act in order to compel tow truck operators to remove illegally parked vehicles. However, in Section 129B of the Criminal Code, it does give police the option to require anyone without reasonable excuse, quote, to assist a public officer or peace officer in the execution of his duty in arresting a person or in preserving the peace. I and my Conservative colleagues oppose invoking the Measure Act. It is a clear case of simply a government overreach. The Act is supposed to be used for emergency situations that cannot be addressed through existing laws. The government has failed to explain why precisely this Act needed to be invoked at this time. In fact, the following organizations have come out publicly against this Liberal overreach: the World Sikh Organization, the BC Civil Liberties Association, Canadian Constitution Federation. This is in addition to the opposition of 7 provincial governments. And as you know, governments in the different provinces all have the powers that they need to deal with blockades and street protests. This is a totally dangerous precedent that could not be easily undone. The Conservative Party has spoken again and again in favor of dialogue and discussion. But this Prime Minister has repeatedly refused. He has chosen instead to divide and insult Canadians. Canadians agree that law and order must be maintained, but the Emergency Act, the successor of the War Measures Act, is not a way to do it. Madam Speaker, I cannot in good conscience support giving unlimited and unchecked power to a Liberal Prime Minister who has repeatedly demonstrated lack of good judgment here in the House of Commons. My constituents have spoken loud and clear. They demand better leadership than we currently have in this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my friend opposite, who I have a great deal of respect for, and we've worked well together over the years. I do want to give him some startling numbers. I know he cited some numbers. With respect to the fundraising, some 52% of the funds came from the U.S. 1,100 of those names relate to the same donors that donated to the January 6th insurrection at Capitol Hill last year. Does it not worry him that the level of hatred that we've seen, and it's not an isolated 1 or 2 or 3 people. This has been a number of different people with a number of different symbols, as well as expressions of hate, without others denouncing them, particularly the leadership denouncing this hatred. Does it not worry him that we're going in the wrong direction, and the support of these blockades really sends a wrong signal in terms of law enforcement, in terms of having a safe country for all?
Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Secretary Minister of Justice. It's interesting how this government gets around looking at bank accounts. I remember in 2015, Leeds Now cost Joan Crockett her MP seat in the city of Calgary. Thousands of dollars from Lead Now from outside this country went into the Calgary riding and cost Joan Crockett the seat. 4 years later, we won it back. And what about the Tides Foundation in this country? Exactly. Can we look at their books, Madam Speaker? They have done reputable damage in Western Canada with all the money coming in from the United States and throughout the world. Those are two great examples to refute what the Secretary Minister of Justice just mentioned about people in this country worried about this situation.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre. Vancouver East. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his comments. He cited a lot of people in his speech, but I wonder what the members thinks about the comments from the former Conservative MP Peter MacKay and Senator Vern White, who said, and I quote, "What we have seen in the occupation of Ottawa and blockages at border crossings is not the right of protest enshrined in our Constitution, but illegal activity that represents a national security and economic threat to Canada. Leaving aside the stated manifesto of the organizers to overthrow the government, these protests are weakening our economy and disrupting the freedoms of law-abiding citizens," end quote. As we have seen, many citizens, particularly in downtown Ottawa, were not able to leave their homes and they felt unsafe. They were harassed. They were shouted at. What is the member's comments to those law-abiding citizens? And does he think that his former colleague, the former MP Peter MacKay, and the current Senator Vern White are wrong?
Honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. To the member of Vancouver East, I wonder about the great Tommy Douglas. What would he think about her party here today? Because Tommy Douglas supported the 1970 War Measures Act. How about Swen Robinson from her province of BC? I remember him. Tweeting out, he can't believe what the NDP stand for today. You know why? Because they stand for nothing, Madam Speaker. We know that. They don't stand for Canadians. And what about Aaron Weir, former Saskatchewan MP? By the way, we have no more NDP MPs in our province for 2 elections in a row. Why? Because citizens of Saskatchewan have seen through that party.
Il a raison. He's right.
The honourable member for Saskatchewan Files.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To my honourable colleague from Grasswoods, I think we've seen something called a war room in the Alberta government, and a very expensive report that tried to look into and did look into all the foundation money that ever went into Alberta, didn't find any evidence of anything other than it was all reported, it was never hidden, and as far as Lead Now, as far as I know, all their donors are Canadian. So I think we've already put to bed the rumors. If you want to find foreign-funded large influence on energy policy in Alberta, look no farther than the board of directors of the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers. 80% of them controlled by foreign interests.
Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thanks to the member of Saanich Gulf Island. I will say this, because I've watched for the last 2 days quite a bit of the debate, and she has not made up her mind on this. And I believe her, actually, and we're looking forward to where her vote goes tomorrow night. But you know, Western Canada, they're looking at every NDP and Green MP to see where they will vote tomorrow night, and they will not forget, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate.
C'est vrai, c'est vrai. Tout le monde regarde. Moi, je regarde. J'ai bien peur que ça passe, cette tabarnak d'affaires-là, à cause des MPD. Pas les conservateurs. J'avais jamais pensé de ma vie que je serais en accord avec les conservateurs.
Of the police forces, be they municipal, provincial, to the officers of the Parliamentary Protective Service, the officers of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, with a special thought for the officers of the Sûreté du Québec who were deployed in order to resolve the impasse and who have acted in an exemplary manner at a time when, unfortunately, for unfortunate reasons, the eyes of the entire world are on Canada. Thank you for your dedication. You know, Speaking of eyes, Madam Speaker, you know I will be sharing my time with the member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. And again, Madam Speaker, speaking of eyes, and eyes that are riveted on Canada, I've always admired the work of cartoonists. Indeed, the art of caricature, especially since the advent of the written press at the end of the 18th century, the beginning of the 19th century in the Western part of the world, has been part of political discourse. As a counterpoint, it makes it possible to render subject matter through simple pictorial representations, striking in clarity because easily grasped by the mind, and that also communicate the essence of an individual or an event through the medium of humor, often caustic humor or even cynical humor, but making it possible to grasp in a single glance what is not set out as the truth or aim in and of itself, but rather as the fault lines of a situation. And it's a rich and needed way of questioning. A good example of mastery in this art form, able to enlighten us today, was published yesterday at about the same time in the pages of the Journal de Montréal newspaper by the cartoonist Y. Of course, Madam Speaker, I cannot, under the rules of the House, show you this cartoon here, but please allow me to describe it to you and use your imagination, because it is in a way to show by the end of my speech, based on the fault lines that I mentioned. And they're really lines, the power lines in this situation that would lead me to vote against the statement or the declaration before us. Let me just set the context for this cartoon, where it is taking place. It is the office of the Prime Minister of Canada. The only furniture visible is a desk and a chair that has been moved to the right in order to free up the underside of the desk. On the desk, there are a few objects. On the left, a corded telephone, in a frame a photo of Pierre Elliott Trudeau, the father of the current Prime Minister, whose right arm and hand are making the universal gesture of putting his hand over his eyes as a sign of discouragement. It's commonly known as slapping your own forehead. On the opposite side of the desk, quite on the opposite side, in the background, or rather in the foreground, a pink stuffed animal, which could be likened to a Care Bear, and behind the stuffed animal, an object which looks like a cup in the shape of a unicorn head. And in the center of the desk is the Emergency Measures Act, which appears to have been freshly signed by the Prime Minister, as a pen is placed perpendicular to that document. I was saying, Madam Speaker, that the working chair had been moved to the right of the desk to make some room. That's because the Prime Minister is hidden under that desk, dressed like the infamous character from those books. Perhaps you know them, Madam Speaker. They're called Where's Charlie? It's a game which, I remind you, consists of finding the character, Charlie, who is hidden in the scene. Crouched down, we see the Prime Minister facing the viewer, a worried look in his eyes, his fingers crossed, like that, and who says out loud, Is it over? The Prime Minister, who is questioning the state of the country that he is governing. Is it over? Madam Speaker, let's look more at these details. And two key points. The character in the middle of the desk is the Emergency Measures Act. And we see the photo of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. His hand seems to defend the actions of his son. We're talking about a representation here, and anyway, it's in color, and we see that this is the first time of using the legislation adopted in 1988. That is an updated version of the War Measures Act, which has a clear traumatizing role in the eyes of the Quebec nation, a modern version that has never been used by any government, but furthermore, where the use is disproportionate to the situation. Like everyone knows, there were resolutions in Windsor, Coutts, and elsewhere before the proclamation of this act on February 14th, only Ottawa, the capital, not Ottawa, the city, was still under siege until today. It no longer is. This signifies that this last resort measure was promulgated for reasons that required in no way the Emergencies Act. And the situation was already under control, with the exception of the capital of Canada. 6 Canadian provinces and Quebec, through the adoption of a unanimous motion at the National Assembly of Quebec, expressed their categorical refusal to the War Measures Act being applied. And we see what happened on February 14th for this government to decree this excessive measure to resolve a situation that had already ended. This shows absurdity, to paraphrase my colleague from Joliette. It's using a nuclear bomb, an atomic bomb, to kill a mosquito that never even landed on our own arm. Now, let's talk about the objects on the right. The right of the Emergency Measures Act on the office, that is the teddy bear, and the unicorn cup. Of course, these objects are remind us of childhood.
Well, elle, c'est... Talk about a useless waste of time. She's talking about cartoon, okay, instead of put... The woman, Shannon Stubb, là. I like that woman. We need more women like that over there. OK. Ils ont dit qu'elle a dit... le monsieur a dit qu'il allait voter demain soir. So I don't know how long they're going to talk, these people, but I cannot wait for them to be finished. Merci, Corinne. Merci à tout le monde pour vos mots gentils. Hey, en passant, là, sérieux, là, je t'inquiète de cette affaire-là, là. Si vous avez à me supporter, m'envoyer des sous, là, je vous advise de le faire aujourd'hui, parce que demain matin, moi, j'ai pas beaucoup de sous à la banque, j'ai à peu près 150$, mais je vais sortir, moi, 150$ de la banque. Parce que s'ils freeze mon compte de banque, c'est écœurant, là. Là, demain, il faut que j'aille chez tôt, là. Fait que je vais tout sortir mes sous de la banque demain. Fait que si vous avez des sous à m'envoyer, là, voyez-là, parce qu'on sait pas, là, qu'est-ce qui va arriver avec cette affaire-là, là. Moi, je suis bien inquiète avec le NPD, là. Le NPD, là, puis le Green Party, la façon qu'il parle, là, c'est... Hi, dog. Ouais. Là, je sais pas, là, comment loin qu'ils vont pousser ça, là, les White Hats et les aliens, là. Ils vont-tu faire passer cette affaire-là pour faire sauter le monde, là? Pour faire réveiller le monde, là, sur leur couch, là? C'est pas, là, moi, là. Honnêtement, là, j'ai pas le plan de marche dans mes poches, là, mais je vous dis, là, c'est sérieux l'affaire, là. Le monde est bien porté attention à l'histoire, là. Comprends-tu? Mais je vous dis, là. Moi, je... Ah, bienvenue, Nelly. Moi, là, je sais pas si Tintin est où dans le décor, mais en tout cas, je sais qu'on a besoin d'avoir les aliens dans le décor qui mettent une fin à toute ce dog and pony show là. C'est pas funny, là. Puis pauvre Pat est en prison, là, avec George. C'est écœurant, là. Il y a... Hey, la prison, c'est faite pour des criminels, là. Pat, là, c'est un homme gentil, là. Je l'ai montré encore mon interview hier soir. Vous le connaissez, Pat, il est fin, il est gentil, là. C'est écœurant, là. C'est le monde upside down, là. Ah oui, Doug? Ah, ben pas juste les Amérindiens, il y a les aliens. Les aliens, pour qu'ils s'en mêlent. Quand tu dis que du monde comme Pat, là, il essaie gentil, là, il s'est fait arrêter parce qu'il a voulu aider ses truckers downtown. C'est pour ça qu'il s'est fait arrêter. Il s'est fait arrêter parce qu'il voulait aider le monde. S'il allait rester, là, chez eux. Ben, encore là, je sais pas s'il aurait venu chercher dans l'hôtel, là. Je sais pas. Mais c'est fou, là. Les violeurs pis les tueurs sont sur la rue, puis un homme gentil comme Pat, là, tout ce qu'il demande, c'est enlever les tabarnaks de masse, puis il se fait arrêter pour ça. Ben voyons là. Moi, je trouve ça vraiment, là... Bon, attends, on va écouter.
As ended, we will move to questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, you know, I'm certainly not one to weigh into how the politics in Quebec works, but I'm pretty sure that I don't think that there's a single member in this House that actually ever thought the Bloc Québécois would vote in favour of this, just given their position, generally speaking, when it comes to national legislation like this. Having said that, this member's attempt to conflate the War Measures Act with the Emergencies Act, just like the Conservatives done, is disingenuous at best and an attempt to completely misinform the Canadian public at worst. This member should know full well that the War Measures Act actually removed civil liberties that were afforded to Canadians. This piece of legislation specifically states in it that the Charter of Rights must be upheld, which is the defining feature between this and the War Measures Act. How can this member continue to perpetuate this misinformation?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to thank my colleague for his question, and I would say to the question of the Prime Minister, is it over? I would have said, yes, Prime Minister, it's over. And you know what? It was over before there was action taken. Come out of your hiding place and do what you thought about doing 3 weeks after the demonstration that you considered as an emergency by the very measure of the non-existence of your national crisis. What is a real emergency and national crisis, Madam Speaker, is that this government needs a leader. That does not respond to the question. The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. I want to thank my colleague from Manicouagan for the speech, and we share, in fact, the fact that the Prime Minister and the Liberal government let the situation fester. The Prime Minister was absent, and this did not allow the resolution of the crisis in the time that it should have taken. But will she not admit that when a convoy organized by the far right, people who are extremely radical, who clearly say they want to overthrow the government, an elected government, and who terrorize, harass, intimidate residents of downtown Ottawa, it is a crisis situation, and the application of the Act allowed for a perimeter to increase fines and to freeze bank accounts, all things that couldn't have been done without the application of the Emergencies Act, as the acting Chief of Police of Ottawa has said. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. Of course, I will condemn any presence of far-right group, no matter where they are, and I must say it's not something new. I remember when I was 14, I was part of an anti-racism and anti-fascism group, and there were far-right groups back then. I think we're talking about 1982. So it's not new. What is happening now is that it's the result of the lack of action by the Prime Minister. Has never really been there since the beginning. So everything got worse, and then he said, I need heavy artillery. He had done nothing since the beginning. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard often from the members opposite who talk about the fact that they couldn't do this Emergency Act without invoking it, couldn't do some things you need. But Section 129 of the Criminal Code allows the Minister of Justice to impose and get people, tow trucks, to implement and work with policing. The Interprovincial Policing Act in Ontario enables the police chief to deputize any person simply to do this. So can the Honourable Member tell me if she has heard any arguments from the government during this important debate that justify or demonstrate that the government has pursued any of these tools, legal tools, before invoking this act?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Obviously, for me, didn't manage to justify it. There'll have to be a report if the decree is passed, so they'll have to demonstrate that really what he did, if he really felt that the city of Ottawa was a city like others when it is a national capital, and he let the situation fester. And I think this shows a lack of leadership, and it's a selective absence by the Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to join my colleague in thanking the police services, but also our interpreters who have been interpreting for us since 7 Thursday morning and until late in the night, and they'll be here again tomorrow. So I'd like to pay them particular attention and thank them. You know I am the 22nd member of the Bloc Québécois to speak to the motion on the Emergency Act. This is something historic. It's the very first time the parliamentarians have been asked to give their assent and approval of this Emergencies Act. I think that the Bloc has shown that the authorities had everything they needed at their disposal to deal with the situation and end the occupation of Ottawa. I'd like to hope that all members here in this House are aware of the fact that encouragement to hate, all these things, all the things that are around it, all of this is unacceptable and is dealt with in existing legislation. Intimidating residents and local business people, bullying, spitting on journalists. This is prohibited, and it is dealt with in the criminal code. I think there could be investigations of funding from abroad in order to destabilize politically. But I am proud of the colleagues, my colleagues who have shown real discernment and an understanding of nuance and who know that the situation in Ottawa has for a long time now become untenable. Things should have never come to this. There was a clear and serious problem of leadership, as my colleague, the member for Manicouagan, said so well. Now, they should have done something to end this demonstration, but this debate that we've been dealing with for a few days and tomorrow again, it has to do with confirming the Emergencies Act, the invocation of this act, and this is where opinions differ. We're asking whether this exceptional piece of legislation should be enforced, and that everywhere, all over Canada, everywhere on Canadian territory, these exceptional measures in the Emergencies Act, are they truly necessary to deal with were they necessary to have dealt with the impasse in Ottawa? I think it's dangerous to trivialize recourse to this act without any thought to what might happen in Quebec, in Ontario, in Saskatchewan, or Nunavut. I believe that we have shown that, in our opinion, the government has not proved beyond any doubt that all criteria were met to say that there was something that would necessitate the Emergencies Act. Further, this creates a dangerous precedent, a potentially dangerous precedent. I would like to say that the position of the Bloc Québécois also is one with the resolution taken by the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously. They spoke against this act through a motion unanimously passed, unanimously carried in the National Assembly. They spoke with one voice. I repeat, all Quebec's elected representatives, and each of them, one by one, and I think this is how you can interpret the position of the Bloc Québécois. I think these are the basic grounds of whether or not we will confirm this motion, a motion that applies to Quebec. Mr. François Paradis, who's the Speaker of the National Assembly, said that this unanimous support by all members of all parties and all independents showed that there was a clear message, and I don't think the message could have been any clearer. I'm very proud of my caucus, which is saying loud and clear that it also has the same opinion as the National Assembly. And you have to realize what this is. The weight of a unanimously carried motion in the National Assembly. I'm glad that the members of my caucus have been respectful of nuance, have been truly discerning, because what we're lacking now in this debate and during this pandemic, well, this is something that should inspire us to the greatest prudence. Now, in proclaiming this act, why is this important in dealing with the protesters? We have spoken in the bloc with our heads, but also with our hearts. This is something that should make people think. Some colleagues on the government benches don't seem 100% convinced of the necessity of this legislation. This is exceptional, an exceptional act, and I think people should be thoroughly convinced of its necessity, of its indispensability. I believe that Monday night I will vote no to this motion. Besides the political and legal aspects, we will, in the Bloc Québécois, vote along the same lines as the National Assembly. This would be consistent with our basic political commitments. I think that the unanimity of the National Assembly was such, I would have liked it to have seen it reflected in this House. I would have liked to be able to discuss this before the order of invocation and not after. We have to consider the significance of this act, but we have seen partisanship, insinuations that certain people belong to alt-right groups, and even insinuations that some people are racist. But this is beyond us. We've looked at the petty politics, the insults. But this is a historical debate. We're better than this, and we're greater than this, and we have the duty to be so. I'd like to ask my colleagues, are you convinced beyond any doubt that this act is necessary? An act whose modus operandi is a political crisis? Do you think that we will come out of this better people, better parliamentarians? Since the beginning, this debate has had to do with democracy.
It's the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate being here in this House debating this very important piece of legislation that's before us. And I want to thank the member who just spoke. I work with her closely in our joint roles as whips, and I really appreciated the very sensitive nature of which she took this speech. And I also want to say that these are amazing times, and I do believe that we should not be here, and here we are. I also want to say that today when I was walking to come to work, I saw something that really bothered me. I saw a small business owner chasing two men out of his store with a stick, yelling at them, and he could not get a hold of the police. So I'm just wondering if this member could talk about the impacts that this kind of recklessness in this country that is happening, when we see this extremism, when we see this blockade for 3 weeks, when we see people feeling so afraid, and we also see the impacts of that activity, which means our social structures start to come undone. And if we cannot stand up in this House and talk about how we're going to deal with that, then I don't think we're doing our jobs very well. And I would love to hear her thoughtful response, just as thoughtful as her speech was. Thank you.
The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, which gives me the opportunity to say clearly that the people who made up this convoy and occupied the streets did not all have the same message. I think we've forgotten this in order to spotlight one group above the others. I have talked to people who were crying because they wanted to withdraw from the convoy, but they felt trapped. I think that now the streets are empty. The demonstration is over. We no longer need this legislation. It is no longer necessary to manage a crisis which is ending.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't entirely disagree with the comments from my colleague in the block when she said that, there were a lot of people who got caught up in this who had different intentions than those who were more on a path of the lawless behavior that we've seen. But the reality is those that were here in the week leading up to the police action that we saw in the last 3 days, I would say that the vast majority by that point represented those that were dug in and had their heels in order to ensure that, saying that they wouldn't leave. But more importantly, we've heard a lot about, well, the powers were there, the provinces had the powers to do this or that. Yes, the provinces had the power to bring in other police forces, but they didn't. And the provinces didn't do anything. Is this member saying that it just happens to be a coincidence? I would like to ask my question without being heckled. Is this member?
Order, please. Can we listen to the question until the end?
Suggesting that it just happened to be a coincidence that the Emergencies Measures Act came in on Monday and then we started to see real action on Thursday. Is that just a coincidence? And it had nothing to do with the emergency measures?
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can say quite sincerely that I am staggered by my colleague's question. It seems he's asking me if the provinces let this degenerate, and it took the federal government to get the troops out exceptionally and do the job. Look, I'm sorry. I believe that the honourable member has no more arguments. He's been here a long time. He's tired. And what he just said, I think, got ahead of his thoughts. All the police services who were here, who made up a team, who worked together, it is those services, with the support of a coordinated command, were able to disperse the blockade and dismantle.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanted you to know I'll be splitting my time today with the member from Disnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River. It's a sad day to be speaking here on behalf of the constituents of Saskatoon West. When I first ran for office 2.5 years ago, I never thought I would spend most of my time representing my constituents during a time of COVID-19. When I ran for re-election just 6 months ago, I never imagined I would be representing them during a debate about martial law being imposed upon them. From day one, in that campaign, when the Prime Minister deliberately set out to wedge, divide, and stigmatize our population, the wisest among us may have foreseen this power grab. Unfortunately, I was naive enough to think that even this Prime Minister had a modicum of love and respect for his fellow Canadians and for democracy. The truth is, his love is for power, his respect is for dictatorships. So, what is the Emergency Act, Madam Speaker? I want to be absolutely clear. This is a naked power grab by the Prime Minister, and I will not be supporting it. This act allows the government, under certain strict criteria, to override all established laws, regulations, and norms of Canadian democracy. It is, simply put, the imposition of martial law. And the New York Times reported these measures for what they are: temporary suspension of civil liberties. This legislation is a successor to the War Measures Act, and has never been used in Canadian history. Its predecessor was used during the World Wars to help Canada mobilize, and by the first Trudeau to go after real terrorists in Quebec during the FLQ crisis in 1970. Today, his son, our current Prime Minister, is using emergency powers to clear vehicles on Ottawa streets. To be clear, I, along with my colleagues in the Conservative Party, have called for an end to these blockades. But the vehicles at the U.S. border crossings were already gone before this Emergency Act was even initiated. The Liberals said they needed this power to compel Ottawa tow truck drivers. They didn't. Existing laws already gave that power. In fact, nearly everything they are doing could have been done under the provincial emergency order. The extraordinary powers of the Federal Emergency Act have never been invoked, even when the Twin Towers were toppled on 9/11, when we went to war in Afghanistan, or when an actual terrorist stormed Parliament here in 2014 and tried to assassinate the Prime Minister. The fact is, this Prime Minister mishandled this situation right from the beginning. Every parent teaches their child to use their words and not their fists. Instead, our incompetent Prime Minister chose division over leadership, chose name-calling over dialogue. As an aviation enthusiast, I'm fascinated by airplane crashes. The root cause of a plane crash can always be traced to someone not even on the plane. The reason for the crash is never the most obvious one. You have to keep asking why. Why did the engine quit? Why did you run out of fuel? Why was the fuel gauge incorrect? Et cetera, until you get to the root cause. If we apply that strategy here, what is the root cause of the unrest that we see today? Is it the protesters themselves? Certainly they will be the ones held accountable for their actions, but why were they here? One root cause was the mandate for truckers to be vaccinated. Who forced that? The Prime Minister. Another root cause is frustration and weariness with COVID restrictions in general. When the provinces began to relax restrictions, the federal government was intent on keeping them in place. Who forced that? Again, the Prime Minister. In fact, time and time again, you can trace the root cause of this conflict right to the feet of the Prime Minister. His own MPs have said that the Prime Minister has politicized the pandemic.
I like this
using
guy.
Division and fear to pit Canadian against Canadian. We have neighbours snitching on neighbours, fully encouraged by the government. This Prime Minister desires division, and he depends on it to retain his political power. Conservatives, Madam Speaker, want to lead with dialogue and mutual respect. We know that a root cause of this conflict is a lack of a plan to move us past the COVID restrictions of the last 2 years. So, last Monday, there was a vote in this House of Commons on our Conservative motion to make a plan to end COVID-19 mandates and restrictions. The Liberals and their lackeys in the NDP voted it down. In this situation, it's the cheerleading of the NDP that is perhaps the most telling of all. The NDP, going back to its CCF roots in Saskatchewan, pretends to be the hero of the little guy, the working class. These last few weeks have finally discredited that myth. We know that many of the current NDP are self-proclaimed socialists. Just like our Prime Minister admires Communist China's basic dictatorship, today's NDP looks back in time at Lenin and Stalin and yearn for a return to those days. The whole philosophy of socialism, as written by Marx, was to put down dissent and seize power through violence. I read with great interest the tweet of former NDP Member of Parliament Sven Robinson. He was referring to the 1970 vote when the first Trudeau invoked these emergency powers. Sven said, quote, "The NDP caucus in 1970 under Tommy Douglas took a courageous and principled stand against the War Measures Act. Today's NDP under betrays that legacy and supports Liberals on the Emergencies Act. Shame. A very dangerous precedent is being set." End quote. Traditionally, the NDP has stood on the side of civil liberties and prevented governments from being granted sweeping powers. Today's NDP, not so much. Now, this won't come as a surprise to current NDP leadership, but this should be a wake-up call to all Canadians who support the NDP. The NDP is not the friend of democracy. Madam Speaker, I want to get to the heart of the matter. A leader skilled in dividing and stigmatizing is also skilled at distracting. Like a clever magician, our Prime Minister is having us look at downtown Ottawa while he works behind the scenes to carry out his true goal. What is that? Well, as they say, follow the money. The finance minister let slip this week that their real desire is to make some of the emergency measures permanently available to the government. And which measures was she referring to? Financial tools. Now, let's take a step back. All dictators want control. In our modern society, control is exercised through money. You can't do anything without money. Even exercising constitutional freedoms requires money. For example, freedom of speech might require a website, a pamphlet, an advertisement, etc., all of which require money. If you take away our money, you take away our freedoms. My parents grew up with cash. You could accumulate a pillowcase full of cash, put all that cash into a briefcase, and buy your neighbor's house by handing that briefcase over to him. In most of human history, that is how transactions were done, using shells, gold, cattle, etc. Today, if you show up with a briefcase full of money, you'll likely be arrested. Governments, through their central banks, want cash to be eliminated so they can control our money and therefore control us.
Smart man!
This was going very well until GoFundMe and cryptocurrencies showed up. These new payment methods have thrown a big monkey wrench into the wheels of government control, until now. What did the finance minister let slip this week? That they would take the overreaching powers of the Emergency Act regarding financial controls and make them permanent, particularly as they relate to crowdsourcing and cryptocurrencies. In other words, in a moment when Canadians are allowing the government to have absolute power, the government is using that opportunity to slip in some permanent changes.
What's his name? I want to know
the
the name of this man.
I'm just making an observation, and I'm hoping that people pick up on this discussion and really pay attention. Madam Speaker, these emergency powers are significant. What are the people of Saskatoon West saying about this? Cora, in my riding, said, quote, "This language of hate and division needs to stop. Love and kindness is the only way forward. I can't help but wonder if we continue on this path, how long it will take for myself to be on the receiving side of hate from our government because of policies that go against my well-intended morals and values. It's only a matter of time, and I'm scared," end quote. Well, I'm scared too. Matthew said this, quote, "As a constituent of your riding, I just wanted to voice my extreme concern that the federal government of Canada has implemented this measure over a peaceful protest. I know you're part of the opposition, and I've been glad to see some of the members of your party speak plainly to the Canadian people. I don't typically take the time to get involved in politics, but it's absolutely disgusting what's going on right now. I'm embarrassed to be a Canadian at this point," end quote. We should all be embarrassed, Madam Speaker. A recent immigrant from Bangladesh told me plainly, quote, "Things going on in Ottawa is very sad. The Prime Minister is becoming a dictator. People around the globe know Canada as a calm and peaceful nation. We love friendly, peaceful Canada, and that is why we moved to Canada. Please raise your united voice in the House against all kinds of violence," end quote. The Prime Minister is embarrassing Canada on a global scale. But all is not lost, Madam Speaker. My home province of Saskatchewan shone a beacon of hope last week for Canada. We ended the vaccine passport system on February 14th, the very same day the Prime Minister took his drastic step federally. I've listened to my constituents, unlike the Prime Minister, who attempts to shut down opposing voices. Madam Speaker, I have much more to say, but my time is up. So in summary, the Prime Minister has created this situation. He has the power to make it worse, the power to make it better. I pray he chooses wisely.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles.
And thanks for my colleague for his comment. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask my colleague if he owns a business in downtown area and for 3 weeks he cannot open, he cannot pay his rent, and he has to tell his employees that, sorry, you have to lose his job. I would like to ask him in addition how we think about the closing a bridge, which is a very vital path for our commercial trade between us and United States, and threaten our supply chain. I would like to ask him also, how can he think about those people receiving funds from outside Canada? I would like to ask him, what does he think about more than 70 people, Madam Speaker, supporting the decision of the Prime Minister? I would like to ask him, is he aware that the Prime Minister was patient enough? They stayed close to 3 weeks, Madam Speaker, and the Prime Minister was giving them a chance. But
I'm sorry I'm not sure if the honourable member heard the question. The honourable member has his mic right beside his face. It should actually be away from his it's leaning against your chin, so people can't hear it. It has to be away from your mouth in order to be heard. Un point d'ordre, c'était sur qu'est-ce que je viens de mentionner, qu'on n'avait pas la traduction.
As point of order, I just mentioned that we didn't have the interpretation. Would you like me to ask the question again?
That's not very polite. So I've been asked to, by those who weren't able to hear the question, if the honourable member can re-ask the question, I will put the time on hold, and we will, to ensure that the questions are not lost for other members. So again, l'honorable député.
Once again, the honourable member can ask his question again.
For his comment, I would like to ask my colleague if he's a business owner in downtown area in Ottawa, and for 3 weeks he cannot open and he has no means to pay his rent and was obliged to tell his employee that they have to lose their job. I would like to ask him, in addition, how does he think about the closing a bridge who is a vital pass for our commercial trade with the United States and threaten our chain of supply. I would like to ask him, how does he think about those people receiving funds from outside Canada? I would like to ask him what he thinks about more than 70% of Canadian people supporting the decision of the Prime Minister. I would like to ask...
Okay, so I believe you have a lot of questions in there, and I do have to allow for other questions. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was a lot of questions. I guess certainly for the businesses in downtown Ottawa, it's been difficult. But I must remind that member that there have been 2 years of difficulties for business owners in this country, 2 years where businesses haven't been able to open. So it's been difficult on everybody. The bridges, I also want to remind this member through you, Madam Speaker, that the bridges that he referred to, they opened up again prior to the imposition of this Emergency Act. They were dealt with through the regular chain, the regular channels of the law system that we have in our country. So those were taken care of through regular laws. We didn't need the Emergency Act for that. Thank you.
I'm going to ask that the clock be restarted, please, to 3 minutes. Questions and comments? The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Yes, Madam Speaker.
On a parlé, je suis d'accord avec mon...
I agree with my colleague. The blockades had already been lifted practically everywhere else before the emergency measures were invoked. So I would like to hear about the consequences, more about the consequences for imposing these emergency measures when they are not actually necessary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Significant consequences, and particularly I want to highlight the people that I've been talking to. For example, there was an older lady that called my office in tears because she had donated a small amount of money to the convoy, and she was now worried that her bank accounts would be frozen. There are businesses whose bank accounts are now frozen because of the imposition of this Emergencies Act. This is having very significant financial implications on individuals and businesses right across the country, and we need to be very, very concerned about that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith. No, sorry, Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm just completely astounded by how far the Conservatives, as the self-proclaimed party of law and order, have actually fallen. I mean, some members of that caucus are openly peddling conspiracy theories. They are turning a blind eye to extremists in their midst. I guess my question to him, Madam Speaker, is we had the Ottawa Police Services say that the Emergencies Act was necessary for them to take action. And Conservative Premier Doug Ford urged that this Emergencies Act be invoked. So my question, Madam Speaker, does the Conservative Party of Canada disagree with those two institutions? Thank you.
The honourable member Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the question. You know, if Ottawa has an incompetent mayor and couldn't get the job done, I don't think it's incumbent upon the federal government to take a sledgehammer with an Emergency Act and come in and try to fix that problem. That is a problem for the City of Ottawa. And if the City of Ottawa couldn't handle it, then the province could step in. The laws were currently in place, could get this job done. And so I just think it is completely unnecessary to do this to cover the incompetence of a local city council.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Desnette, Mississippi, Churchill River.
It's a mouthful, isn't it?
It is.
Madam Speaker, it is without pleasure that I rise today to speak on the government's invocation of the Emergencies Act. Following my election as the Member of Parliament for Desnethé-Missinippi-Churchill River in 2019, we put signs throughout the riding with the slogan, "Building Authentic Relationships." I realize this is probably not the catchiest slogan ever, but it demonstrates how my team and I have operated since. Speaker, through the pandemic, my team and I have consistently and strategically attempted to be a voice that brings calm and reason to a very tumultuous environment. Personally, I believe that is what leaders should do. The failure of the Prime Minister to show even a shred of grace or compassion for people who are clearly frustrated is frankly unbecoming. Some may ask why I start here. I start here because of what I have observed since entering federal politics just over 3 years ago, where the Prime Minister and the federal government have shown absolutely no interest in building relationships with anyone other than those who vote for them. It is my belief the moment the leader of the Liberal Party of Canada became the Prime Minister, he no longer had the option of only representing Liberal voters. It became his job to represent all Canadians. But not only has this Prime Minister and his government shown no interest in representing all Canadians, they have time and time again shown disdain, contempt, and disrespect for Canadians who don't agree with them. Speaker, before I address my opinion on the government's use of the Emergencies Act, it is important that we consider what actions or inactions have led to us being here today. As confirmed by a Liberal colleague from Louis-Hébert last week, during the last election campaign, the Liberals saw an opportunity to wedge, divide, and stigmatize Canadians over vaccines and vaccine mandates. They did this to get re-elected, and they were successful, but at what cost? A poll taken just after the election showed that 77% of Canadians felt that the country was more fractured than ever. I'm fearful of what that number might be today. The politicization of vaccines and vaccine mandates by our Prime Minister has led to deep divisions in our communities, our provinces, and across our country. By treating Canadians with impunity, the Prime Minister laid the foundation for what happened just outside these walls in Ottawa and across our great nation. He called Canadians racist, misogynist, and we've even heard Liberal members in this House this weekend call them terrorists. This is not acceptable, Madam Speaker. Might I add that this was before making any attempt whatsoever to meet or speak with them. In my past life experience, in any kind of conflict resolution mechanisms, there's always one thing in common. That's dialogue. They all require some sort of dialogue and active listening. Speaker, I was raised to believe that respect begets respect. I am and will always be willing to meet with Canadians, especially my constituents, regardless of their political leanings. The only limit I impose on them is that they must be willing to be respectful and have what I call adult conversations.
I like this guy too.
I believe that had the Prime Minister and his government operated in this manner, we would not be having this debate here tonight. In fact, I believe that not only would the protesters have left, they would likely have never come here in the first place. Unfortunately, because of the government's offensive rhetoric, several blocks surrounding Parliament Hill were indeed gridlocked, and people had to forcefully be removed. I have consistently said that when individuals cross lines of acceptable and legal behavior, they should be called out and individually held accountable for their actions. But you cannot paint everyone with the same brush, Madam Speaker. Let me share something I read from a blog last night. The writer explains that he lives in downtown Ottawa, absolutely in ground zero, he defines it as. The truckers are literally camped right out below my bedroom window, he said. He read a lot about what his new neighbors, he calls them, are supposed to be like, mostly from reporters. So what he did, he decided to go for a walk and find out who these people actually were. And now I quote, "As I finally made my way back home after talking to dozens of truckers into the night, I realized I met someone from almost every province except Prince Edward Island. They all have a deep love for their country, they believe in it, they believe in Canadians. Last night I learned my new neighbors are not a monstrous, faceless, occupying mob." He concludes a long blog with this statement, "What we should have never forgotten, we are not a country that makes an untouchable class out of our citizens." This brings me to the second part of my speech, Madam Speaker, and that is how I believe the current situation in Ottawa does not fit the requirements outlined in the Emergencies Act. During the introduction of the Emergencies Act in 1988, the minister responsible, the Honourable Perrin Beatty, said this in his remarks: "The legislation for second reading, which I am proposing today, will provide the necessary flexibility to respond to national crisis without invoking the War Measures Act. It applies only to national emergencies and distinguishes between 4 types. In broad terms, they are these. First, situations affecting public welfare and caused by an accident such as a massive chemical spill or by natural disasters such as earthquakes, floods, or tornadoes that are of such magnitude as to exceed the capacity of the affected province to respond and to require special powers for an effective federal response. Second, public order disturbances that threaten the security of Canada and which are so serious as to be national emergencies. Third, international emergencies requiring Canada to take special measures in concert with our allies. Fourth, and finally, war itself. Speaker, the order in Council released by the government authorizes the government to impose, and I quote, other temporary measures authorized under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act that are yet known. The Prime Minister is essentially asking this House to hand him unlimited authority. We have seen this movie before. Remember March 2020, when the Liberals introduced an unprecedented bill to give itself unlimited powers to tax Canadians and spend public money without parliamentary approval for 21 months. Remember the documents from the Winnipeg lab and how the Prime Minister's actions showed he has little or no respect for parliamentary oversight. And don't forget how the SNC Lavalin scandal demonstrated that he has little respect for the independence of our justice system. More recently, on Monday, when the Prime Minister announced he was invoking the Emergencies Act, he said the following: "I want to be clear. The scope of these measures will be time-limited, geographically targeted, as well as reasonable and proportionate to the threats they are meant to address." Since then, Madam Speaker, the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister has stated that she is looking to make some of these provisions permanent. The Justice Minister admitted that the Liberals were looking to use the Act to punish political opponents. And the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice said the Emergencies Act provisions technically apply to all of Canada. Speaker, I ask, why should Canadians trust this Prime Minister now and grant this open-ended request to limit the civil liberties of all Canadians? Speaker, today I join with the Premiers of Quebec, Alberta, Manitoba, Prince Edward Island, and Premier Scott Moe from my province of Saskatchewan, along with many legal experts, civil liberties associations, and millions of regular Canadians across this country, saying that while the situation here in Ottawa has been very difficult for many people, and I have a great amount of compassion for them, it did not meet the standard of a national emergency. Thankfully, Madam Speaker, there was no widespread violence and no loss of life. Speaker, the Prime Minister said in his remarks at the opening of this debate, this situation could not be dealt with under any other law in Canada. I do not believe this to be true, and for the Prime Minister to say this in the House of Commons leads to the degradation of our democratic systems and erodes the already low level of trust in government. The precedent that this sets is leaving many people in my riding with grave concerns for the future of our country. Speaker, far be it for me to quote an NDP MP, but tonight I'm going to, because the Honourable Tommy Douglas was from Saskatchewan. In describing Pierre Elliott Trudeau's use of the War Measures Act during the October crisis, he said it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a peanut. Now, Speaker, I'm sure that my colleagues from all parties would agree that what happened outside these walls pales in comparison to what took place in 1970. So I implore my NDP colleagues to consider their roots. Consider what the great Tommy Douglas would do if he were here in this House at this moment in time. In closing, Madam Speaker, there's no easy way to put this. The division that has resulted from this pandemic has been heartbreaking. I've seen it divide our country, provinces, communities, workplaces, social clubs, churches, friendships, and even our families. I'm afraid that the Prime Minister's use of these heavy-handed measures will only further divide our country. Thus, Madam Speaker, I'm asking all members in this House to search very long and very hard when they decide how they're going to vote on this motion tomorrow night. Let's work together to start healing the brokenness that is so evident across this great country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend opposite, whom I have a great deal of respect for, and I've worked with him at the Indigenous Affairs Committee. And I do want to, at the outset, say that I believe Canadians are united. I believe over 90% of Canadians have been vaccinated, and many more are continuing to be vaccinated as we speak on the second and the booster doses. But what I do want to ask my friend opposite is that we've seen a lot of hate outside over the last several weeks. I personally have found it very difficult to go and engage. And it's pretty obvious why, because I'm a racialized individual. I have seen symbols of hate that profoundly affects me. And I'm just wondering what his thoughts are about the calls to engage with these blockaders and what he thinks that kind of engagement would have resulted in.
The honourable member for Desnete, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. We have worked together on the INN committee and have a mutual respect. What I would say is both I and every single conservative colleague would say is that we are 100% against any supremacy, white supremacy, any bigotry, any kind of racism. The member knows very well, and he knows my record on the INN committee. If he looked at the work I've done advocating for First Nation people and for Métis people in my riding, for Indigenous people across this country, he knows that to be true. If he looked at the work I've done coaching minor hockey in my riding, coaching kids from across the riding, from First Nations and Métis communities, he knows the work I've done. He knows my record. I'm happy to stand on that record.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks of the fact that when it was announced that the convoy was coming, we knew that there were extremists among those people. But they just let them get set up and dig in. And then once that happened, it seems to me that the Prime Minister should have taken more initiative to ensure that there was a coordination of the different police forces, but nothing was done. So what does my colleague think of that?
Honourable Member for Desnete, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from the bloc for the great question. Like I said in my comments, the first step to resolving this was to actually listen to people, to have dialogue with people. That's the root of any conflict resolution mechanisms. It was known for weeks that these people were coming to Ottawa, but yet nobody went and talked to them. The Prime Minister claimed in his comments that he has supported and met with all levels of government and all people involved in this, that he was very in tune with what was going on. But yet they did nothing. They did nothing until they bring out the Emergencies Act. I'll go back to my sledgehammer and a peanut argument. We went from 0 to 100 overnight, and this was never necessary as initial steps to dialogue and hear the concerns of these very frankly frustrated people would have gone a long way to resolving this issue a long time ago.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would say through you to the member that the world has changed a lot from the 1970s. And unfortunately, we are dealing with much larger manifestations of hate. And I thank the member for denouncing and I think that is a consensus point in this House during this past few days. But I wanted to ask, I want to ask the member through you, Madam Chair, how do we as parliamentarians deal with the reality going forward of this hate and division in our communities?
Member with Desnete, Mississippi Churchill River has 1 minute to respond.
A whole minute, Madam Speaker? Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from the NDP for the question. And I would go back to my initial comments that I made in my speech and the work that my team and I have done in our riding. And we talk, and you know it's a slogan, and everybody, oh, it's just a slogan. But building authentic relationships with people, it actually works, Madam Speaker. It actually works. And so we have to become active listeners. We have to engage people at the appropriate level, and we have to dialogue with people. We have to get to the place where we can have what I call adult conversations with people, even though we might not agree with their philosophy. Maybe we don't agree with their ideology, but if we have adult conversations, respectful conversations, sometimes it's appropriate for us to agree to disagree, but we can do that respectfully.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This evening I'll be sharing my time with the member for Winnipeg South. It's an honour and a privilege to represent the residents of Halifax West in the House of Commons. I recall the day of my swearing-in ceremony 15 weeks ago, walking along Wellington Street, taking in the architectural and national and symbolic elements of the buildings, looking at the multitude of people and the joy and excitement of all people, visitors and residents alike. Madam Speaker, the events of the last 3 weeks are heartbreaking. The illegal blockades, seizures, and occupations have disrupted the safety, security, life of individual Canadians, harming our economy, endangering public safety, and threatening our democracy. We need to make sure events like this do not happen again. Madam Speaker, I have reflected long and hard and have listened to the debates in this House. I've listened to the differing views. I recognize the seriousness of the situation and our role as parliamentarians, as representing our constituents and debating and voting on national laws for the collective good of Canadians. Madam Speaker, I support wholeheartedly this motion to invoke the Emergencies Act. I listened to the comments of the interim Ottawa Police Chief Bell on Friday, who...
Another one that needs to be voted out. I'm very concerned about tomorrow because I see way more fuckers over there than good people over there. I'm very concerned. I don't know what, and I don't know why they're voting on it. Nobody's there in Ottawa. They're all gone. So it's very possible. Yeah, thank you, Read the Coupe. Thank you, Sadrawani. So I fail to see what's the reason. No one is there. And I'm very concerned that that thing is gonna pass. Crazy stuff. Ouais, mais ils sont tous... c'est ça qui m'inquiète, là. Le 3/4 du monde qui parle, c'est tout du monde qui parle, qui veut voter pour. Je suis vraiment inquiète que demain, ça va passer, cette affaire-là, là. Puis ça va faire quoi, là? Je sais pas, là. Je suis vraiment inquiète à ma sécurité, là, moi, avec ces fous-là, là. Je peux passer des affaires de fou de même, là. Je vous dis, là, c'est pas cool, là.
It does pose a risk to personal security, national security, and our economy. And it needs to be ended quickly and decisively so Canadians can then get their lives back. I'm confident the threshold this act requires has been met. We've all seen the threats to property, to our economy, to our supply chains, and to our most important trading relationship that have been carried out to reach ideological ends. I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank all the police services who participated in ending the illegal operations, whether blockades, seizures, occupations, the Ottawa Police, the Ontario Provincial Police, the RCMP, La Sûreté du Québec, police forces from across the country. This was a national effort from different jurisdictions, standing out there in the freezing cold, putting their safety and comfort on the line to ensure a resolution. My hat's off to them for their professionalism, dedication, and restraint in the face of taunts, insults, abuse from occupiers. Mr. Speaker, we've heard many times here how the vast majority of truckers, working truckers, are vaccinated. I want to thank them for their essential work, ensuring Canadians have food, medicine, and so much that we rely on every day on our tables. I also want to thank their association, the CTA, for confirming that vaccine mandates are not, in fact, interfering with the industry's operations, and for applauding the government's use of the Emergencies Act to rightfully end these blockades. I want to thank the journalists on the streets, braving harassment to bring the truth of the occupation in Ottawa to Canadians. Madam Speaker, I've listened very closely to my colleagues during this debate, and I appreciate the points they've raised on the gravity of the situation, on the torment of the people and businesses of Ottawa, and on the need for a quick and decisive path forward. What we have seen is an occupation with leaders that in their stated objectives called for the overthrow of a democratically elected government and the removal of reasonable public health measures that have kept Canadians safe. And it is an occupation that has been fueled in no small part by foreign donations and eager cheerleading from political opportunists. The residents of Ottawa, the business owners and their staff, the hard-working public servants, they all know this had surpassed the point of a protest because they have suffered through it. I think of the email I received the other day from a woman advocating on behalf of her niece who lives in downtown Ottawa, and because of an autoimmune disorder could not leave her small apartment in this current occupation. Her niece had endured constant, inescapable, deafening noise and fumes from the occupiers. Madam Speaker, what about her rights and freedoms? And there are so many stories like hers. We have seen far too much intimidation, violence, and hatred. I want to acknowledge the strength and resolve of the people of Ottawa over these difficult few weeks. They have been through hell, and I hope they will get some rest and some relief. At this time, it is incumbent on us to act. Let's clear up both the confusion and the willful misrepresentation about what this act is and what invoking it entails. This is not the War Measures Act. This act is not calling in the military, period. It is targeted, temporary, subject to checks and safeguards through Parliament, and must be compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Invoking the Emergencies Act provides new authorities to law enforcement to regulate crowds, prohibit blockades, and keep essential corridors open. It allows government to mobilize essential services, including services related to removal, towing, and storage of vehicles that are being used as part of a blockade. It allows the taking of action against the largely foreign and largely anonymous funding of this occupation, including from crowdfunding platforms and their payment service providers. And significantly, it allows the removal of the jurisdictional friction that we have seen impede our police forces, allowing police from different jurisdictions to work together and do their job. I want to reiterate what was confirmed by the interim Ottawa Police Chief. They would not be able to do the job they are doing without the authorities conferred by the Emergencies Act. I want to thank the constituents of Halifax West for writing me and calling me expressing their concern. Like all of you, my office has received tons of emails, in my case, most of it from outside my province, containing outrageous false claims and comparisons. This has included anti-vaccine propaganda, conspiracy theories, insistence that the pandemic's over, denial that our hospitals are being pushed past their capacity, and disturbing comparisons made between the requirement to get vaccinated before boarding an airplane with the horrors inflicted by the Nazis. The contents of these emails are troubling, concerning, and full of disinformation. The fact is that Canada is one of the most vaccinated countries in the world. The majority of Canadians do not support these illegal protests and occupation. The overwhelming majority of Canadians understand that facts and science still matter. Madam Speaker, that reassures me. This week, we celebrated 57th anniversary of our Canadian flag, a symbol we all respect and appreciate. I have felt uncomfortable seeing how our flag has been used over the last few weeks. I don't want anyone to ever see our flag flying and feel a twinge of fear or anxiety. Madam Speaker, I understand the frustration and the pandemic fatigue felt by many. We are all tired and we all want the pandemic to end. In my province of Nova Scotia, we had a small taste of what it felt like post-pandemic life in the fall, when cases came down and restrictions were lessened. It was a blessing and it was appreciated and deeply needed. But Omicron had other plans. I want to say I understand the frustration and empathize with folks. The risk to our communities, families, and hospitals don't simply end because we want the pandemic to be over. I wish they did. Recently in Nova Scotia, we've seen the most deadly week of the pandemic since May 2020, We are still seeing daily test positivity rates over 10% in packed hospitals staffed by overstretched healthcare workers. And here I want to thank all healthcare workers for caring for Nova Scotians and for caring for all Canadians. I have hope that a brighter spring is on its way, and I want to encourage everyone to spread hope to their friends, communities, and loved ones, while at the same time recommitting themselves to having each other's backs, being cautious, getting vaccinated, and showing our solidarity with one another.
Honourable member's time is up, and she'll be able to continue during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mission Matsk, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the honourable member from Halifax West. I like the points of her speech when she focused on Section 58 of the Emergencies Act. I do disagree with her based on the fact that there hasn't been adequate evidence provided to this chamber to determine that no other law in Canada could deal with this point. I would encourage the member to look at the Emergencies Act NOA submitted by the Civil Liberties Association, and paragraph 51 especially, where it outlines that they believe that the government's precipitous invocation of the Emergencies Act appears to have been motivated by its view that the provinces have not gone far enough in addressing intra-provincial protest. However, and I go on, this does not mean that the provinces lack the capacity or authority to deal with the protests. The provinces have the tools they need according to the Civil Liberties Association, and the Emergencies Act, they go on to argue, was not intended to provide the federal government a pathway to arrogate provincial powers to itself in circumstances where the provinces do not exercise those powers in the ways the federal government would have. Can the member provide any form of increased evidence to this chamber demonstrating that the federal government actually had to go as far as it did? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much to my colleague for the question. In my remarks, I have specifically said where the Ottawa interim police chief concluded that without the act, they would not been able to do what they did. Again, the Ottawa Police Chief Charles Bordelot had said that the invoking the Emergency Act allowed them to set up the perimeter, allowed police to deny entry to those trying to join the protest. It allowed for the banning of bringing children and minors into the designated zone, allowed for the quick seizure of money and assets involved with sustaining the occupation, allowed for vehicles to be towed, allowed for immediate swearing in of officers from outside Ontario as police officers and others. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. We don't interpret it the same way. A professor from Université Laval in Quebec, from the law faculty, said today on Radio-Canada that it was not sufficient to say that a law was useful, because that's what the Chief of Police of Ottawa said. It also needs to be demonstrated that it's necessary or indispensable, and that's where the government is weak, because it can't be proven that it is indispensable and necessary when it wasn't, when other laws weren't used in the first 14 days of the crisis. So why did the Prime Minister go straight to the nuclear option before exploring other options?
L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Merci, Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question. Unfortunately, I have a different opinion. It was necessary to invoke the Emergencies Act. The special measures provided by this act are time-limited, temporary, and geographically focused, and they must comply with the Charters of Rights and Freedoms. And the police forces indicated that without this act, they would not have been able to take the measures that they did. Thank you.
And comments, a small question, a short question, should I say, from the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It'll be short, but I hope not small. I do want to know from the member, one of the things that the Liberal government has said is that they would bring forward legislation to deal with online hate. So we know that many of the people that are that have been radicalized on social media. And I'm just wondering, is the government planning on bringing this legislation forward? And if so, when and why not yet?
A brief answer from the member for Halifax West.
Sure. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. There, I really appreciate the thoughtful question, and I've listened to the honourable colleague for the last couple of days asking questions. Really appreciate her interjections. I am part of the governing party, but I'm certainly not in government. But I definitely value us bringing that forward, and I will take that back to my colleagues. On this side of the House. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise today to speak in favor of the government's invocation of the Emergencies Act. And I would first like to start by joining my colleagues in thanking the Parliamentary Protective Service for keeping members and all of the staff of the House of Commons safe and secure. They have done an exemplary job working under exceptionally trying circumstances. We owe them a great deal of gratitude. I would also like to thank all members of law enforcement who are working calmly and professionally to help.
Another one that needs to be voted out. I'm very concerned. The more I hear this, Snow, va-tu t'en aller là-bas, là? Qu'est-ce que tu fais là, Snow? Va-t'en là, là. I'm very concerned. There's fewer and fewer people that are against. There's more and more people for it. I don't know, my friends. We're going down a dark avenue, let me tell you.
Ambulance or other emergency services, about pedestrians harassed on the street for simply wearing a mask, and about frontline workers who don't have a paycheck because of their places of employment have been forced to close. And I, like so many Canadians, was deeply, deeply disturbed to see the War Memorial and the Terry Fox statue disrespected, and to witness numerous symbols of hate openly displayed in our nation's capital. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to be clear that there is a distinction between those who oppose public health measures with respect to COVID-19 and those who are responsible for the hostile occupation of our nation's capital. The vast majority of those who are opposed to public health measures enacted by the various levels of government have expressed themselves through legitimate and peaceful means, as is their right under the Charter. Their points of view should not be diminished or confused with the unlawful aims of those who organize the occupation of downtown Ottawa. We cannot forget, Madam Speaker, that the organizers of the so-called Freedom Convoy made it clear in their MOU that their stated goal was the removal of a federal government that was elected only 5 months ago. These organizers are clearly using public health measures as a rallying cry in a bid to undermine our valued democratic institutions with no regard for the rights of their fellow citizens or stability of our economy. What I find particularly troubling, Madam Speaker, is that this unlawful occupation has been actively encouraged and cheered on by the Conservatives who sit in this House, by the current interim leader of the opposition, by the member for Regina Capel, who is a former Conservative leader and Speaker of this House, and by many, many other Conservative members, including by the member for Carleton, who is a candidate for the leadership of his party, who professed loudly he was proud to stand with the truckers occupying Wellington Street. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to stand with the 90% of truckers who are vaccinated, some of whom have been prevented from doing their jobs because of blockades at our borders. During the critical days in January, when occupiers first arrived in Ottawa, Canadians witnessed multiple media reports of Conservative members expressing admiration, sharing meals, and taking selfies with the occupiers, thus emboldening and encouraging them in their unlawful activities. It is no surprise then, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives now oppose this declaration of an emergency when they have so actively contributed to it. Madam Speaker, it has been said many times, and it deserves repeating, that the declaration we are debating today is not the War Measures Act of the past. Through the modernized Emergencies Act, we are providing expanded authorities to law enforcement to regulate crowds, dismantle blockades, and keep essential first responder and trade corridors open. These measures are targeted, temporary, and proportionate. The government has invoked them only after all options had proved insufficient. This is about keeping Canadians safe, protecting their jobs, and restoring confidence in our institutions. It's about upholding peace, order, and good government. The specific measures provided in the Emergencies Act are limited and subject to numerous checks and safeguards, such as the debate we are having right now. All measures must be compliant with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Madam Speaker, these measures do not in any way limit Canadians' rights or freedoms of expression. For the overwhelming majority of Canadians, including my constituents, there is no impact on their daily lives or on their rights and freedoms they enjoy. It is important to note that the acting chief of the Ottawa Police Service, Steve Bell, on Friday, clearly stated that law enforcement would not have been able to take the actions they did to end this occupation without the new authorities granted under the Emergencies Act. A former chief of the Ottawa Police Service and the Conservatives' own caucus colleague, Senator Vern White, agrees that invoking the Emergencies Act was the right thing to do at this juncture. And the Premier of Ontario, Progressive Conservative leader Doug Ford, said he supports the federal government's decision to provide additional tools to help police resolve the situation in the nation's capital. Madam Speaker, amid the high-profile declarations of support from many law enforcement agencies and public officials, I have also received many messages of support for the Emergencies Act from my constituents, the people of Winnipeg South. These constituents reflect the vast majority of Canadians who believe in the rule of law and who support the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Opinion survey after opinion survey confirms this, Madam Speaker. The border blockades seen across Canada, including at Emerson in my home province of Manitoba, have cost our economy billions and have strained our international reputation and good relationship with trading partner nations. Canadians are very, very worried about this. It appears to me, Madam Speaker, that the Prime Minister's announcement that he would invoke the Emergencies Act provided an immediate boost to local law enforcement agencies across Canada, and the illegal blockades at border crossings began to be dismantled. And as the member for Windsor West said this morning, the Act has prevented a number of attempted blockades from taking place, as several convoys have been intercepted and turned around. And the success we have seen so far by the police in restoring law and order to the streets of Ottawa proves to me that using the Emergency Act was the right decision. Madam Speaker, now is not the time to undercut the women and men in law enforcement who
Décorum, s'il vous plaît, dans le chat, là. Faites attention à ce que vous dites, là.
using. I would like to end on a note of optimism. Madam Speaker, Canadians have just endured 2 years of pandemic anxiety. It has been unprecedented in this century. Many have suffered economic and personal loss. Our citizens are tired. Conservatives say that Canada has never been more divided, but I say, as our Prime Minister has, Madam Speaker, that in many ways we have never been more united. We have worked together to fight COVID-19 and protect our healthcare systems and our economy. This Liberal government has supported Canadians in doing this, and Canadians have risen to the challenge. Our vaccination rates are among the highest in the world. Our economy is rebounding. Our healthcare workers, teachers, grocery store workers, and yes, our truckers have been there for us. Today, we as the People's House need to stand up for our fellow citizens. After 2 years of pandemic hardship, border communities should not now suffer illegal blockades. impacting travelers, public servants, and whole sectors of our economy. The people of Ottawa should not need to endure one more day of unlawful occupation. Members of this House, let's help lift the siege for the residents, the businesses, the employees, the seniors, and the students of Centertown. This House can and should fully support our frontline police officers and let them finish the job. I would encourage all of my colleagues to support the motion and approve the declaration of an emergency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the citizens of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. I respectfully depart from my colleague's analysis where he says Canada's been more united. Frankly, it's been divided, and it's been mostly divided by our Prime Minister and his rhetoric. Now, I want to zero in on one thing that the honourable member said. He mentioned two comments that were really interesting to me. One was the rule of law, and the other is the notion of opinion surveys. And he said opinion survey after opinion survey is behind us. Well, when did the rule of law become subordinate to opinion surveys? Something is either right or wrong. So why can't he point to the legislation and say that this is where it's met, because the threshold with respect is not met in these circumstances?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we are political creatures and all of us watch opinion polls. They're not the final word, of course, but it certainly shows me that my constituents are behind the measures that we have implemented, and a majority of Canadians are. And as far as the rule of law goes, Madam Speaker, we have seen law breaking with abandon. And speaking about the abandonment of the citizens of Ottawa, and as I mentioned, I'm a resident of the downtown, so I have experienced what they've experienced. And Madam Speaker, the good folks of Ottawa, the good folks that are dependent on our border communities, they deserve the rule of law to be implemented, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Comments? L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot.
Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for... OK, vous êtes là? OK, je m'excuse.
I'm sorry.
Du caractère injustifiable.
My colleague spoke about the unjustifiable nature of these blockades and the necessity of removing them. And I believe that all here agree that they should be removed. However, blockades such as those at the Ambassador Bridge were removed before the Emergencies Act. So why not simply use the same method again for downtown Ottawa?
Parlementaire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the honourable member for that question. And Madam Speaker, I think we all know that declaring the Emergencies Act sent a very, very strong message to those occupiers, those that were conducting the blockade, and they were able to be dispersed. And I don't know if the honourable member heard the speech from the member from Windsor West, but subsequently at a number of our border crossing, those measures have really helped to turn away convoys and prevent subsequent blockades. So the legislation is working, and of course it'll have to be ratified by the House tomorrow, and I look forward to that vote.
Questions and comments? Brief question, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was made early on that the occupation, with the occupation, crowdfunding in cryptocurrency was being used to fund illegal activities. And this demonstrated a concerning gap in the reporting requirements. So why did the government not take immediate action to ensure the proceeds of crime and terrorist financing regulations were updated to ensure these companies are not exempt from reporting suspicious transactions to FinTrack?
The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary, you have 1 minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for Vancouver East for raising this point, because I think it is I think it is an important one. I think our laws need to be updated with some of these modern realities, cryptocurrencies, the influence of foreign actors, the impact of social media and driving people to these funding sites, and so that's exactly what the finance minister has done, is filled those gaps, and we will be better prepared for these kinds of illegal acts in the future.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today in this House with great pride, thinking about my background. I started my career in the Canadian Armed Forces. And throughout my career, I wanted to defend my country and its values. And today, I can say that I will always be that same soldier who decided that law and order must be a priority for our country, for the safety of Canadians. I serve my country here and abroad, proudly bearing the Canadian flag on my uniform. I worked with Canadians from all parts of Canada, proud, well-trained soldiers who were ready to support all efforts to ensure that the rule of law be respected. I personally trained and led soldiers for crowd control operations like we saw recently in Ottawa. I was deployed in regions of Canada where the use of force was possible, and this was possible without the Emergencies Act. When you defend your country and serve under its flag, you must show unconditional devotion. But with this Prime Minister, patriotism is suffering. This Prime Minister's legendary irresponsibility and arrogance haven't improved things. That's what we've been seeing for 22 days. A situation which was supposed to be a protest and which became a siege. A siege in front of our Parliament because the Prime Minister didn't do anything to avoid the escalation. I myself saw how the siege was affecting people because every week I come here to Ottawa as an MP and I understand what Ottawa citizens have been through. That's why I myself asked on February 4th, in a tweet I asked that the protesters leave and clear the streets of Ottawa. I had heard what people needed, and I agreed that this needed to be over. I agreed with that, Madam Speaker. But today, we are here to debate the activation of the Emergencies Act, which shows that once again our Prime Minister has failed in fixing the situation. The Prime Minister claims that the only way to prevent trucks from blocking streets is to use this act. But these measures go too far. And in fact, this act has been out of date from the very moment that it was invoked on February 14th. I will discuss now in detail the order in council that was implemented on February 14th, that members will have to vote on tomorrow. For 2 days, members here in this House have been making speeches, but I think that we should really get back to the very essence of what we're voting on. I think we really need to discuss the order in council that was tabled by the Prime Minister. In the order in council, it states that it is reasonable to think that emergency measures are required on a temporary basis. So whereas the Governor and Council has consulted the Lieutenant Governor and Council of each province, the Commissioners of Yukon and the Northwest Territories acting with consent of their respective executive councils. So therefore, right there, the first day, there was already a problem because several provinces had said no.
So at least 4 provinces did not agree. Then it says, therefore, Her Excellency the Governor-General, in Council on the recommendation, directs that a proclamation be issued, first of all, declaring that a public order emergency exists throughout Canada and necessitates the taking of special temporary measures until further notice. When they describe the state of emergency, tomorrow they're talking about continuous barricades at various places in Canada and the continuous threats and therefore requiring these measures, including the use of force, and that there are threats, that continuing threats and use of acts of serious violence against persons or property. Well, that might have been true before February 14th, but that certainly wasn't true here in Ottawa. Then they can't carry on. The adverse effects on the Canadian economy and threats to the economic security of Canada resulting from impacts of blockades of critical infrastructure, including trade corridors and international border crossings. Well, that was finished. It was over, even before the Prime Minister announced the order in Council on February 14th. Then there were other points related to that, which have to do with our economic relationship with the United States. Well, once again, the Ambassador Bridge had already been reopened, the breakdown in the distribution chain, etc. And they also talk about the potential for an increase in the level of unrest and violence. Well, they keep talking about the aspect of violence in the Order of Council. And yes, it was very unsettling. It was extremely unsettling, especially and disruptive, especially when they wouldn't stop honking horns. But I never saw any broken windows or any violent acts, except perhaps some skirmishes with journalists. But if we talk about if you look at protests you see regularly in Montreal or elsewhere in Canada, where police cars are flipped over and windows are broken, and we see that regularly. I didn't see any of that in the events we're discussing here today. They also talk about measures to regulate or prohibit any public assembly. So tomorrow we're going to talk about regulating or prohibiting any public assembly except other than lawful advocacy, protest, or dissent. So they're excluding basic fundamental things that, in fact, most of the people were asking for, that were there and that were doing. So I really find it difficult to understand that particular point. And then the designated zones. Clearly, they said they were going to designate zones. So I was waiting for a more detailed motion. We never did get those details. So in the end, the whole of Canada is covered by this Emergencies Act, and we never did hear about what the specific zones were. And everybody knows it was Ottawa in the end because that's all that was left to deal with. But we still never got those details. Then measures to authorize or direct any person to render essential services, for example, towing, removal, towing, and storage of vehicles, and so forth. Now, the police can ask a towing business to go and tow a vehicle, and that already exists under current law. So we didn't need the Emergencies Act to do that. It was totally unnecessary. Now, the financial aspect. That's a bit odd, Madam Speaker, to wish to know where the money's coming from, to have seized bank accounts of donors who gave money to the convoy. And we found out that came from a CBC report. So CBC did an analysis, produced a report, and the government used that report to invoke Canada's Emergencies Act. Not intelligence from one of our intelligence services. No, CBC is who provided the data. That can't be just based on that. And also, the Minister of Finance was saying, well, I've got everyone's names. It's becoming a bit of a game now. Who gave to what? Where did the money come from? In the end, is this really about national security, or is this a partisan interest? And they want to know where this money has been coming from. It's really not clear. There is another point that I could give you so far. So far, everything I said doesn't add up, but they said that with the Emergencies Act, there could be the imposition of fines or imprisonment. If it was a true emergency, okay, but that's not the case. And then finally, other temporary measures authorized under Section 19 of the Emergencies Act that are not yet known. Well, 7 days later, they're still not known because nothing new happened. So, Madam Speaker, there are 11 paragraphs. Out of the 11, there are 10 that do not meet the test. It's lamentable. It's a failure, and we're going to be voting on that tomorrow, Madam Speaker. If there was a single paragraph in the Governor Council, we would have voted against it. But there are 10 out of the 11 paragraphs that don't fit the bill. So, how can we vote in favor of this invocation of the Emergencies Act? So, Madam Speaker, the public thinks that the Emergencies Act is what allowed the government to break up the demonstration and to clear the streets of Ottawa. However, history, capital H, is going to show that that was a bluff and that only the Bloc Québécois and the Conservative Party of Canada understood that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Alfred Pellat. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the Premier of Alberta announced that he would challenge the Emergencies Act before the courts. However, his own government asked for the federal government's help and intervention no later than last February 5th. Can my colleague tell me why Conservatives always talk about, or why are always want it both ways? Well, I only want it one way. I'm looking at you, Madam Speaker. When a province asked the federal government for help, as happened at the Summit of Americas, and the RCMP was massively deployed in Quebec to support Sûreté du Québec and the Quebec Municipal Police, did we invoke the Emergency Measures Act? No. Certainly a province can ask for help from the federal government. They can ask for police support and other types of support. And I think that's what the Premier of Alberta is saying. He's saying, I want help, but I don't need it through the Emergencies Act. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I'm a bit surprised by the Conservative Party's position in the last weeks. This is the Law and Order Party, after all.
OK. Un autre NPD qui compte ça. Moi, je te dis, ça va passer cette affaire-là demain soir. Je vais être bien surpris si ça passe pas. Là, la question est, comment ça va nous affecter? Surtout moi, là. Je suis vraiment inquiète de cette histoire-là, là. Je trouve que plus que je les écoute, puis plus que je me demande comment ça va résulter, mais it's nothing good. Je suis vraiment, je trouve pas ça cool pantoute. C'est vraiment grave, là. Là, les aliens, là, faut qu'ils s'en viennent tout de suite, là. Pas le temps d'attendre, là. Je te dis, là, moi, je pense qu'ils vont faire ça pour que ça réveille encore plus de monde. Je te dis, là, je les écoute parler, là, depuis que j'ai tourné ça à ça, on, là. Puis je compte le nombre qui sont pour, puis de ceux qui sont contre, là. Ça balance pas tout dans la bonne colonne, je vous dis. OK? I'm telling you, I've been listening to all of these people talk today, all day. And I don't see how this thing will not pass. Not with all the what they're saying, what they're talking, they're all going to vote for it. So the question is, where will I fall in all of this? Because I'm certainly one of the enemy of them, because I tell the truth, and you know, you're not allowed to tell the truth. So this is very dangerous stuff. Very dangerous. I never thought I would see stuff like that here. Crazy stuff. It's not I can just pick up Sam and Snow and a Squirrel and just leave with my spaceship. Fuckery, I'm telling you, I don't find this funny at all. That means they can arrest anybody that they deem. That reminds me of 9/11. That reminds me of 9/11 when they passed this the Patriot Act. They can arrest anybody that they deem a terrorist. And they can define anybody as a terrorist in the United States. Why do you think I'm not going to the United States? They removed habeas corpus in 2006, has not been put back. Why do you think I've never been back to the United States since they removed habeas corpus? So now they're gonna come after us through that thing. See, it's very disturbing. Very crazy stuff.
So my party asked them to leave the City of Ottawa, said that you've made your point, your message has been heard. Was I the first one to say it? Maybe. Did my party then also say it? Yes. Resuming debate, the honourable member. Just a moment. The honourable member from Montmagny-Lise-Kamouraska and Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are sitting exceptionally on a Sunday night because it's a historic moment in Canada's history. Of course, we're talking about the unprecedented invocation of the Emergencies Act, an act, I would remind you, that was crafted by the Conservative government of Brian Mulroney, but has remained unused to this day because its authors clearly stipulated that it should only be used in the event of a threat to, and I quote, the ability of the federal government to deal with a situation that affects the security or territorial integrity of the country. There are 4 emergency situations in which the Emergencies Act can be invoked. A public welfare emergency due to a disaster, a public order emergency, an international emergency, or a war emergency. The Mulroney government passed this new act in the 1980s because it thought it was appropriate to limit not only the powers of its own government, but also those of any future government, to ensure that there would be no loss of individual freedoms that could potentially be curtailed by the old War Measures Act. We're talking about the act famously invoked by Pierre Elliott Trudeau during his 1970 stunt, a matter that is still a source of controversy among political commentators more than 50 years later. Clear guidelines exist to justify the use of a public order emergency. In my opinion, the current Liberal government does not meet the threshold set out in the Act. It is for this reason that we are exercising our right as parliamentarians to vote against the ratification of this act that the government proclaimed last week. Of course, the government predictably came up with the argument that the truckers' convoy in Ottawa forced their hand and that the use of emergency measures was needed to remove them. I have my doubts, Madam Speaker. The truth is that the government is confused. On February 11th, the Prime Minister said that provincial and local law enforcement were fully equipped to deal with the situation on Wellington Street and the adjacent streets of downtown Ottawa. The Prime Minister said so himself, but only 3 days later, he suddenly behaved as though the place was on fire by pulling emergency measures out of his arsenal without too much explanation. And you'll have to look at the Hansard again, Madam Speaker, to verify it, because we asked all the questions last week, asking the government to provide us with reasons for its decisions to invoke its reasons for invoking emergency measures. The government has had 5 days to explain itself, but has been unable to provide satisfactory answers, as my colleague said just a few moments ago. The order in council states that the federal government's aim was to limit the movement of Canadians into demonstration areas, but the provinces already had this power and still have this power, as we saw during the pandemic. The Quebec government, to quote it, even split my riding in two in the spring of 2020, limiting people from the Montmagny or Lillet from crossing into Kamouraska, and vice versa, with the help of the police, of course. The Ontario government could in turn limit traffic between regions, which they did. Whether one is for or against it, the fact remains that provinces already had this power to limit traffic for various reasons. And since municipalities are creatures of the provinces, the Ontario government could exercise its own powers without the federal government having to resort to the Emergencies Act. I recall the Prime Minister's commitment that the scope of emergency measures would be limited in scope geographically. But now we learn that they apply over the almost 5,000 kilometers from coast to coast to coast. The government also evokes the threat of foreign political interference to give itself the right to deny access to Canada to any foreigner coming here with the intention of participating in the convoy of demonstrators. But again, Madam Speaker, the government already has that power. Our borders have been closed to foreign nationals for almost 2 years, preventing them from coming to Canada for any reason deemed non-essential. And even before the pandemic, the onus was still on travellers to justify, under immigration law, the purpose of their trip, whether business or tourism. Any non-Canadian coming to Canada claiming to be here for tourism reasons could be questioned by border services to confirm the veracity of their intentions. And if it was determined that the purpose of their trip was not what they claimed, the traveler could already be turned back at the land border or detained until they boarded another flight to their home country. So, there are many redundancies in the measures invoked by the government's proclamation, which we believe were only adopted by a panicked government desperate to appear to be doing something following the negative media coverage of the truckers' standoff in Ottawa. As everyone in this House has seen over the past 3 weeks, there were 1,001 reasons for the Ottawa police to act, to clear the obstruction that was blocking the main east-west route through the federal capital just outside the parliamentary precinct. Ottawa City ordinances on noise, on idling, on parking could all have allowed the police to act from the start of the protest, and yet nothing happened. During the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, which caused huge economic impacts across the country, the RCMP in Ontario were able to control the situation last weekend quite well by arresting criminals, even before the Prime Minister invoked emergency measures here in Ottawa. In fact, there were other demonstrations elsewhere in Canada, and they were all dealt with under existing laws that are still in effect. So, the Liberal government's argument that the Wellington Street convoy could not have been dislodged were it not for their invocation of the Emergencies Act simply does not hold water, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker. As a matter of fact, virtually all the protesters arrested in Ottawa since Friday are currently facing charges of mischief or counseling others to commit mischief, both of which have already been in the criminal code for years. To my knowledge, none of the hundreds of individuals arrested have been charged with violating the Emergencies Act. To sum it up, the government used a cannon to kill a fly. I'm not trying to minimize what happened in Ottawa, quite the opposite, because the impact on the residents, Ottawa's residents, were terrible, and we all agree with that. Agree on that. As Conservatives, we have grave concerns about the precedent the government is setting, with some coercive measures that we are simply not used to seeing in a free and democratic society. One of them is the order to designated persons to provide essential services, such as towing. As far as I know, the only people who can be compelled to provide anything are members of the Canadian Forces, on pain of desertion. Some professional bodies, such as doctors, may have rules of conduct to follow as well, but throughout the pandemic, I never saw the federal government invoke a state of emergency or the Emergencies Act to encourage medical personnel to work overtime, for example. With the Emergencies Act, who knows if the federal government will find it appropriate to order any Canadian in the future to provide services against their will. The Liberals may say that these measures are temporary, but once the toothpaste is out of the tube, it will be very difficult to put it back in. We also have concerns about the discretionary power the government in Canada has given itself to block or seize bank accounts or credit cards of individuals who supported the protests in recent weeks. Some of the convoy's organizers may have broken Canadian laws, and they will have to answer for their actions before the court. And that's fine. A judge may seize their assets to pay fines or penalties to reimburse municipalities or other victims of their actions, such as businesses that were forced to close. But this usually happens after they have gone through a criminal and civil trial, not before. The burden of proof for those affected by these emergency measures will be reversed, and the onus will be on them to prove their innocence, whereas normally it's up to the state to prove their guilt. So, obviously, I'm denouncing what the blockade did to Ottawa's residents, as well as what happened to the businesses that suffered. But I wonder about these funding sites. Isn't it too easy to make donations under someone else's name? If that did happen, And one of my colleagues tweeted about a woman in his riding who made a $50 donation, and now her bank account is frozen. She's a single parent. So how do you identify those people? How is the government going about that? And what are they going to do to rectify the situation if it turns out that that person was was improperly accused? So I think this act is useless. I think the government is wrong to be acting in this way, has wanted to act too quickly and in an unnecessary way. Questions and comments?
Merci Madame la Présidente. D'abord, j'aimerais remercier mon collègue pour son discours, un collègue que j'apprécie.
A colleague who I appreciate greatly, because we sat together on the Official Languages Committee for quite some time. I'd like to ask my colleague, according to the comments of his colleague from Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, he said he did use the words siege. Ottawa is under siege. And according to this same colleague of his, the official opposition now agrees that the city of Ottawa was under siege. Now, the opposition says this is the first time that the Emergencies Act was invoked. And what I'd like to hear from my colleague is, does he remember, has he ever witnessed the taking of any other city in Canada under siege? The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, we never said that Ottawa was not under siege. What happened is that the Ottawa police and other forces did not act promptly because they had all the tools they needed to act. And it happened in other provinces 4 different times without the Emergencies Act, and all the blockades were dismantled. Questions on and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We don't agree with this act, like the Conservatives, but we must. There's something that we must say is we don't agree with the protesters, and unfortunately, in this House, I have heard a number of Conservatives say that there is a link between the vaccine passports and the protests that we saw outside. So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about this. Does he agree with certain members of his caucus that these protests have to do with the vaccine mandates? I'd like to hear what he has to say to that. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillers, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, I was the first to speak out against the vaccine mandate for truckers on December 15th, and I haven't changed my mind. The government has used this, and the member for Louis-Hébert said so. The government used this to divide Canadians, to pit the vaccinated against the unvaccinated, and it is continuing to do so today, and the members of the Liberal Party are continuing to do that today. Truckers didn't need that mandate because they were able to work for 2 years, and there is no study, no valid study that the government has put forward to demonstrate that those truckers were people who brought COVID to Canada. So there was absolutely no need for that mandate.
The honourable member for North Island Powder River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention today. I'm just wondering if I could get comments from the member. There was a joint column from former Conservative MP Peter MacKay and my dear friend Senator Vern White, and I just want to quote it. It said this, quote, "As a rule, let's affirm that negotiations with those committing illegal acts is a terrible precedent. National security threats which we are now facing need to be led by our national security force, the RCMP, through the use of the Emergencies Act, which the federal government invoked Monday. They have the strength, intelligence, methods, and capability that no single municipality can muster." Madam Speaker, I'd like to hear the member's comments.
The honourable member from Montmagny-Lac-Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, what I'm observing today, and what I've seen since the beginning of this debate, is I'm going to be very polite in saying this. The fact that the NDP has lost its way with regard to this Emergencies Act, the NDP has always stood up for all Canadians. It has always defended Canadians' rights. And today, they're rallying with the government to vote for this Emergencies Act, and it's completely unacceptable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Il a raison, tabarnak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I speak today from the traditional territory of the T'an Kwachan Council and Kwanandan First Nation, recognizing with honor the trust that the people of Yukon have bestowed on me to represent them in this House and lend my voice to this important debate. I recognize also what a great privilege we have here to carry out this debate on some of the most fundamental tenets of our democracy in one of the most respected and successful democracies in the world. As members of Parliament, we all have a responsibility to put partisan ideology aside, look at the best evidence we can find, and set the way forward to preserve our democracy from any cracks in its integrity or threats to its survival. Today, we're debating the invocation of the Emergencies Act, legislation passed in 1988 to replace the War Measures Act, to ensure that at moments of crisis, where existing measures are insufficient, special, time-limited measures could be introduced federally to deal with the crisis. As many have stated, this is the first time these measures have been enacted. Madam Speaker, I add my voice to those who agree that this action is necessary to put an end to the occupation of Ottawa, address the blockades or threats of blockades by these groups, and the threats to critical infrastructure. Let me be clear, this is no longer a mandates protest. This is a siege, an occupation, and a credible threat to our democracy. I will come back to that, but first, I would like to offer some reflections on the pandemic and the many measures that have been put in place to respond to this public health crisis. Fatigue and pandemic exhaustion, simply from the length of this pandemic, have fueled much of the current unrest. Unrest due not only to the 2-year duration, but also to the many false endings that we have seen. How many lights at the end of the tunnel will be seen before it really is not another train? Almost a full 2 years ago, as Chief Medical Officer of Health for Yukon, I was involved in the first few weeks as we watched and prepared for the pandemic coming closer to Yukon. I remember fully the tears that were in the eyes of Deputy CMOH Dr. Elliott when she had to announce the cancellation of the Arctic Winter Games, the first of many joyous events that fell in the path of COVID. Not long later, before even our first case, we declared a public health emergency, knowing that extraordinary measures would be required to fight this pandemic. When I announced Yukon's first cases, and later yet, Yukon's first death from COVID-19, those days are marked with searing clarity in my memory. When we decided early on and quickly that the only way to protect ourselves from COVID would be to temporarily limit non-essential travel into Yukon and establish a quarantine requirement, we realized how drastic and serious a move that was. There were Yukoners who opposed that move, some vociferously. And let me tell you, we were acutely aware of the hardship and loss that those restrictions imposed. But most people supported the move. It gave us protection and allowed us more freedom within our territory. We united as a community, and we managed to contain the impact of COVID to a minimum until the arrival of vaccines enabled us to gradually replace.
Well, another one, another liar. Another one that needs to be voted out. Crazy stuff. Does anyone know what time this thing is finishing?
Release valve for people to travel in both directions and for families and friends to reunite. Largely, our strategy of containment worked. Were there costs? Absolutely there were. We shared the pain of elders in long-term care not having visitors, but we avoided outbreaks of COVID in long-term care and protected many lives. We saw families separated, families grieving the loss of loved ones in solitude, celebrations of all kinds canceled or severely cut, workplaces struggling to keep up, tourism devastated. But because we had measures in place that were tied to the risk of COVID, we kept our society open as much as possible. We had compensation, including the substantial federal benefits, supplemented by territorial government supports that allowed people and businesses to stay afloat despite incredible challenges. I'm telling the story because I wanted to help you understand that painful compromises and infringements on individual freedom did have to be made in order to achieve a greater public benefit. We knew there was a cost, and we did not hide that. We started to measure and document early the effects, not just of the virus, but of the consequences of restrictions. Mental health effects, including depression and anxiety, addictions and toxic drug deaths, a backlog of surgical, healthcare services and screening unattended to, of children suffering from lack of socialization and physical activity. As CMOH, it had always been my perspective to understand and address resistance and hesitancy. When vaccines arrived, through conversation and consultation, we could help determine what stood between anyone's beliefs and vaccine, work with that person or community, and strive for ever higher vaccination rates. When we removed vaccine quarantine requirements for fully vaccinated people, the move was...
Ouais, mais je suis pas la seule personne, hein. Candice Bergen, là, elle a dit, the rights of freedom and... The rights and freedoms of Canadians must be defended at every turn. The Prime Minister, with the help of NDP, are making a dangerous mistake by enacting the Emergencies Act. La façon qu'elle parle, là, ça va passer demain. C'est écœurant.
That keep us safe and allow us to thrive. A greater public good should always be the aim. And in the case of COVID vaccine policies, the public good is found in allowing sectors to reopen or reinvigorate, in allowing people's livelihoods to continue, or in incentivizing people to get vaccinated. Now, as the pandemic once again recedes, we should be well placed to reduce and rescind many of these requirements, especially as our toolbox to tackle COVID is growing. Better masks, better knowledge on how masks work, more understanding of the role of ventilation, an increasing panoply of vaccines, the arrival of effective treatments, and even increased population immunity with the recent Omicron wave. But let me be clear, Madam Speaker, we should not be in a rush to end our restrictions and policies. If we have learned anything, it is that public health responses should be swift in response to a threat and lifted slowly according to expert analysis of viral activity, including international surveillance and modeling. Unfortunately, the pandemic will not be gone overnight. There is a rush to thinking that we are in endemic phase without even fully knowing what endemic means. Let us note, for example, that in the example of Denmark, where restrictions were rapidly dropped in a highly vaccinated population, a country often cited in this House as something that we should adopt, we see concerning trends already in increasing ICU and death rates. There is a cost, you see, and that cost will be borne disproportionately by people at greater risk and susceptibility. People with disabilities, people with immunocompromise, and people who, for whatever reason, are not vaccinated. I am concerned for other parts of the globe or country where restrictions have been precipitously removed. We need a gradual and thoughtful way out of this phase of the pandemic and considerable caution as to what might be next. So now, let us revisit the Emergencies Act and whether it was called for. As I said, I believe it was necessary, Madam Speaker, for all the reasons that we have already heard on this side of the House. I, like anyone, have received emails and correspondence saying, support the convoy, even some from people of Yukon. But I have received concerned emails and calls from many others. One call from a Yukon resident representing many like-minded friends said to me, you have to do something. This occupation, these blockades are unacceptable in a democracy. You have to do more. Our capital city is being occupied. As anguished as Ottawa citizens have been, this call came from citizens of Canada, 5,400 kilometers away. Ottawa being...
I want to show you something. Never mind, I'm sick of hearing these fuckers. No, I'm telling you, I have some bad news to share with you. This thing's gonna pass tomorrow. And the question of what's going to happen to people like me. This is not cool. Well, I want you to watch this. Hold on. Okay, I want you to watch this. I want you to watch this. I want you to watch this. Sam, qu'est-ce qu'il y a là? This is crazy stuff.
I just want to get a coffee, okay?
Why is the camera in my face right now? Are you here partaking?
You walked
right
up
now
to
you're
me.
in the red zone?
I'm scared. I want to go for a coffee down there.
Okay.
Can I go for a coffee?
You're still being arrested right
Do you
now.
live in
this?
No,
You're
I
not
don't live
excluded
here,
from
but
that.
I'm...
Where do you live?
Alberta.
Time for you to leave.
I can't even go down there for
No,
coffee.
no, go grab yourself in the red zone right now. If you don't leave right now, you will be arrested. Do you understand me?
I can't go for a coffee.
Grab yourself, because if we see you, we'll be patrolling all day. If we see you again, it'll be different. Leave. I tell you, take your camera and get out of here. Do you understand that?
I'm walking away.
Walk away. Your phone doesn't need to be in our face when you're walking away. Go.
My phone.
Are you going to walk or are you going to get arrested?
I was
Go
walking
now.
away.
Get out of here.
Oh my goodness. Hope you can go to sleep at night.
Wow, what? Wow.
I just want to get coffee, okay?
Why
Can
is
I
the
get a
camera
coffee?
in my face right now? Are you here partaking?
You walked
Right
up
now
to
you're
me.
in the red zone?
I'm scared. I want to go for a coffee down there.
Okay.
Can I go
where's
for
your
a coffee?
residence, ma'am? Still being arrested right
Do you
now.
live in this?
You're not
I don't live
excluded
here,
from
but
that.
I'm
Where do you live?
Alberta.
Time for you to leave.
I can't even go down there for
No,
coffee.
no, go grab
You're
yourself
in
in
the
the red
lead.
zone right now. If you don't leave right now, you will be arrested. Do you understand me?
I can't go for a coffee.
Grab yourself, because if we see you, we'll be patrolling all day. If we see you again, it'll be different. Leave. I tell you, take your camera and get out of here. Do you understand that?
I'm walking away.
Walk away. Your phone doesn't need to be in our face when you're walking away. Go.
My phone.
Are you going to walk or are you going to get arrested?
I was
Go
walking
now.
away.
Get out of here.
Oh my goodness. Hope you can go to sleep at night.
Well, now we have these thugs terrorizing women. You're not allowed to go get coffee. Who the fuck are you? Crazy stuff. Can you imagine what is happening down there that we have not seen? It's a woman. And it's supposedly a police officer. That's not a police officer. It's a thug. I told you, you want to go these places, make sure you have a body cam. Don't go alone. Crazy stuff. The idiot's still talking. I have another video too to show you. I just don't remember where I saw it. Hold on. I'm not finding it. Hold on a second. So that's why I'm telling you, you need to film all this. You need to put it out there.
No, I just want to get
that I've seen. That's not the one that I want. Sam, hold on. Sam. Snow, tu t'en lever de là, là. Sam, qu'est-ce que tu fais, là? Ce qu'a fait ton frère, là. Snow, qu'est-ce que tu fais, Sam? Hey! Arrête, là. Sam, il fait son T-Rex, il attaque Snow. Not funny. Oh, that's the video that I wanted to show you. Oh, I have it. I have it, but I don't know how can I make it. For some reason I cannot put it. I'll bring it here. Watch this one. If you thought the other one was bad, watch this one. Look at that tug. Can't see who's at the bottom.
Interested and in need there. It's terrible.
Crazy stuff, huh?
Being arrested and in need there. It's terrible.
And this is in Canada. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Accomplished together. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Our member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the speech from the honourable member. A number of earlier speakers, made the point that the measures under the Emergency Act are temporary in nature, yet the Minister of Finance just the other day said that some of the provisions dealing with financial services, organizations, banks and credit unions, and perhaps crowdfunding platforms will become permanent. I wonder if the member has a comment about that. Thank you.
Our member for Yukon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the question from the member opposite and also from my neighboring province. And I want to again come back to the limitations set around this act, temporary in nature, limited in scope, and under a high degree of parliamentary scrutiny, including this debate, the setting up of a parliamentary committee, and a sunset provision. So I think there are many checks and balances embedded in this act. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Our colleague for Yukon in his speech said that the occupation was over in Ottawa. And indeed, thanks to the excellent efforts of law enforcement groups over the weekend, well, if this occupation is over, what is the point of this Emergencies Act? And if this government still thinks that we need an Emergencies Act when a crisis
what I said
is for all practical purposes over, well, I hope that this country never has to go to war with a government like this one.
L'honorable député de Yukon.
Et merci pour la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I would just like to say that the situation is under control for the moment. And that additionally, these provisions are temporary. We are waiting to determine whether we will continue, whether we are waiting to see when it will not be necessary to use this act anymore. But it is certainly not up to me to say right now whether it is now no longer necessary or how long it will be necessary. But what I can say with confidence is that we have all the necessary tools and resources to ensure that this use of the Act is brought appropriately to an end.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's really a privilege and honor to speak with this member from the Yukon. His background, and I'm tempted to ask him questions about where he thinks we are now in the pandemic that he referenced in his speech, but I want to stick to the Emergencies Act. This member clearly is
another idiot. Green Party. One would have thought these Green Party people would be for the people, not against the people. I'm telling you, everything is upside down. Conservateur doing the right thing, Liberal, NPD, and Green Party doing the wrong thing. It's like in the US. Democrat, the party of JFK is dead. It's all upside down. Crazy stuff.
I'm confident in all that I have learned and all that I have read and discussed, and looking through the steps that were taken, that this was the right move at the right time. And I hearken back also to what I said, that there was a ticking clock, and at some point, one could wait, one could have many other options on the table that are all going to take time. So I think timeliness is part of the decision making here, and I think it was appropriately scaled, and followed the appropriate steps. I do believe it was the only recourse at this time.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and really want to say thank you to my honourable member from Yukon, his thoughtful views. And I'm also thankful the appropriate measures are being taken to ensure safety and security. Before we are hearing about limited police enforcement capabilities, now we are hearing from law enforcement, and these additional supports are helping to bring this matter to a peaceful end. Does this honourable member agree that Emergency Act is helping bring this unlawful protest to the end?
The honourable member for Yukon.
I thank the member for that question and for her dedication to many issues and concerns that we share in common. But I do believe again, referring back to the fact that this will be scaled, focused, and responsive. The act was appropriate, and I do believe it was effective in bringing an end to the blockade, and with the right time frame before us, should prove to be effective in maintaining order until such a time as, under expert advice, it is no longer deemed necessary.
Comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention today and ask him. He speaks about knowing when it will be appropriate for the powers that are part of the Emergency Act to stop. How will he know that? How will the Liberal Party give information to parliamentarians that it is, in fact, time for us to end the Emergency Act powers?
A member for Yukon.
I thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for that question, and also for her dedication as a member. I do want to say, but that certainly, if I think of my previous role, decisions depended on input from a variety of experts and from a discussion with colleagues, as well as security assessments and briefings from intelligence officials. I would expect the same type of considerations in putting to our to cabinet to allow a determination of when that would no longer be necessary. Also, I think it's important again to reflect that the degree of oversight, including the striking of a committee, will allow for transparency in the decision-making process that will allow us, hopefully, as soon as possible, to be able to cease the invocation of this act.
We have time for another question. The honourable member for Mission Matsky Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Yukon. One of the problems I had with his speech is that he seemed to assume that the implications we are dealing in respect to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and its relationship to the Emergencies Act have somehow already been tested. I would encourage the honourable member to look at the debates from 1988 in April, when the honourable member from Blackburn, MP Blackburn, former NDP member from Brant, stated that Japanese Canadians who were interned under the War Measures Act were very concerned that the Emergencies Act wouldn't actually protect charter rights. To this date, there has been no reference to the Supreme Court on the application of the Emergencies Act. So to have it on record, is he okay with that? And secondly, I would hope that the member agrees that—
He'll respond because we're running out of time, so I'll let him respond to your first question, and if you have another question, it can go to a different member. The honourable member for Yukon, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would say that the courts will rule on the threshold issue and on the constitutionality of the Act, including any intrusion on provincial jurisdiction. So I think there is accountability written into this Act through all the mechanisms I've mentioned, and there will be a public inquiry. There are many opportunities to review the implementation of this Act. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to discuss join the debate on the Emergency Act, and I hate to spoil the surprise for those waiting to the end of my speech to understand how I'll vote. I am going to come out early now and spoil it by saying I do not support this overreach by this government. Now, we have to ask, how did we get here today? I'm sure the Liberals are saying by Air Canada, but I mean the crisis that we're dealing with right now. Now, some think it was because of the trucker mandate brought in by the government about a month ago, the vaccine mandate for truckers. And I have to wonder why now they would bring this in. At the very beginning of the pandemic, 2 years ago, before we had vaccines, before we knew much about COVID, truckers were able to come and go. They were deemed vital to the continuation of our economy, bringing food exports. So we were not putting any mandates on them then. During the Delta wave, we had some vaccines, but not a huge part of the population had been vaccinated, but truckers were able to come into the country without having the mandate. So here we are now, where 90% of Canadians are vaxxed or partially vaxxed. We've had Omicron wash through the country, thankfully, due to the high vaccination rates, and it is, I understand, milder. We haven't had the problems in the issues of the first waves. Now they decide we're going to hit the truckers with the mandate. No data to back it up, no reason, it seems, apart from politicking. Now, getting to the point where we are here now with the crisis happening out in Ottawa, some might think that the tipping point was the Prime Minister in September, but it being reported in January calling the unvaccinated racists, misogynists, and extremists. When the Prime Minister asked, should we tolerate these people? Pitting Canadian against Canadian. But I think the roots of what is happening across Canada and happening outside here of this place, it goes back to the election. July 13th, the Prime Minister stated there would be no vaccine mandates. July 13th. 2 weeks later, when he called the unnecessary, unneeded election, he finds out through internal polling that, hey, this is a wedge issue. We can wedge Canadian against Canadian. We can wedge the electorate against the Conservatives by flip-flopping and bringing in vaccine mandates and making it the prime election issue. And it's quite funny listening to the other side, especially the finance minister, calling Conservatives a party of flip-flop. Now, this country has had a number of distinguished finance ministers. Paul Martin, Jim Flaherty, Michael Wilson. Can you imagine any of these distinguished and fine finance ministers reducing themselves to name-calling of the party of flip-flops like the current one? But that seems to be the modus operandi of this government. Now, during the election, we've never seen the protests like we had caused by this government. We've never had people out shamefully throwing rocks, pebbles at a prime minister until this government purposely wedged Canadians against Canadians. Now, we understand vaccines are important. We all know that. But pitting Canadians against unvaccinated Canadians for political gain is wrong, and it has led to what's happened outside. Now, I have been doing this game for a long time. I've actually started my political volunteering with a gentleman named Chuck Cook, who was the Member of Parliament for North Vancouver and was the whip at one time for the Mulroney government. I helped out as a delegate, youth delegate alternate for Joe Clark, losing unfortunately. I campaigned from Victoria to Newfoundland knocking at doors, and I've never seen such anger, so many Canadians turned against each other as they have because of this government, turning one group against the other. I once actually even door-knocked in the by-election in Davenport after Jack Layton had passed away. And I've never in my life seen a campaign, every single house had an orange sign throughout the entire riding. The support was amazing. But as a Conservative, I was able to door-knock there with none of the vitriol that we saw in the last election, again, caused by this Prime Minister pitting Canadian against Canadian, wondering if we should tolerate other Canadians who haven't been vaccinated. Now, when the truckers announced they were coming to town, the Prime Minister, I think, thought he could just demonize them like he did with other protests, call them names, and they would simply go away. They didn't. The Prime Minister riled them up. Again, instead of discussing the issue, instead of debating it in the House, he called them names. He created the conditions and the anger, and that's stuck in Canada. Now, when we had rail protests a couple years ago, crippling the economy, the Port of Vancouver blockaded. The situation in Quebec, due to lack of fuel, was so bad, Canadian Albertan companies were talking about, heaven forbid, a convoy to bring propane to keep Quebecers heated. Now, what did the Prime Minister do? Did he call them names? These are protesters who are throwing furniture in front of moving trains, hoping to derail them. Did he call them names? Of course not. He actually hurried and sent ministers out to negotiate. This is not a national emergency, as much as the other side will claim. This is a political emergency for the Prime Minister. The Act itself, since 1988, we think of all the crises Canada has faced, and there have been a lot, some major, some not as much. But we had OCA. I remember OCA, Army was there against people with AK-47s, solved without the Emergency Act. Caledonia, again, the protests 2 years ago with the rail blockades. The G20, where we had over 1,000 arrests, violence in the streets, storefronts destroyed, was not a national emergency. 1997, if we remember Vancouver during APEC, famously when the RCMP pepper sprayed protesters, and Prime Minister Chrétien talked about, well, pepper, it's something I put on my steak. People don't realize the RCMP had feared for protesters' lives because the government for the first time allowed 8 different nations to have armed security with their leaders. Now, I'm not worried about when Bush was here with it, with the US being armed, but President Suharto, strongman, thug from Indonesia at the time, had armed security with them. The RCMP stated they were afraid Suharto's thugs would fire into the crowd and kill Canadians. But that was not an emergency under the Act. Coastal GasLink, which we just saw, where people broke in, actually tried to light a car on fire.
Ouais, il fait du sens aussi, là. Il donne des faits, là. Il fait du sens, lui, ce gars-là. Je l'aime, lui aussi.
Millions of dollars of equipment, and when the police were attending, ambushed the police, throwing burning items at the police cars. But apparently that is not an emergency. I wonder if the government is actually going to try to see some bank accounts of those supporting such things. Are the Liberals going to investigate that? Of course not, because certain ideological protests are more apparently fair than others. Now, the Liberals will try their best to trot out the various reasons that this is a national emergency. They'll try to claim, as we heard earlier in one of my interventions, that these people were trying to overthrow the government. Now, seriously, as if the hot tub time machine guys out there with a ludicrous online demand to overthrow the government is to be taken seriously, or the people calling in saying, have the Governor General replace the Prime Minister. That is not a serious issue. Perhaps bringing out Prime Minister Harper at the time and beheading him on the lawn of this place, like the Toronto 18, could be considered an emergency. But again, I don't think the Bouncy Council people are anything that constitutes an emergency. Earlier, when this first came up, I was responding to, or asking a question, and I was being heckled by one of the Liberals who asked, why were they able to clear Windsor, Surrey, and the other border crossings without the Emergency Act? Why do we need it? And the Liberal MP yelled across, they might come back. So I have to ask, when will this actually end for the Liberal government? When will their political emergency end if the government is saying secretly, well, maybe they'll come back and we'll keep it going? Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have not justified in any way the use of the Emergency Act. That's why I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Edmonton West for his intervention. And I must profoundly disagree with many of the premises of his statement, but I do want to kind of probe into one issue that's really come forth, which is the financing of these protests. One report says 1,100 of the donors
Fais le ménage avec moi.
the same as the January 6th Capitol Hill rights donors. And of course, there's been a lot written about them and the motivations there. We also see the protesters here with very hateful flags, hateful symbols, reports of shelters being overtaken and so on. So if you could, maybe our colleague opposite can talk about the funding that's there and what kind of impact, and if he's worried about the funding on Canada's political system, and what kind of impact we.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague. It's an honour to get a question from him. I find it quite, I appreciate the comment, and I don't want to be mean back, but, I appreciate what he's saying. I am kind of stunned, though. The U.S. Treasury, their version of our Treasury Board investigation found that Tides USA was being funded, or money from Russia was being funneled into Tides USA, and that money was getting funneled into Canada. We knew about this, the government knew about that, and yet did nothing. Millions and millions funneled in through other environmental groups to fight development in Alberta, probably the Coastal GasLink protests. I have to be curious, why are those okay, but again, bouncy castle donations are not?
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Alfred Pellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On February 5th, the Alberta government addressed an official request to the federal government requesting federal assistance in dealing with border protests, invoking the necessity to intervene, and I cite, in a complex and dynamic situation that continues to impede the free and safe movement of not only Albertans, but also of critical goods and services vital to both the Canadian and American economy. So I ask my colleague, is the Honourable Rick McIver, Minister of Municipal Affairs of Alberta, completely off the track? Or what's good for Albertans is not good for the rest of Canadians?
For Edmonton West.
The member should know what's good for Alberta's is good for the rest of the country, as you know from our equalization payments we pay out. I will note, and he should note this as well and should not mislead the House, Coutes was settled without bringing in the Draconian Emergency Act. It was settled using existing police powers, just like in Surrey, just like in Emerson, just like in Windsor, and just like it could have been done here in Ottawa as well.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I greatly appreciated my colleague's presentation and examples of other demonstrations that seemed much more urgent and yet for which emergency measures were not required. So 3 days earlier, the Prime Minister was saying that the police had all the required tools, and then all of a sudden, the Emergencies Act has to be invoked. Was that not done just to hide the Prime Minister's incompetence?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for it. It's great to see my colleague back here in the House physically. Yes, as I said, this is a political emergency created by this government. It's not a national emergency. We've seen in bigger, more serious issues across the country, both in the past years and the past week, it can be solved with the current powers that the police have. Thank you.
Questions and comments of the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say I am disappointed to see the dismissive comments made by the member in regards to unlawful activities that have caused a lot of real trauma to Canadians across this country. And, using trucks as weapons of intimidation is not something to be dismissed. My question to the member through the chair or through the speaker is, does the member acknowledge that hateful symbols and rhetoric did rear its ugly head during these occupations?
Honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I have to say I'm disappointed with the member's question. Clearly, she continues to politicize this issue, and no way and in no part of my speech were we ever dismissive of what was going on. We treat this issue very seriously. The reality is the government bungled this situation. The government had ways to fix the situation. They decided, with the help of their coalition colleagues, to use the sledgehammer to break open a nut.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I start by taking note of the recent news that Her Majesty the Queen has contracted COVID. Reports tell us that she is well and continues to perform light duties, but of course Her Majesty is 95 years old, and this places her in a high-risk group, even for the relatively mild Omicron variant. So it goes without saying that every Canadian wishes her a prompt and complete recovery. Let me now turn to the debate at hand on whether this House should vote to support or to negative the government's February 14th proclamation invoking the Emergencies Act. I'll frame my remarks by observing that it would be appropriate if the Act were named the Emergency Powers Act or the Emergency Measures Act, because the Act allows the government in extraordinary times and under a set of narrowly defined circumstances to implement emergency powers or emergency measures, thereby temporarily acquiring extraordinary powers, which intrude upon the rights and freedoms of Canadians in ways that are not permitted in ordinary times. Therefore, it is the powers being exercised by the government under authority of this proclamation on which we are being asked to pass judgment. I'll argue that we should vote to negative the proclamation, not merely because the purported emergency could have been dealt with by means less drastic than those contained in the Emergencies Act, but also because the most important features of the proclamation, which are designated by the government as the Emergency Economic Measures Order and the Emergency Economic Measures Regulations, assert powers that are not actually authorized under the Act. Since these claimed powers are ultra vires, the Act, this part of the proclamation is itself unlawful. I note that the Canadian Civil Liberties Association has filed a brief in federal court asserting that the order and regulations are also unconstitutional because they represent a clear breach of Section 8 of the Charter, which prohibits unreasonable search and seizure. The argument of unconstitutionality is not my focus today, but I will observe here that the CCLA's association brief is available online, and it should be read by everyone. Let me return to my main argument. The Emergencies Act designates 4 types of emergencies. The type specified in the February 14th proclamation is called a public order emergency. The extra powers permitted under each kind of emergency are not identical. Those permitted under a public order emergency are listed in Section 19 of the Act. They include the regulation or prohibition of certain kinds of public assembly or of travel to or within areas the government can designate, the use of limits on the use of what the Act calls specified property. The Act also allows the designation and securing of certain protected places, such as Parliament Hill. It allows the government to assume control of public utilities or services, and it allows the government to have the power to compel any person to provide services that the state deems essential, famously in this case, tow truck drivers. In its February 14th proclamation, the government asserts its intention to exercise most of these powers and impose the maximum penalties the Act permits for citizens who fail to obey. The government also asserts an additional power that does not exist under any reasonable reading of the Act. This is the power that is the subject of the Emergency Economic Measures Order contained within the proclamation. This order makes it lawful to, quote, make available any property, including funds or virtual currency, to or for the benefit of a designated person, in other words, a person who is, quote, engaged directly or indirectly in an activity prohibited by the proclamation, or to a person acting on behalf of such a person, end quote. This is a truly extraordinary exercise of power. The order and the regulations are the source of the government's claimed authority to deny access to bank accounts without seeking an injunction or an order from a judge, and to force crowd-sourced fundraisers to make known their donations to the state, the latter of which is apparently a measure that the Finance Minister would like to make permanent. The explanatory memorandum provided by the Minister of Justice pursuant to Section 58(1) of the Act offers the following description of what the regulations do. The regulations, quote, prohibit directly or indirectly using, collecting, providing, making available, or soliciting property to facilitate or participate in a prohibited assembly or to benefit any person who is facilitating or participating in a prohibited assembly, end quote. Now, the first part of this prohibition is perhaps acceptable, since it is the assemblies themselves that are the events claimed to be emergencies, the so-called blockades in occupation. The second part, however, makes it unlawful to engage in any form of commercial or monetary transaction, whatever, with a person who is involved in any way with these assemblies. It is unlawful to pay their salary or wages. It is unlawful to provide them with food or shelter. Such persons become, in essence, unpersons, stripped of any power to engage in any economic activity whatsoever. And the rest of us can be punished for failing to make sure that this is so. Most obviously, the rest of us, all Canadians, may have our own assets frozen for failure to obey. This claimed power is the basis for all the detailed regulations that follow, such as the requirement that all financial institutions and crowdfunding platforms must now reveal their transactions to FinTrack, and that they are under an obligation to proactively comb through the accounts of Canadians, reporting their confidential financial information to the police. But none of this is actually authorized by the Act. Section 19(1)(a), Romanet 3 of the Act does state that in a public order emergency, quote, the Governor and Council may make orders with respect to the use of specified property, end quote. But the argument that absolutely all property in Canada, including all money, falls in this category is self-evident nonsense, like specifying that the entire universe is a subset of the universe. The purpose of this provision is clearly not to bring an end to the issues, the blocking of bridges and so forth, that the government asserts are the source of the purported emergency. The actual and rather obvious purpose of this provision is to destroy these citizens, even if they are ultimately found to be guilty of nothing. For this reason, even if the measures contained in the Emergency Economic Measures Order and regulations were not an unconstitutional violation of Section 8 of the Charter, and even if they were not ultra vires the Act, they would be impermissible simply because they are disproportionate. A disproportionate penalty is normally dismissed by a court. We are all familiar with how the courts have reacted to mandatory minimum sentences, for example. But the genius of this provision is that it destroys its victims in ways that can't be overturned by the courts, just as they weren't authorized by the courts. The prosecution is itself the punishment. By the time the person is cleared or assigned a nominal fine for what the court determines to be a minor offense, they are financially destroyed. The only way we can prevent this catastrophe for people who are, as far as I can tell, mostly guilty of being naive, is for us to vote down the government's proclamation as fast as possible before citizens start losing their assets, their credit ratings, their jobs or contracts, and their livelihoods. The problem to which I am drawing attention is part of a broader set of concerns which are brilliantly summed up in a paper released today by Advocates for the Rule of Law. They write, quote, maintaining this declaration of emergency will endow the Government of Canada with far-reaching powers, and it will set a dangerous precedent. If the government can declare an emergency based on these facts, then it will also be able to do so the next time there's a railway blockade, a threat to pipelines, or any other endangerment to national infrastructure. To be sure, each of these is a serious situation that calls for decisive action, but normalizing the declaration of emergencies, especially before other less intrusive but significant measures have been attempted, threatens to render hollow the rights and freedoms guaranteed to all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, for this reason, along with many others, I ask all members to vote to quash this dreadful and shameful proposition.
C'est écœurant, qu'est-ce qui est expliqué, hein? Pour les comptes de banque, je te dis, moi, je suis bien inquiète.
Mr. Speaker, and appreciate the comments made by the Minister, and I would really very much value if he would, pardon me? Oh, My apologies. Didn't quite catch that. Mr. Speaker, if I could start over there. What I was trying to get at is that we have a Conservative, Stephen Harper appointed senator, who used to be the chief of police for Ottawa. We also have Peter MacKay, a former Conservative, strong Conservative, in fact, leadership candidate. Both of which have been very clear, saying that we should, in fact, be passing this legislation in favor of the legislation.
OK. Là, moi, je disais de quoi, là, plus que j'écoute tout ça, là, ça va passer demain, hein. Ça veut dire que là, je suis contente qu'on ait écouté ça, parce que là, on sera pas en état de choc quand ça va passer demain, là. Mais là, moi, je suis en état de choc parce que je sais que ça passe demain, là. Je suis pas tout seul qui dit, même Candice Bergen, elle dit. Fait que... C'est vraiment horrible, là. C'est vraiment, vraiment horrible, là. Ça veut dire que là, ils peuvent arrêter n'importe qui pour n'importe quoi. C'est vraiment horrible. Là, j'espère que ça va réveiller du monde, cette affaire-là. Là. Puis comment ça va finir, cette affaire-là, là? Elle va sortir petite caliste à des boulamites, puis elle va-tu venir arrêter ces calistes-là, là? C'est quoi le plan de match, là? Je sais pas, là. Trust the plan, là, la phrase, là. Moi, je trust pas le plan de part, toi. Je ne sais pas le plan. Fait que si je ne sais pas, je peux pas faire confiance à quelque chose que je sais pas. Mais là, je te dis, là, c'est pas cool, là.
Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba, all of whom think this shouldn't have gone in place, and two of whom are looking at, or at least one of whom is looking at, legal action to stop this terrible measure.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière.
Mental, that was good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I sense that there are two positions to avoid. That of the Liberals, which is to hide their inaction by putting in place an overly strong legislative measure in terms of the situation we're in. And then there's the position of my colleague and his party, which justifies the contempt or the grudge bearing by some of the protesters. And perhaps they're trying to justify the actions of the protesters. Will my colleague denounce the fact that the protest went too far? The honourable member. There are certain actions of the protesters that were problematic. For example, blocking bridges. The protesters who were here for too long, but it was not necessary to use the Emergencies Act to take action. The normal procedure would have been preferable, in my opinion.
The honourable member for Vancouver West. Vancouver West?
Sorry, do you mean Vancouver East?
Oh, sorry,
Speaker?
Vancouver East. I'm going the wrong direction. There you go.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much. I thank the member for his comments. You know, one thing that struck me as I was listening to his comments, it seems to me that the Conservative members are not taking any responsibility in their part in escalating the situation. Now, there's no question that the Prime Minister did not act, sat on his hands for far too long, and let the situation get way out of control to the point where literally people's safety were put at risk. So from that perspective, and there were Conservative members who actually applauded and in some ways cheered on the illegal occupation. Will he take a moment now and say to his Conservative colleagues that that was the wrong thing to do?
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not advocating unlawful action, but let's be clear about this. This was civil disobedience. Most of the people out there in front of the House of Commons were engaged in an act of civil disobedience. Using martial law to crush civil disobedience is a terrible idea. I don't think I have to explain why that is the case. It's just obvious, quite frankly. I'll just say before I sit down, you know, I got my start in politics with a fascination with civil disobedience. The first thing I ever wrote that was published was an essay about Henry David Thoreau's great essay on civil disobedience, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, you have to say that a somewhat unlawful action that is not violent, that has no danger of being violent, ought to be tolerated. You should negotiate with folks, and that is the best way of causing them to move on for the benefit of all. That worked just fine with the border blockades. It would have worked fine here. The use of violence was very much inappropriate.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell you that I'm going to be splitting my time with my very honourable colleague from Drummond. As you know, the Bloc Québécois is against the application of the Emergencies Act, especially as it is laid out in the Orders in Council. On the one hand, because these measures would apply to Quebec, whereas the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously, that means even the provincial Liberals, against the imposition of emergency measures on its territory. And as you know, what Quebec wants, the Bloc wants. The use of this extraordinary act is not to be taken lightly. Its application must be measured and proportionate. The Prime Minister himself said on many occasions that this act would not be used if it was not necessary. So why then did he apply it everywhere? 7 provinces out of 10 said no to the Prime Minister because they considered that they had the tools and resources necessary to manage the crisis. This is what the National Assembly of Quebec stated in its motion, that the National Assembly is concerned about the current disruptions in Ontario and around certain federal border crossings, that it affirms that no emergency situation currently justifies the use of special legislative measures in Quebec, that it asks the Canadian government not to apply the Emergencies Act on Quebec territory, and finally, that the National Assembly reiterate the importance of close cooperation between the federal government and the government of Quebec, particularly to ensure the peace and security of the citizens of the OTTAWA region who are suffering from the repercussions of the demonstrations underway in Ottawa and who could bear the brunt of any deterioration of the situation. During the demonstrations in Quebec City on the weekend of February 4th, 5th, and 6th, municipal authorities were able to manage the situation without major problems, and there were no problematic protests in Quebec. A week before the convoy came to Quebec City, the city published a detailed press release in which it set out the accommodation measures that would be taken. There were some 100 protesters and 30 trucks that came to Quebec City during the weekend, and the police services of the city tolerated their presence, but they made sure that municipal bylaws were enforced. The city rerouted circulation, or rather traffic in certain streets, so that the downtown was not paralyzed. Further to the manifestation, the Quebec City Police held a press briefing in which they said, "We consider that we have met our commitments stated before the beginning of the events, which was mainly to facilitate and protect the right to demonstrate in a legal and peaceful manner while preserving the safety of the demonstrators, road users, and the public domain and citizens, in addition to enforcing the various laws and regulations." So the Liberal Prime Minister could have exercised this type of leadership as soon as it became clear the Monday after the beginning of the protest that the truckers were not going to leave. But as soon as people came more and more to come and said that they were going to overthrow the government, I think that the government could have taken measures that were much more preventive and much more forceful. But the Prime Minister decided to wait. The convoy became larger and larger. Protesters dug in with hot tubs, bouncy castles, a wooden shelter in front of City Hall, and so forth. And because the Prime Minister refused to act, it was a type of domino effect across the country and other continents because of this convoy. The Liberal government seemed always to be one step behind. It only started were being concerned about the situation after the about Ambassador Bridge, after having received a call from the White House to come back to Ottawa. The Liberal government waited till the Ottawa police contacted it before reacting, and it did nothing to clear up the parliamentary precinct. And it even dragged its feet when the City of Ottawa asked for reinforcements. Ottawa Police called for 1,800 additional police officers, but the federal government only sent a handful, and most of the 275 RCMP officers were deployed to protect ministers and the Parliament, with only 20 actually there to counter the protests. Commentators in Quebec were unanimous. They said that the Prime Minister was missing in action and invisible since the very beginning of the conflict, even though the City of Ottawa was asking for help. The federal government did not even try to speak with the organizers, whereas the City of Ottawa tried, with a certain measure of success, to have the trucks moved outside of residential areas. And the same goes for Quebec City, which also got the protesters to cooperate. So instead of even considering this option, the Prime Minister continued to criticize the protesters, to shake his finger at them, and to conflate certain things. The Liberal member for Louis-Hébert spoke out. He decried this lack of dialogue and the fact that it was being used to play politics. And therefore, in terms of public safety, the government has not proven that it took measures first before going straight to the Emergencies Act. The only reason we're here debating the Emergencies Act is because the Liberal government dragged its feet. We could sum up the situation as follows. The federal government didn't search for any other options. It didn't know what to do, so it went straight to invoking the Emergencies Act, whereas most of the occupations, the blockades, had been dismantled. Mr. Speaker, practically all the blockades were about to be lifted when the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act. And that proves that it was not at all necessary to invoke the Act, and it proves that the authorities had all the tools that they needed. For example, if you look at Ambassador Bridge, Fort Erie, Sarnia, Emerson, Coutts, everything was already practically cleared up. The Prime Minister explained in the House and in the documents annexed to the motion that he was worried that other blockades would be put up in Canada due to the influence of social media. Mr. Speaker, this type of act should not be applied just in case. It needs to be applied when a situation is real or imminent. And we might even think that in these circumstances, the federal government is simply throwing oil on the fire, because this would allow its most extreme opponents to say that it was a dictatorship. And with the current dismantling of the Ottawa blockade, and I have to thank the work and professionalism of the police forces for that, we were able to, it was clear that it was due to a very effective cooperation among police forces. And this could have been done without the application of the Emergencies Act. In the Le Devoir newspaper, one of the titles was "Too Big, Too Late." And it pointed out this was once again a misstep on the part of the Prime Minister, because he did not listen to Quebec or the Canadian provinces. So the Emergencies Act was not justified from the outset, and it is even less justified today, so we need to vote against this motion. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues of the Bloc Québécois claim to speak for Quebecers in this House. Surveys published this morning show that 67% of Quebecers support the Emergencies Act, and 55% of Bloc supporters also support it. My question for my colleague is, has he forgotten who he represents in this House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Mr. Speaker, number one, that was a survey with a sampling of some 300 people, and in any case, what does my colleague think of the fact that the National Assembly of Quebec voted unanimously against the application of this act? And obviously, people have been watching this happen, watching it unfold for the past 3 weeks, and they want it to stop. And that is perfectly normal. But the Emergencies Act is simply not necessary in this case. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. What I liked about this speech given by my colleague from La Pointe-de-l'Île is he laid out a chronology that showed the lack of leadership on the part of the Prime Minister while he was hidden away in his cottage for 3 weeks, and when he emerged, it was simply to insult the people who came here to protest. When he saw that they were dug in, that's what he did. So I'd like him to refer to the consultations. So the Prime Minister asked the premiers of the provinces about what they thought of the Emergencies Act. So normally, when consultations are carried out, it's to bring people on board. So 7 out of 10 provinces said no. Why? The Honourable Member. Here in the Parliament, in the House of Commons, we often hear my Liberal colleagues say, well, we're discussing with the Quebec government, we're consulting and so forth, but there's a difference between discussing and listening and dialogue. And as my colleague said, 7 out of 10 provinces were against the application of the Emergencies Act. And the Prime Minister says that he consulted everyone, as if he had attracted consensus, but that's not at all the case. The member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the speech, and obviously the situation deteriorated because of the Prime Minister's inaction. We all agree on that. Now, with regard to the Emergencies Act, isn't my colleague reassured by the fact that it's time limited, the fundamental freedoms are maintained, and members can call for a vote to revoke it? Doesn't he agree with the Ottawa police chief when he said that we needed that measure because it allowed us to end the illegal occupation by fining people, by keeping people out of the perimeter and towing? The Ottawa police chief seems to think that it was useful. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. I would just like to repeat what the constitutional expert Patrick Taillon said. Yes, the police chief said this was useful, but an Emergencies Act, when we invoke it, it must be essential, not just useful. And it's been repeated in this House. We've been saying it for 2 weeks. Will the Prime Minister meet with all the partners to ensure that there is a multi-party coalition with all the partners so that cooperation can be ensured? So I think this could have been done without the Emergencies Act, and it should not be used. It should not be resorted to for situations that don't require it. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from La Pointe-de-l'Île for his excellent speech and for how relevant it was, and for having agreed to share his time with me. I'm honored. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin with by saluting the excellent work done by all police forces who were extremely professional and did excellent work. And a special commendation to our PPS services here, our protective services, who have taken excellent care of us despite the stress that they've been going through. And I would also like to thank the interpreters who have been subject to the changing schedules of this House. And we know that we are testing the abilities of the interpreters who work from French to English. But I can tell you that we are very, we recognize and we thank all the interpreters, regardless of which direction they work in. Mr. Speaker, when we get into politics, we do it because we want to change things. So some people want to do things locally for their constituents. Other people want to pass laws that will change things significantly in terms of society. For example, my colleague from Sarabie-sur-Roi wanted to make a dream come true for Amélie Sans Façon by extending eligibility for sick leave under EI to 50 weeks instead of the paltry 26 proposed by the Liberals. Sometimes we want to take international action. For example, my colleague from Lac-Saint-Jean, who has intervened on behalf of Raïd Badawi or with the Uyghurs. And I imagine the need to leave one's mark, it must be even more intense when one is Prime Minister. And obviously this is a difficult thing. So what will people remember about this Prime Minister? And simply, we are at a type of crossroads in history. So what will the Prime Minister be remembered for? Quebec and Canada are going through a health crisis. It's been unprecedented since the Spanish flu, and so we need a type of very special leadership in such situations. Did the Prime Minister show such leadership? I think that has been a recurring theme of this debate, and obviously no. He pretended nothing was happening. He buried his head in the sand, hoping that the storm would pass. The Bloc Québécois is refusing to support this bill, and it is not because we're trying to downplay the crisis. We have been going through it for a few weeks now. It is a real crisis and it's historic. And even though it is coming to an end, could it have been avoided? Yes, if the government had shown the leadership that we've been talking about, and if it had not shirked its responsibilities, because it has an entire array of measures that are more than sufficient, and it could have used those measures from the outset, for example, by sending more people from the RCMP. And if those measures had been applied from the outset, we wouldn't be here today. And it's also a matter of showing how unnecessary it was to apply the Emergencies Act, because if we look at how it unfolded, the government was simply using diversionary tactics to try and get us to forget that it is not showing leadership. And so it says, don't ask any questions. With this government, it's with each crisis, we're playing in the same bad film over and over. It's a very simple scenario. First, a government ignores the problem, it turns a blind eye, and it says, well, it's going to just magically go away. Then they blame other people, the city, the province, a nation, and then all of a sudden it wakes up far too late, and it comes up with some kind of solution that could have been put in place before.
Invoking the Emergencies Act, well, it shows that this government doesn't have the spine that a government needs to manage crises. It just isn't capable of managing them, and there's clear evidence. We can, for example, look at what's happening in multiple departments right now. Immigration, EI, there are multiple fires, and there doesn't seem to be anyone in this government who can put them out. Now, the Emergencies Act confirms that this Prime Minister, instead of standing up and showing leadership in a crisis, instead prefers the facade of a disproportionate show of force. We cannot in this House be complicit with this type of maneuvering. And it should be clear that an act like this, an exceptional law, is not based here on any tangible necessity currently. This is not a preventive law. This is a law that needs to be used when there is an imminent or current crisis. And yet here, this issue is almost over. The siege has been lifted. So applying this here creates what I would certainly call a dangerous precedent. And there was more that could be done by the provincial and municipal governments to resolve the situation. For example, the Ambassador Bridge was cleared before this decree was passed, the Coutts border, and happily here the siege of Ottawa is over. Our police forces are competent and clearly just need to be kitted out and given the right mandate. We've seen the results that came out of their being treated or being requested to deal with the situation. They acted in an exemplary fashion this weekend. But I think that this government just wanted to impress people. It wanted to be able to simply boast of doing something in order to make people forget its lack of initiative over the last few weeks. Now, it's very clear that this government cannot maintain this act in force for preventive reasons. They can't say that it's just in case or something like that. Now, we heard recently some people say that this act enabled more measures to be taken, more steps to be taken, and that it was helpful. Perhaps that's true. Well, I have a 9-year-old son. He may ask me for a calculator to help him do a math problem, and sure, it would help him, but that's not the real goal. That's missing the point. And this government, we might have hoped that instead of stubbornly applying a law which is disproportionate and which creates a dangerous precedent and is not approved of by a majority of stakeholders, we could have hoped that this government would instead step up to the plate and show some common sense, choosing the path of dialogue, even if it means meeting some opposing opinions. Mr. Speaker, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. We're going to need to try to heal and try to build bridges. We've lost too many people, brothers and sisters, cousins, who aren't talking to each other anymore because of the various points of divergence caused by this crisis. This is going to be quite the task. Now we need to look to the future and look into the deep causes, the root causes of the various troubles that are plaguing us and that have caused the recent crisis. Once again, I ask, what mark will this Prime Minister leave on history? Once again, the ball is in his court. We may end up remembering him similarly to other Prime Ministers who have disappointed Quebec over time. And I will spare you examples because there are many. But he still has a chance to do things differently. He could stand beside the great leaders who led this country during major world crises. World wars, for example. He needs to show that he is a great leader. He needs to bring people together. And he needs to be there both for those who agree with him and for those who may yet stand to be convinced. And one good way to make history would be to support the health systems of Quebec and the provinces and increase health transfers, as we've been repeating over and over here in the Bloc Québécois, as well as all the provincial premiers unanimously. That would avoid deaths in any future health crisis. It would avoid having our health system be overloaded, and it would enable us to get through crises. And perhaps it would also enable this Prime Minister to show some leadership.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure I'll get another opportunity to talk about the type of legacy that this government and the Prime Minister will be able to leave at a future time. But for now, in regards to the Emergency Act, I think it's important for us to recognize that the enactment of the Act has enabled people like the interim chief of police here in Ottawa, and other law enforcement agencies to access some laws that will in fact assist them in being able to deal with things such as the illegal blockade. We know that by fact. There are many individuals that are out there that support the initiative. And my question to my friend is that does he not see the benefits by having the targeted actions taken in it? Issues such as not being able to use children as a form of a blockade, by having additional fines put in order to protect our borders for international trade and from future downtowns being blockaded, if in fact that were to.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that an excessive law will lead to effective action, but is that really necessary? Do you need a baseball bat to squish a mosquito, or would a fly swatter be enough? Clearly, it would. So ultimately, it's a matter of predictability. It's a matter of letting people have the tools to do their job appropriately. This crisis was easy to predict. We knew well in advance that people were coming to the Hill. This crisis could have been predicted, and this isn't the first protest we've had in Quebec or Canada. There have been many, many before. This could have been managed properly without using this excessive legislation.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd. I'd like to follow along or push the logic of the Liberal member who just spoke. I've never seen police forces or interim police chiefs who have actually said no, that they don't need more resources or more authorities. I've never seen a police force say that they didn't want to do no warrant searches, for example. I've never heard police forces actually say no to these kinds of additional authorities, so I'd like to hear from my colleague from the bloc about his point of view on this. The honourable member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, and I agree. And there may be methods that take a little longer, but that ultimately get us to the same point. Freezing someone's bank account can be done by asking the courts, if there's a good reason to do so. So when I was talking earlier about predictability and having a bit of vision, a bit of vision and foresight about what's going to happen, because once again, this could have easily been foreseen. So I would repeat once again that this is an excessive piece of legislation, and it's a bit odd to agree with my conservative colleagues like this, but it's kind of nice.
Strathcona.
Merci, Monsieur Président. Je remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend for his speech. I believe that he is a fair and judicious member of the House of Commons. And so I would like to ask him whether this government could bring in a bill to fight money laundering, bring in a bill like that pretty quickly in order to face the current situation. The honourable member for Drummond. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for Edmonton Strathcona and tell her that I'm very flattered by her question, which was asked in French, and I'd like to congratulate her. I hope that I can say that right now we are exiting this crisis. This is not the time to turn the page. We need to instead bring in the necessary tools in order to be able to better face situations like this one. And if there were legislation to deal with money laundering, for example, the illicit funding of this type of activity, well, I completely agree with that idea, and we can certainly debate that in future. A quick question. The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for Drummond, and I'd like to congratulate him on the excellent way that he uses the language of Molière in this chamber. I would like to ask how he can, in a single sentence, confirm that there was a siege in Ottawa and then continue on and say that there was no need for the Emergencies Act. The honourable member. Well, I don't think that I said that that I was trivializing this, as my colleague said. it's not that I was trivializing the use of the legislation. On the contrary, I'm saying that it's excessive. It's ultimately using a cannonball to kill a fly, and I'm not trivializing it. Instead, I'm condemning its excesses.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by noting I'll be sharing my time with the member from Halifax. I appreciate the opportunity to take part in today's critically important debate at a difficult time for our country. It's difficult because it pains me to see the lengths that those that descended upon Ottawa and at border crossings across the country felt that they needed to go, and those that sympathize with them just to have their voices heard. And it pains me to see the response that was necessary to restore order in our country. But for 3 weeks, the occupation of Ottawa's downtown core has forced businesses to close, putting thousands out of work. It's restricted the movement of essential workers and goods, and it's threatened the health and safety of the city's residents. Since the blockades began at the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, over $390 million in daily trade with Canada's largest and most important trading partner has been adversely affected. Border blockades have stretched as far away as the Pacific Truck Crossing here in BC, causing significant damage to our supply chains and our economy, and which even reconstituted yesterday. As the Deputy Prime Minister has made clear, these costs are real. They threaten businesses big and small, and they threaten the livelihoods of Canadian workers, just as they're working hard to recover from the economic damage caused by COVID, and they threaten our reputation as a reliable trading partner. Clearly, this is unacceptable. And these illegal blockades and occupations are not just a threat to our economy. The leaders of these activities are not just calling for their voices to be heard. They're calling for Canada's recently democratically elected government to be overthrown through threats of violence and coercion, and by holding our cities and our supply chains hostage through illegal activities that rob fellow citizens of their rights. The leaders of these protests are supported by a vast, coordinated, and well-financed international network of disinformation that's seeking to sow doubt in our country's institutions, in independent media, and in science. It's a network involving the alt-right that promotes xenophobic and racist views that, despite our hopes that Canada was immune from it, presents a real and present threat to our democratic institutions. It is a coordinated effort to use mistruths, half-truths, and to misrepresent the constantly evolving scientific evidence as a reason to attack and discredit expert opinion. And it pains me to think that in Canada we're talking about fake news. Yet here we are. This coordinated effort has exploited the very real frustration that we all feel having lived through this pandemic for 2 full years. It's exploited people's legitimate desire to gather, let loose, and enjoy the company of others by using conspiracy theories that scapegoat the Prime Minister, governments, experts, the media, and shadowy elites, rather than recognizing that we all face one common enemy, the virus. And I don't want to paint all the people that have attended these protests or that sympathize with them with the same brush. I've spoken to many that have legitimate concerns that see this as an opportunity to express the frustration that we all feel. And coming to Parliament to make your voice heard in peaceful protest is a sacred right that we all must protect. I want to assure the folks that have reached out to me by phone, by email, and social media that you've been heard. What we are debating here today is not about silencing your voice, but rather to reestablish order and restore freedoms to those that have had them taken away. To the measure at hand. On February 14th, the Government of Canada appropriately declared a public order emergency. This order is effectively and peacefully putting an end to these illegal acts. And make no mistake, this is an extraordinary and unprecedented measure which was invoked in the context of ongoing border blockades, and that became necessary after weeks of impasse with the occupation in Ottawa and after all other measures had been exhausted. It comes after occupiers have been directed to leave for weeks, after additional resources were provided to the police of local jurisdiction, and after coordinated efforts of law enforcement were not able to rectify the solution, nor move the illegal blockade in Ottawa. So this is not the first resort, and it has not been used lightly. But contrary to what many believe, it does not suspend the application of our rights and freedoms, and this act is replete with checks and balances to ensure it's not abused. This is an at most 30-day time-limited measure overseen by a committee of parliamentarians that is proportional, targeted, and which will be followed by an inquiry. It can also be revoked by Parliament at any time, and it is our duty to ensure that these powers are used prudently and only so long as they are needed. The measures being implemented allow the temporary designation of secure areas to prevent blockades, to allow for the freezing of accounts of those financing illegal activities and other assets used in furtherance of these illegal activities, to allow the RCMP to enforce local bylaws, to bring law enforcement capabilities from across the country to bear, and importantly, enable the government to commandeer tow trucks to finally move the blockade. And this is precisely what we've seen happen in the last week. And we've heard from the opposition that these powers are not necessary. So I want to quote the interim Ottawa police chief, who said on Friday, quote, "Without the authorities that have been provided to us through these pieces of legislation, we wouldn't be able to be doing the work we are today," end quote. I want to thank law enforcement for their professional work to carry out this operation largely safely, and for the vast majority of the protesters that eschewed violence and went home peacefully. And I also want to thank the media for putting themselves in harm's way to cover the events of the past few days in the face of so much abuse. And I've had constituents question whether there was, in fact, a public order emergency, as the Act requires to trigger this measure. So I want to touch on that briefly. The Emergencies Act states that the threshold that must be met is a reasonable belief a public order emergency exists. Public order emergencies are defined as serious threats to the security of Canada, and such threats are defined by the Canadian Security Intelligence Services Act as including foreign influence activities that are detrimental to the interest of Canada and are clandestine or deceptive or involve a threat to any person, the threat or use of acts of serious violence against persons or property for the purpose of achieving a political, religious, or ideological objective within Canada, and activities directed towards undermining by covert unlawful acts to lead to the destruction or overthrow by violence of the constitutionally established system of government in Canada. And we know that over half the donations made in furtherance of these illegal blockades came from international sources, thousands of which funded the January 6th insurrection in Washington. And there have been serious threats and destructive acts to individuals and businesses in Ottawa, and the stated purpose of this enterprise was to overthrow the government. So from my reading, this threshold is clearly met. And many have raised concerns about the precedent that using this act presents. And while this act must always be used sparingly, I believe that it is warranted in this situation for the reasons I mentioned before. And I would also counter that we need to be similarly concerned with the precedent that it would set if we did not act. The precedent that it would set if we allowed an openly seditious movement to be legitimized, as well as to legitimize the methods of blockading critical infrastructure, of seeking to hold cities hostages for weeks on end with the goal of forcing a change in government policy or of the government itself. And I would agree that we should not have ever ended up at this point. We should not have had to resort to the Emergencies Act, but here we are. And the last few weeks have revealed vulnerabilities in our law enforcement system, and it's incumbent upon us as parliamentarians to learn from these illegal blockades, who and what is behind them, to take remedial action and to take seriously the threat that misinformation and foreign influence poses to our democracy. If we can do that, we will ensure the tools, systems, and protocols are in place to prevent similar situations from occurring without the need to invoke the Emergencies Act as we must now. I also want to clarify distinction and misinterpretation that sits at the heart of these illegal activities, and that is the idea of freedom. Freedom cannot be absolute in a free and democratic society. Freedom is not a form of unbridled license to do whatever you want, regardless of how it harms others. Personal freedoms must be limited when they take away the freedoms of others. The flip side of personal rights and freedoms are societal obligations and responsibilities. They must be balanced with the rights and freedoms of others. That is how a democratic society functions. And that's why these blockades must end. Political protest is protected by our charter right to freedom of expression, but there's no right in this country to block critical infrastructure, to harass fellow Canadians, to vandalize businesses and homes, to defecate in the streets, to saddle others with the cost of policing your actions, and to saddle our country with billions of dollars of economic losses from illegal blockades. None of these aforementioned acts can ever be considered a legitimate form of expression. And I have to say, I've been embarrassed with what I've seen in Canada over the last month. From the hateful symbols we've seen in public, to the hateful political rhetoric, to...
Hello, Guy, t'as entendu ça où? Ouais, mais ça ne change rien qu'ils s'en viennent, même s'ils s'en viennent, s'ils passent ça demain soir, là, comme qu'on voit, c'est clair comme l'eau de roche que ça va passer demain soir. Là, ils vont pouvoir attaquer tout ce qu'ils veulent. On a besoin des aliens, pas des Indiens, pour arrêter tout ça.
Forward to the questions for my honourable friends.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to ask a member a question, he said, that the point of all the protesters was to overthrow the government, but I've been closely following the Ottawa Police Service, and they're laying out charges against people that they detain and arrest. And so I've noticed that nobody has been charged with treason, sedition to commit, conspiracy to commit sedition, seditious intentions, riot. And I wonder if the member can please explain to me how it is that the government can claim something rhetorically and amp up the language in this chamber. We talk about civil debate when the charges being laid by police services, by prosecutors, does not match what the government is claiming these protests were about.
Honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I don't want to comment on ongoing investigations right now, but what I will say is that the Freedom Convoy stated purpose was to do just that, was to overthrow the democratically elected government that we all are honored to sit in today. So I think those ideas and that intent was made very clear from the beginning.
He's a liar, but the other one brought a good point. None of them overthrow a government is treason. None of them got charged with treason. So see, he caught them in a lie.
Who is also my neighbor for his intervention today. One of the things that I've heard during this time is that when we look outside and we see what has happened, when we talk about extremism, I've heard from some of these seats in this House, members say there's a few bad apples. And that's very concerning to me because we all know that there's a few bad apples in every group. The point is not the bad apples. It's the people who stand with the bad apples. If we look at our history on this planet, it is when people were quiet, when they minimized what was happening, that really terrible things were the outcome. So I'm just wondering if this member could speak to how important it is to stand against things that are extreme, that put us and our democracy in huge trouble, and make sure that we are not complicit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea Sky Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank my honourable neighbour, the member from North Island, Powell River, for her very important question. To the point to the member opposite asked the previous question, certainly not all of those that are involved in these debates hold.
Parfait, Guy, mais ça change pas rien. Je sais, il passe au plan B, mais comme je te dis, il faut que ça finisse tout ça, là. Tout ça, faut que ça finisse, là. Moi, je suis tannée. Je veux que les aliens arrivent, disent la vérité des choses, je vais avoir mon spaceship, puis je veux m'en aller. OK? Je suis tannée, là, de tout ça, là. Je suis tannée. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a, Sam? Hein, Sam? Sam aussi, il dit qu'il est tanné de tout ça. C'est ça que je vais emmener, Guy. Faut que ça finisse, ça, là. Puis les aliens vont venir, vont faire quoi? Ça va être la même affaire. Même si plan B, plan C, plan D, n'importe quel plan, faut que ça finisse, tout ça finisse. Tu comprends ce que je veux dire, Guy? Faut que ça finisse. Faut que tout ça, ça finisse.
Fact of using them, both in downtown Ottawa and elsewhere in the country. And now investigations have begun. And we'll see how the Minister of Public Safety answers that question, because we don't need these measures if they're not absolutely necessary.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. And I take this member's remarks to be that the temperature really has to be dialed down in his view, that we have to really watch that things don't become normalized. So I'm wondering if he can comment when it comes to normalizing things on the Prime Minister's lack of apology to the member from Thornhill based on the comments he made in the House last week.
Honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, and a short answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I think we all need to be very careful about what we say in this House and what we say in public. I mentioned in my speech, we don't want to be calling people names, we don't want to be pointing figures, and that's a responsibility that we all need to take to heart, and just to make sure that we're doing better, because we're setting an example for Canadians. We're here to represent Canadians, and so that's a responsibility and something that we need to take very seriously.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When historians write this chapter of the Canadian story, what will they say about this protest? I don't question that for some, it was about vaccine requirements for truckers crossing the U.S.-Canada border. Nor do I question that others came here earnestly to protest pandemic restrictions and the disruption these public health measures brought on all of us. And although I do not share their views, vigorous debate and peaceful protest make Canada's democracy stronger. But for more than a few, Speaker, and for many of those of the core organizers themselves who sat atop a chain of command throughout this 3-week occupation, their purpose was something far more sinister and one that betrayed the earnest initial intent of the others. These individuals came to upend the democracy upon which our country is found. They had their demands and soon resorted to intimidation, lawlessness, force, and even sedition to see them met, regardless of whether those demands were wise or whether they even fell within the jurisdiction of the federal government at all. So thwarted by the incoherence of their own demands and frustrated by our resolve, they laid siege to our capital with the stated intent to overthrow the democratically elected government and install themselves in our place. Today, it is evident that they have failed. With the powers of the Emergencies Act, law and order has returned to the streets of Ottawa. Our democratic system and the rights and freedoms that it carries on. Members of Parliament, duly elected, continue debate on the Emergencies Act invoked in the spirit of peace, order, and good government. Today, it is evident this measure was necessary. So, Mr. Speaker, let me speak to why I will be voting in support of invoking the Emergencies Act. I have the benefit of addressing the chamber following this week's police operation that finally brought the occupation to its end. And what we saw was a methodical, orderly, restrained operation by professional police from across the country working as one. And we know now just how integral the powers of the Emergencies Act were to the success of that operation. When asked if the Emergency Act was necessary, the interim chief of the Ottawa Police, Steve Bell, could not have been more clear. Police could not have done the job they did, the way they did it, without the powers provided by the Act. That comes from the senior commanding officer for the operation, and he's not alone. Many more academic, legal, and security professionals have come to the same conclusion, including Harper-appointed Senator Vernon White, a former Ottawa police chief himself, and security expert Wesley Wark, a senior fellow at the Centre for International Governance, who I know to be a respected voice by many in this chamber, including my Conservative colleagues. And it's of course worth noting that a recent poll indicated that 2/3 of Canadians support this measure as well. Now, specifically, the Emergencies Act provided these key powers that were absolutely critical. 1, it allowed police to establish a secure perimeter around the downtown core, preventing additional trucks or groups from joining the occupations. 2, it allowed Canadian financial service providers to immediately freeze or suspend accounts of an individual or a business affiliated with these illegal blockades until such time as that illegal activity was ceased. 3, it compelled private companies to provide towing services.
Did you hear? ISP to close the internet. Did you hear?
It also
close account.
CMP to enforce municipal bylaws, among other important measures. So some have asked, as is responsible, if the Emergencies Act is an overreach. In fact, that is the essential question before Parliament today. And it's a minority Parliament that will make a determination on the matter and revoke the measure if it is not agreed to by the House. An excellent example of the oversight built into the legislation written by the Mulroney government. With due credit to the Progressive Conservative Party at that time, other accountability measures include a special joint committee of both the House of Commons and the Senate to review the government's actions under the Act on an ongoing basis, a 30-day sunset to make sure that these powers don't extend longer than necessary, and an inquiry after 1 year. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the Emergencies Act does not limit charter rights. Rather, it is subordinate to those rights. Still, a common refrain from the occupiers is that the Emergencies Act and the police operation to end the lawlessness in our capital trampled on their charter rights to peaceful assembly. That is simply false. The charter protections extend only to assembly that is peaceful. It does not protect one's right to seriously disturb the peace as the occupation of Ottawa has done over the past 3 weeks. And it does not provide cover for illegal activities carried out during a protest, like the flagrant disregard for the law that has been well documented in the streets of our capital throughout.
Sérieux, là, moi, je suis bien inquiète de ce que ça va arriver. Là, ici, là, je viens d'avoir un article, là, que je cherchais, là, qu'est-ce qu'un des gars a dit, là. Il disait que le Canadian Constitution Foundation, CCF, puis le Canadian Civil Liberties Association, CCLA, have announced separate legal challenges against the Trudeau government for invoking the Emergencies Act to crush trucker protests across Canada. Ouais, fait que c'est ça. Je l'ai trouvé, là. Il va falloir qu'on watch ces deux places-là aussi, là.
Intended by the Progressive Conservative government that enacted it in 1988. But now, 3 decades later, we find ourselves in an unexpected situation in which the party of Mulroney opposes invoking the measure while the Liberals and the NDP support it. Our parliamentary system requires Her Majesty's loyal opposition, Mr. Speaker. It's an essential part of the checks and balances that keep our country stable, on stable footing, and ensures diverse voices of Canadians are heard in this place. Yet when crisis strikes, as leaders, we are called to rise above our political divides, for we all take an oath as members of Parliament to act in the best interests of our country. Sadly, that is not what we have seen from the Conservatives throughout this occupation. Through their actions in the last...
Non, Nelly, t'as pas suivi, là. You're wrong, OK? Non, ça va passer. Le NPD est avec le libéral. Le libéral a déjà plus de MP. Avec le NPD, il passe. Je l'ai dit depuis tout à l'heure que je te dis, Nelly. Tu n'écoutes pas, là. Ça va passer, cette affaire-là. Là. C'est ça que moi, je me demande. Qu'est-ce qui va arriver quand cette affaire-là va passer? Je l'ai là, mes chiffres, tout là, je les ai gardés à quelque part, là. Il y a 159 libérales, 119 conservateurs. Donc, il y a 40 de plus. Bloc québécois, il y a 32. NPD, il y a 25. Green Party, il y en a 2, un indépendant. On l'a vu que un des Green Party va voter pour le libéral. Puis le NPD, ils vont voter avec le libéral. C'est impossible que ça passe pas demain. Ça passe, cette affaire-là. C'est vraiment pas drôle. Ça, je te dis, c'est pour ça que j'écoute, là. C'est parce que je trouve ça le fun, écouter ces colis-là, là. Fait que ça va passer demain. Fait que faites-vous à l'idée, là, ça va passer. Puis après ça, là, il va y avoir encore des affaires d'horreur. C'est pas funny, le pantoute, là. Moi, je suis bien inquiète pour ma sécurité dans cette histoire-là, là. J'espère que mes aliens, ils vont venir... s'occuper de tout ça, là, au petit tabarnak.
So we need to log out of social media, put down our phones, stop doom scrolling, and ask why. Why is it that despite pretty strong consensus on the effectiveness of the broad pandemic response from all parties and all levels of government,
je les ai toutes comptées, là. Puis Candice Bergenman, elle a même dit.
The answer may lie in the palm of our hands. The devices we carry with us day and night. Our political beliefs and grievances are being fed to us by opaque algorithms that serve a singular function: profit for the massive tech giants that dominate our online realm. These platforms prey on our psyche, weaponizing our emotions to keep us all online all the time, garnering untold fortunes in ad revenue. Disinformation, a tool of foreign influence in the cyber era, goes unchecked. Division, it turns out, is a moneymaker. And so the scene was set
as a pandemic locked us inside, the very same screens they told us that would keep us together served instead to push us further apart. It's my hope that the Joint Committee and Inquiry required in the Emergencies Act will take a hard look at the fundamental role of online platforms and what they played in stoking the flames of division, of anger, and disinformation, making it harder and harder for any of us to see the other side, as though we lived in two entirely different, separate universes.
Tu vois, Nelly puis tout le monde, là. The right and freedom of Canadians, je l'ai lu tantôt, là, must be defended at every turn. The Prime Minister, with the help of NPD, are making a dangerous mistake by enacting the Emergencies Act. Elle vient de le dire, là. Je l'ai dit, là. Ils vont passer l'Emergencies Act demain, là. Le NPD est avec les estis libérales. C'est ça, là. C'est pas funny, là. Je l'ai dit tantôt, là. T'as pas compris, là, Nelly, là. Tu comprends-tu, là?
Pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. I find it rather disheartening, Mr. Speaker, that we have an ode to hope here, and yet we have such partisan rhetoric that really couches this ode to hope. Now, one of the things that the honourable member said in his speech was that public opinion was on his side. So I'd like to ask this honourable member, when did the rule of law become subordinate to public opinion? Because he cited those two principles, and sometimes they're incompatible. So if the rule of law is superlative, why is he not abiding by the rule of law?
The honourable member for Halifax.
I can't discern a sensible question there, but the member did mention political rhetoric, and I note that the party's interim leader, the member's interim leader, stated recently that MPs need to return to the House to restore unity, wholeness, and hope back to our nation. And I just suggest to the member that perhaps he and his interim leader should focus on restoring unity, wholeness, and hope back to their party as we watch it self-immolate in real time, day by day.
That's right. Question et commentaire, l'honorable député Lapp.
Hello. Questions and comments? The honourable member.
Pour faire des actions
Salut, lady. Salut,
qui
Carole.
vont intervenir plus.
Yes.
Ouais, attends une minute.
In order to have actions, why not just use the police services? We do not require emergency measures. Why didn't we resort to police services under existing law more quickly?
I thank the member for the question. It's an important one. Of course, as I mentioned in my remarks, that the interim chief of police here in Ottawa was very clear in stating that he was unable to do his job without the act. We have seen the Canadian Association of Police Chiefs underscore that same truth, that this act was a required action to have been taken by the government to help police forces across the country to deal with blockades. I would go further to say that the checks built into this act, the review and panel, the special committee that will be set up to review the actions under the act will give more light on the question that the member asks. But for now, I'm very satisfied that we're well within the confines of the law, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the passionate speech, but I do have to ask, with the urgency I'm hearing today, why it took the Prime Minister so long to take this seriously.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Well, I remind the member that multiple premiers across the country reached out and asked for help, and when that happened, that is when the government got busy invoking the act. Now, it was very important to give the provincial governments their required time and space to act under their own laws and rules, but when it became clear to some of those premiers and to the federal government that the additional powers of the act were required, the Prime Minister and the Cabinet acted very swiftly, and the results, as we saw, were delivered very swiftly as well.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member's comments. And when I think in terms of the impact that it's had on people in our communities and jobs, whether it's in Alberta, Manitoba, and Ontario in particular, where we saw blockades preventing $500 million of trade between two countries. And as I say, it had a horrendous impact, shutting down Ottawa, all through illegal blockades. And we had requests from the province of Alberta and the province of Manitoba writing to the Prime Minister or to the Government of Canada asking for support. And this is one of the tools that we have provided, and it has been effective. And I wonder if he could just provide his thoughts in terms of the importance of the tool.
Secrétaire parlementaire au ministre de l'Innovation, Sciences et l'Industrie.
I thank my friend for the important question, and I think we all have stories about how the lockdown here and the blockades elsewhere have had a personal impact. But I'm going to address the part of your question about trade and the interruption of trade and the job loss and the shuttering of automobile factories in Canada and the loss of wages that resulted from these blockades. I was privileged to be part of a call 2 days ago with the Canada-America Business Council, where I found it necessary to reassure our Canadian or American trade partners that the government has acted at a national level to ensure that such disruptions won't happen again, and it was important for them to hear that, and they are edified by that. We must never let
J'ai des mauvaises nouvelles à dire. Ils vont passer cette colle des affaires-là.
And it is with heavy heart that I rise today. This is a solemn day that...
Anne?
Ouais, je suis là.
Ils vont passer la patente, là.
Tu penses?
Non, je pense pas, je suis certaine.
C'est pas demain soir?
Oui, mais moi, je les écoute, là. Je les ai écoutés toute la tabarnak de journée, là. Le NPD est avec les libérales. J'ai tout expliqué ça, là, tantôt, là. Que là, que la... Attends une minute, là. Donne-moi une seconde, là. Ils ont 159 libérales. Donc, les libéraux, ils sont déjà 40 d'avance sur les conservateurs, OK?
Ouais, puis ils ont un NDP en plus.
Ouais, fait qu'oublie ça. On est fait.
Ouais.
C'est certain. C'est fait. Et puis même le Green Party sont avec les collèges de libérales en plus. Hey!
Ouais. Oh
non, mais c'est certain que ça passe, là. Mais là, ça m'inquiète, là.
Ah, ouais, putain de merde.
Ouais, mais ça, c'est dangereux dans tous les sens, là. Ouais. Là, je pense qu'ils font ça pour réveiller le monde, parce que là ils peuvent saisir n'importe quel compte de banque, ils peuvent arrêter n'importe qui, ils peuvent même fermer ton Internet. Ils viennent de dire, là, un des gars, là, vient juste de dire l'Internet, là. C'est vraiment éducatif, cette affaire-là, là. À part quand ils répètent tout le temps la même affaire, les fous, là. Mais quand que les personnes qui vont voter contre, ils amènent tous des très bons points excellents. Ils ont dit qu'il y avait 76 comptes qui avaient été fermés.
Ouais, j'ai entendu ça plus tôt, ouais. Okay,
ouais. Non, mais là, je suis en état de choc, là, mais là, je commence à me faire à l'idée, là. Et j'ai 150$ dans mon compte de membre, on va aller sortir ça demain matin, là, si j'ai mon compte de membre, qu'eux autres, c'est collé ça. Là, le pire, c'est que, regarde, s'il arriverait quelque chose, je sais même pas qui appeler, est-ce que... Mais là, il va y avoir, il va falloir que je m'informe sur ces personnes-là. Là, tout à l'heure, il y avait un gars qui a parlé, puis il a dit que, je viens de juste trouver l'article, là, je viens de le mettre dans le chat, là. Et, là, Guy, dans mon chat, il a dit qu'il y avait eu un téléphone, je veux dire, puis que, on est live en passant, tu sais, on est live, là, hein? OK, Guy, il écoute, il a dit que il y a eu un appel, là, puis que les Indiens s'en viennent. Les Indiens s'en viennent, ils peuvent bien s'en venir, mais ça ne changera pas de quoi à quelque chose, là. Je sais pas ce qu'ils peuvent changer, les Indiens, dans l'histoire, là. Bon, là, je viens de trouver, là, l'article, là. Je recherche l'article, là. Oui, ici. Civil Liberty. Le Canadian Constitution Foundation, puis le Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Pas à soir, là, parce que je suis fatiguée, je suis écœurée, là. Mais demain, là, moi, aller chercher ces places-là, moi, les appeler, esti. Parce que là, hey, ça n'a pas d'allure, là. Là, bon, on va faire qu'ils se lèvent puis qu'ils se réveillent, là. Pas une joke, là, Anne, là. Parce que ça passe demain, c'est une certitude, ça passe demain, là. Là, Pat, j'ai eu des nouvelles. George s'est fait arrêter. Puis juste avant qu'il se fasse arrêter, George a dit que Pat, il était en prison jusqu'à mardi parce qu'il y aurait son arraignment mardi matin.
Ouais, j'ai entendu ça de ton live ce matin.
Ouais, c'est ça. Ouais, fait que je suis live, là. Ça fait des millions d'années, là, que je suis live, là. J'ai plus de voix, là. Là, je suis vraiment inquiète pour comment ça va se dérouler, cette affaire-là, parce que ça n'a pas l'air à finir, là. Ça veut dire que si demain, pas si, demain ça va passer cette affaire-là, OK? Ça passe. Puis là, après soi, on fait quoi, là, exactement, là? C'est quoi l'affaire, là? Est-ce que l'armée va arriver, on va toutes les arrêter parce que c'est tous des traitors, là? Comment ça va se dérouler, cette affaire-là, là? Tu comprends ce que je veux dire? C'est ça, je comprends pas. Si au moins je comprendrais. La seule affaire que je peux voir, c'est qu'ils font ça pour réveiller le monde. C'est la seule affaire que je peux voir.
Ok, là, c'est bon, là, tout le monde, on sera... On n'a pas besoin de ça, là.
Non, mais la seule affaire qui m'encourage à cette affaire-là, c'est que ça, je le savais hier, depuis hier, mais ils en ont encore parlé aujourd'hui, que le Québec, le Parlement du Québec a voté unanimously against all this. Puis là, je pense que c'est... Il y en a un gars qui a dit qu'il y avait une province qui voulait actionner le gouvernement fédéral. Je pense que c'est le Québec. C'est qui?
C'est Jason Kenney, le premier d'Alberta.
C'est lui?
J'ai entendu ça.
Ah oui? Ok, je savais pas c'était qui. Il n'a pas dit c'était qui. OK.
Jason Kenney. Il plainte directement contre le gouvernement avec cette histoire.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Donc, c'est ça. C'est pas possible. Ça va pas... Si ça passe, ça va pas rester. Je veux dire,
oui, il va le garder pour un mois. Ouais, ça va pas rester. Attends une minute, là. Bon, ça t'a pas supposé de rester, cette affaire-là, avec les tabarnaks de masque, hein? Puis on est poignés, ça fait 2 ans qu'on est dans la même affaire, là.
C'est ça.
Non, mais...
ça qui fait... Mais bon, je penserais que là, les gens vont vraiment voir le danger. J'espère.
Oui, mais regarde, Anne, il y a une affaire aussi. C'est que... qu'est-ce que je m'en ai dire? Ben, je suis contente que tu me dis que c'est Jason Kennedy parce que je ne savais pas. Mais moi, je te dis, ça passe demain, OK? Puis après ça, on fait quoi, là? Ça va durer 30 jours. Qu'est-ce qui va arriver pendant les 30 jours? Tu comprends-tu ce que je veux dire? Veux-tu voir le carnage qui peut arriver? Puis deuxième des choses, là, il n'y a plus personne, il n'y a plus rien dans le centre-ville. Il n'y a plus personne, là. Ça veut dire, ils font ça pour quelle raison, là?
C'est ça, donc ça n'est pas du tout fondé, cette histoire. Ça n'a pas de sens de faire pas.
C'est ça, mais ça fait peur au monde, là. Moi, je te dis, je t'inquiète parce que, Chris, moi, je suis smack là-dedans, là. Wow, puis là, les Pats, c'est comme rendu l'ennemi numéro 1 du Canada, là. Tu sais ce que je veux dire, là? C'est comme, wow, là, faut faire attention, là. Qu'est-ce qui arrive, là? C'est rendu le monde fou en envers. Hey, moi, je peux pas croire que le MPD vote avec les libéraux. Ça, j'en reviens pas. J'en reviens pas pantoute, là. Les MPD, moi, j'ai voté pour les MPD quand j'étais jeune, puis jamais. Broadband, il doit se virer dans sa tombe, tu jamais.
Ah ouais,
il a toujours...
un moment ensemble, toujours. Il y en a un qui back up l'autre, donc on est mal avec ça.
Puis les conservateurs qui ont pensé que c'est eux qui ont du bon sens dans l'histoire, puis le Bloc québécois. Et là, c'est deux partis que j'aurais pensé que ça aurait été l'inverse. J'aurais pensé que les libéraux puis NPD, c'est eux qui ont du bon sens, et non le conservateur puis le Bloc québécois. Non, je te dis, on vit dans un monde de fous en envers. Qu'est-ce qui est up et down, qu'est-ce qui est down et up. Le monde qui sont supposés d'être corrects sont pas corrects, le monde qui sont pas corrects sont corrects. C'est même plus qui écouter. Tu regardes aller, là, c'est comme aux États-Unis, là, c'est la même cas les affaires qu'aux États-Unis. Que les États-Unis sont avec comment t'appelles ça, là? Les démocrates, c'est plus les démocrates du parti de JFK, c'est des demon rats à cette heure. C'est plus des démocrates, c'est des demon rats. C'est pas d'allure, là. C'est ça. Puis là, on est rendu avec ça, là, puis là, ils parlent, puis plus qu'ils parlent, puis plus que je regarde comment que... Puis ils disent toutes la même affaire, ces colis-là, hein, les libéraux, puis ils disent tout, là, oh, il y avait une swastika, il y avait c'est des racistes, c'est des anti-gays. Et c'est Hank ça qu'ils disent, on dirait que c'est comme le 10, c'est stocké à cette place-là, là. Tu sais ce que je veux dire?
Ouais. Les white supremacists, ils disent toujours ça, tout le temps.
Et puis, ils ont juste ça à dire. Ils disent, ouais, c'est ça. Ils disent des white supremacists racistes. Il y a les swastika. Ils mettent les enfants en danger. Ils ont juste là, 6 phrases, là, puis ils répètent ça constamment. Puis c'est tout démontré. Ils ont 6 phrases, puis c'est rien que ça qu'ils disent. Il n'y a pas d'autres arguments. C'est 6 phrases, puis rien que ça qu'ils disent. J'ai dit, j'ai tout écouté. Au moins, les autres, ils arrivent tous avec des faits. Ils sont méticuleux, là, dans la patente. Actually, it's interesting when it's them that talks. Mais quand c'est les autres, là, tellement que c'est des fois, là, je paye sur Python parce que je t'ai les entendre. Mais les autres, c'est intéressant, t'apprends des choses. C'est là que j'ai appris l'affaire, là, des deux affaires, là, de civil liberties, là. Ça, c'est intéressant, là. On va checker ça demain, là. On va les contacter. Mais là, il doit y avoir une façon d'arrêter cette affaire-là, là. l'armée devrait s'en mêler, là. Jamais je croirais, là, quand que... c'est rendu une histoire, là, de dictateur, cette affaire-là. Là. C'est rendu une histoire comme... Chris, tu vois ça dans les movies, ces affaires-là, Anne. Tu vois des affaires comme ça dans les movies, tu vois ça dans les pays bâtards, là. Tu sais, là, qu'est-ce que c'est pas l'heure? Guy, il dit... Guy, tu me dis, on parle de 10 000 warriors qui s'en viennent. Ah, ben merci, Guy. Ils sont supposés d'arriver quand, sais-tu?
Ça, c'est-tu des États-Unis? J'ai entendu qu'ils nous envoyaient du monde là-bas.
Non, les États-Unis, il envoyé des truckers. Moi, je sais pas c'est quoi le monde. Mais, puis il paraît qu'il y a d'autres affaires des États-Unis qui s'en viennent, là. C'est pas clair. Mais c'est sûr que ça sera pas clair, là, avant que ça arrive. Qui, dans le chat, ce que je suis fatigué, il dit que 10 000 warriors qui s'en viennent.
Ils s'en viennent d'où, là?
Pardon?
Ils viennent d'où, ces gens-là?
C'est des Indiens. Ils viennent des Indiens.
Ah, OK.
Il y a des places indiennes. Je sais pas d'où ils viennent, là. Je sais qu'ils s'en viennent.
Ça, c'est bon.
Oui, je sais. Il y a plusieurs mondes qui en parlent, Guy. Je sais, Nadia. On a parlé de ça aussi hier soir, Nadia. Puis, là, ouais, mais il y a quelque chose qu'il faut qu'il se fasse, là. Puis aux États-Unis, ils en parlent de nous autres, là. Ils pensent qu'on est rendu fous. Le monde pense que, évidemment, le Canada, on est rendu fou. Le Canada était tout ça vu comme un pays de paix. Là, on voit, là, c'est rendu un dictateur.
C'est pour ça, parce que là, il y a le président de Roumanie, je crois, qui a fait tout un speech tout à l'heure pour dire que c'est rendu fou que Trudeau est fou. Donc c'est bien, hein, ils se réveillent, les autres. Pas nous, mais ils se réveillent les autres. Oui,
je peux pas croire. Je regardais ça, là, qui était là, je peux pas voir les niaiseries qui sortaient tout à l'heure, là. J'étais horrifiée de voir comment que... Je comprends, là, pourquoi que le Canada, ça va si mal avec toute la gang de rapaces qui sont là. C'est pire qu'aux États-Unis, les niaiseries qu'ils disent. Pas si la hack part. Je veux dire ce qu'ils voudront, mais ils vont le faire quand même. Ils n'ont pas le droit de casser vite non plus, ils l'ont fait. Ils n'ont pas le droit de saisir le compte à Pat, ils l'ont fait. Ce qu'ils ont le droit de faire, puis qu'est-ce qu'ils font, c'est deux choses, Guy.
Et ça, c'est partout, hein, depuis 2 ans, c'est ça qui se passe. Tous les gouvernements ont fait des choses.
Oui, mais là, je sais qu'ils veulent réveiller le monde, là, mais comme je disais à Guy tantôt, là, avant que tu arrives, à quel point, là, c'est où la fin de cette histoire-là, là? Tu vois-tu, là, c'est comme ils tournent la vis, ouais, mais c'est qui est pogné dans cette histoire-là? C'est tout le temps nous autres. C'est ce que je veux dire? C'est tout le temps nous autres qui est pogné dans cette affaire-là, là. Moi, je veux pas que ça réveille le monde, là. En tout cas, moi, je veux pas que ça change.
Non, c'est pas une bonne stratégie pour réveiller, là. C'est assez, là. Ça marche pas, celle-là. Donc, changez de technique.
Changer de technique, puis moi, j'ai juste hâte que mes aliens arrivent, là.
Puis moi, je pense que la vraie technique, c'est the truth. Vas-y, balance la vérité, là. OK, ça va en choquer certains, too bad. C'est quoi, à ce point-là, là, il faut y aller.
Ouais.
That's it.
They parle, là.
I am definitely pro-vaccine. I am proudly...
Là, il parle de toutes ces affaires-là, bâtards, là, mais... Là, OK, ça va passer demain. Là, le monde, là, ça va faire les journaux. Bon, là, on va se rendre dessus, ça va faire mardi. Là, Pat, sort-tu de prison, sort pas de prison, on ne pourra pas savoir, parce que George est en prison là aussi. Fait que là, je sais pas qui va parler pour... à moins qu'il appelle Selena, c'est la seule personne que je connais qui est en contact avec Pat. Fait que là, quoi? Le Pat, il va sortir, il va-tu sortir, il va-tu rester en prison? Qu'est-ce qui va arriver avec Pat? On sait pas. Puis là, avec cette affaire-là de fou, là, qui va être voté demain soir, qu'est-ce qui va arriver, là, quand ça va être voté, cette affaire-là, là? Ils vont faire quoi? Mais ils vont arrêter qui, exactement, là? Il n'y a plus, là. Il n'y a plus, là. C'est tout fini, là. Tu n'as-tu, toi, en Alberta? T'as-tu d'autres bloqués, là? Coute, c'est fermé, c'est fini. La seconde qu'il a entendu ça, Coute, ils sont toutes partis, toute la gang.
Ah non, il y a on voit de partout dans le pays, là. Voyons, non. Toutes les frontières américaines sont prises. Moi, j'ai du monde en BC, j'ai vu des vidéos, des photos. Ils sont tous à la frontière vers Osoyoos, au sud de la vallée de Okanagan. Ils sont à la frontière proche de Vancouver, Seattle. Non, il y a du monde qui est partout. Ottawa,
mais c'est le côté ouest, toi, tu parles, right?
Oui, moi, je suis à l'ouest. Les gens sont partis ailleurs. Je suis sûre que les gens qui sont partis d'Ottawa sont partis pas très loin, la sortie de la ville, ou bloquer une autre ville, comme on a dit hier.
Oui, je sais, mais là, c'est ça, tu ris, mais ça va amener la violence, ça, pour de vrai, là, ils vont faire des choses.
Non.
Ils vont faire quelque chose, là. Non, eux autres, écoute, l'Emergency Act est même pas enacted, puis les polices sont super violentes, là. Tu penses qu'ils seront pas encore plus violents? Voyons donc.
Oui.
J'ai montré 3 vidéos tout à l'heure, là. 2 vidéos, là. 3 vidéos que j'ai montrées aujourd'hui, là. La police, là, elle a menacé un couple, là, dans leur café. Elle a dit que s'ils n'ouvraient pas la porte, ils casseraient à la porte. J'ai montré ça. L'as-tu vu?
Oui.
Puis après ça, l'autre qui donnait des coups de genoux à la personne à terre. Puis l'autre, là, l'autre cave, là, qui a menacé une madame qui voulait prendre un café, là. Hey! L'as-tu vu celle-là?
Oui, donc là encore, tout ça...
Oui, mais moi, ce qui me dérange le plus dans tout ça, c'est comme je t'ai dit hier, je peux pas croire que les policiers à Ottawa sont si violents.
Une catégorie, une partie.
Oui, mais ils sont où les autres bons, là? Ils sont où, là, les police guard, on guard, là? Je suppose qu'ils sont en garde de quoi, mais ils sont pas en garde de nous autres, ça c'est certain. Je les vois pas. En tout cas, je les ai pas vus, puis s'ils sont là, je les ai pas vus. Fait que ils devraient m'appeler et me dire où ils sont.
Je pense que tu sais, il y a bien des gens qui sont rémunérés pour tout ça.
Ouais, ben Pat, avec la dernière vidéo qu'il a faite, il a dit qu'il avait nommé toutes les compagnies de towing. Il a dit qu'il avait su qu'il avait été payé des prix de fou pour aller tower les trucks. Ils ont tous nommé les compagnies. Quand t'as pas le monde, ils savent c'est quelle compagnie là-bas, là. À Toronto. C'est tout Toronto, Sudbury. C'est pas aucune compagnie d'Ottawa, parce que les compagnies d'Ottawa voulaient pas tower les trucks. En tout cas. Mais là, peut-être c'est un mal pour un bien, cette affaire-là, Anne. Ils vont tourner la vis tellement que tout ça va sauter.
C'est ça. Je pense que mardi, ça devrait être une journée intéressante.
Ouais. Demain soir aussi, là.
Ouais, c'est clair. Mais,
parce que le monde qui n'a pas écouté ce que moi j'ai écouté, là, ils sont pas au courant de ça, là. Ils pensent pas que ça va passer, mais moi, je t'assure que ça passera pas, j'attends que j'écoute ça. Depuis que j'écoute ça, si je sais que ça va passer. Je l'ai dit, là, Nelly est venue me parler, là, le monde est venu me parler dans le chat. J'ai dit, ça va passer demain, là. Pensez pas que ça passera pas, là. Ça va passer.
Non, on assiste à quelque chose d'assez terrible, mais je fais confiance au monde en général pour que quelque chose se retourne après ça.
Ouais, mais en attendant, là, OK, mais là, OK. Fait qu'en attendant, on fait quoi, là? Parce qu'après ça, on fait dur en tabarnak, laisse-moi te dire, Anne.
Ah oui, ça va être...
C'est quoi, là? Fait que là, OK, fait que là, ils vont inacter ça pour 30 jours, puis ça, c'est renouvelable s'ils veulent, là. Ils peuvent renouveler ça tous les mois s'ils veulent. Hey, là, on va avoir ça à dealer en plus, avec tout ce qu'on a à dealer avec, faut qu'on deal avec ça. Hey, je suis tanné. Il faut que ça finisse, là, ça, là. Je suis écœurée de parler de ça, aussi. J'ai pas de choix. Je te l'ai dit hier, j'étais obligée de regarder ça parce qu'il faut que je cherche la vérité des choses. Si moi, je regarde pas ça, personne ne va savoir rien. Fait que... Moi, je veux savoir, mais je veux pas savoir. Je veux savoir. Je veux pas savoir. Je suis tannée. Tu sais ce que je veux dire?
C'est un sujet de déprime totale. C'est là. Quand est-ce qu'on revit?
Ouais, quand est-ce qu'on passe? Moi, j'ai hâte qu'on change de sujet pour mes aliens. Ah ouais, venez-vous-en, là. Moi, j'ai hâte de parler des technologies d'aliens, là. Tu sais, comme les food replicators, les zero pull modules, les medbeds, toutes les autres technologies qu'on va avoir. J'ai hâte d'avoir mon spaceship, j'ai hâte de décolisser. J'ai hâte d'aller te chercher pour qu'on s'en aille ailleurs. Ouais, mais là, c'est comme on recule dans l'histoire, là. Moi, je pensais qu'on était à la vitesse du la maman escargot, mais là, on s'en va à ciboire. Là, on retourne avec le petit bébé escargot, puis on s'en va à l'envers dans notre histoire. Oh! C'est comme petit bébé. C'est vrai! Oui, je le sais, les États-Unis, ils s'en viennent. Je le sais qu'ils s'en viennent. C'est juste que les détails, faut pas que ça soit dit. Comprends-tu? Je le sais. Je vais parler à Nadia demain, là, pas ce soir, là. Je suis fatiguée. Fait que... c'est ça, là. Moi, là, quand Pat est arrivé dans le décor avec ses truckers, j'avais l'espoir, là. J'ai dit, oh, là, on a passé au bébé escargot à maman escargot. Ah, c'est pas pire. Mais là, on est retourné au bébé escargot, puis là, on est même plus à la vitesse de l'escargot du bébé escargot. On a le petit bébé escargot, il est parti en l'envers. Fait que là, fait que je dis à moi-même. Là, au moins, je sais que ça va passer demain, là. Ça veut dire quoi? Ils vont-tu partir après moi, ces tabarnak-là, là? Tu sais ce que je veux dire? C'est dangereux, cette affaire-là, là. Pas facile, ça. C'est pour ça que demain, il va falloir que je contacte ces deux places-là de liberté, là. Je vais leur dire, hey, là, moi, je couvre tout ça. Ils vont-tu partir après moi, ces tabarnak-là, là? Il faut que je le demande, là. Il va falloir, que je cherche du monde qui sont... un garde ici, là, je regarde, là.
To overthrow the government. You have an insurrection underway in
Yes,
the
Fox
capital
News,
of a
arrête pas de
very
parler de ça.
important country.
When you try to crush dissent by falsely branding a political protest as an insurrection, that is the definition of authoritarianism, of fascism. Do the Democrats and CNN and MSNBC and all...
Ouais, c'est ça. Là, il arrête pas de montrer, là, l'affaire avec le cheval. Tu sais, hier, les bâtons là, qu'il y avait, là, ils montrent le monde frappé avec les bâtons. C'est ça qu'ils montrent, là. Fox News, je l'ai sur l'autre affaire, puis il arrête pas de dire... je regarde... Fait que ça fait le tour... ça faut... Ben, Pat, vendredi matin, il était à Fox Business avec Barney. Puis là, je suis certaine qu'ils vont en parler demain, là. Je vais pouvoir checker ça demain, là. Mais, ça fait le tour du monde, cette affaire-là, là. Là, moi, ce que je vais voir, c'est que que les autres pays vont faire avec ça. J'ai hâte de voir s'ils vont se faire frapper dessus aussi, les pays. Fait quoi? Il y a des truckers partout dans le monde. On est là. Fait quoi est-ce qu'ils vont faire? Ils vont-tu... Est-ce que aux États-Unis, qu'est-ce qu'ils vont faire? Les truckers vont arriver. Aux États-Unis, il y a 700 000 trucks qui s'en vont à Washington, D.C.
Voilà, c'est bien.
Ouais, mais ça, c'est le 6 mars. On a le temps de mourir, là. C'est dans 2 semaines, ça, là. Fait que... Ils vont-tu faire la même affaire? Ils vont-tu faire... martial law parce qu'il y a des truckers à Washington, D.C. Puis qu'est-ce qu'ils vont faire, les autres pays? Ils vont-tu appeler comme à Canberra puis tout ça, là, en Australie, là, ils vont faire quoi, là? Je sais pas, là. Je sais pas. Moi, je vois que ça avance pas, cette affaire-là, là. Puis comment qu'Alain va retourner travailler, là? Je vois pas... I don't see no end in sight in that thing, là. Tu sais? Ouais. Là, tu veux pas aller te promener dans ces affaires-là, là? Tu veux pas être... Tu veux être loin de toutes ces affaires-là de truck? Là, s'ils passent... Quand ces affaires-là vont passer demain, là, ça veut dire que si t'es associé avec les affaires de truck, là, ils peuvent t'arrêter, ils peuvent saisir ton compte de banque. C'est ça qu'ils expliquaient tout à l'heure, les gars, là. Que... Et puis là, ils viennent de dire, là, pas longtemps avant que t'arrives, qu'ils pouvaient arrêter d'enlever l'Internet.
Mais ils vont faire ça. Vraiment faire peur aux gens, pour que les gens arrêtent d'aller protester, etc. Que tout le monde ait bien peur chez lui, comme ils ont fait depuis longtemps.
Ouais, mais après ça, on fait quoi, là? Tu sais ce que je veux dire? C'est ça que je veux dire, là.
Finir.
Ouais, Guy dit ils peuvent pas rien faire parce que c'est anticonstitutionnel, ouais, mais
Pour l'instant, ils s'en foutent de la Constitution.
C'est ça le problème, ils s'en foutent. Puis regarde ce qu'on a vu hier, là, on a vu depuis... Pardon?
Il l'a déjà dit, Trudeau, il y a quelque temps, pour autre chose. Il a dit, même si j'ai pas le droit et que c'est dans la Constitution, on va le faire quand même. Donc, il en a rien à faire. Il est bien au-dessus des lois et de tout ça, sauf que à la fin de la journée, c'était quand même criminel et illégal. Donc, à un point, le rule of law va fonctionner. On ne sait juste pas à quel point. Il faut vraiment que ça pète pour lui. Et je pense qu'on aura de l'aide d'autres pays, peut-être, pour nous aider.
Il ne faut pas croire que les Américains vont laisser ça faire au nord d'eux autres, là. C'est ce que je veux dire?
C'est ça. J'ai pensé que quelqu'un avait dit aujourd'hui qu'il y avait des troupes américaines qui arrivaient pour nous aider, non?
Elle a dit ça hier. Elle a dit ça hier, mais il paraît qu'elle en a parlé encore aujourd'hui, mais je le sais que ça, qu'ils ne laisseront pas faire ça. Première des choses, là, il ne faut pas oublier, il ne faut pas s'énerver parce qu'on sait que c'est un dog and pony show, mais je sais juste pas à l'extrême comment ils vont pousser la patente. Parce qu'ils sont tous morts. Trudeau, il est mort. C'est pas pour rien qu'il est mort, ce tabarnak-là, hein? Fait que c'est un acteur, faut pas... Fait que là, ils vont passer l'acte demain pour réveiller encore du monde. Mais là, ma question est, comme je t'ai dit hier, puis je la pose encore la question, à quel point que c'est pas nous autres, c'est eux autres, ils tournent la vis pour réveiller le monde, mais c'est nous autres qui est pognés dans la patente, là. Tu sais ce que je veux dire, là? Je pense pas que ça va réveiller mon père, cette affaire-là, là. Tu comprends-tu? Puis là, pendant ce temps-là, c'est nous autres qui souffrent dans l'affaire. C'est Pat s'est fait arrêter. Hey! C'est fou, là.
À un moment donné, on arrête le scénario, le film, là, il est pas bon. On arrête le film, on fait les marques à tout le monde, les acteurs, puis on nous dit la vérité. That's it. Il n'y a plus que ça.
En tout cas, Lady, je te laisse, t'es en live, alors je te laisse finir ton live et puis on se parle bientôt. Bonne soirée tout le monde et on reste positif.
Sam, il dit bonjour à Sam.
Salut Sam, salut.
Non, mais c'est ça, c'est juste que moi je pense que il dit bonjour. Je pense qu'ils vont faire, il met l'acte. Parce qu'ils vont tout faire sauter. Là, c'est là que je pense que l'armée va sortir. Puis elle va dire, ben, regardez, l'armée va sortir de la boulamite, là. Parce que là, même à ça, l'armée, c'est bien plus haut que lui, là. L'armée, eux autres, faut qu'ils soient loyaux. L'armée, faut dire que c'est ça, je pensais pas que la police ferait des affaires de même, parce que aussi la police, c'est la même affaire, est supposée d'être loyale à la Constitution. Mais l'armée, par exemple, c'est une autre histoire, ça, là. L'armée est loyale à la Constitution. Puis... Je dis à moi-même, c'était ça, j'attends. C'est peut-être pour ça qu'ils attendent, parce que c'est tous des acteurs, ils sont tous morts. Fait que c'est peut-être pour ça qu'ils vont passer la hack, puis là, l'armée va sortir des boulamites, puis elle va dire, ben voici, regarde, on les arrête, c'est tous des criminels, parce que c'est tous eux autres qui ont été contre la Constitution. Mais dans le fond, c'est juste des acteurs, parce que les vrais sont tous morts. Fait que c'est un scénario que je vois très plausible, là, tu sais, c'est très possible, ça, Anne.
Mm-hmm. Je sais pas.
Tu sais, à un moment donné, il faut que ça finisse, là. Après ça, qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Il peut pas avoir plus... Il peut pas tourner la vis plus que ça, après ça, là. Tu sais ce que je veux dire? Non. Ouais, tu sais, que je veux dire, les aliens sont au-dessus de ma tête. Ils me laisseront pas arrêter, là. Voyons donc, là. Qui va dire la vérité des choses, là? Personne ne va rien savoir. Tu comprends-tu? Tu sais?
Ouais.
Non, je te dis... moi, je veux juste que ça finisse, là. Okay. Passez votre acte demain, là, puis ça, là, après, là, demain soir, là, je sais pas quelle heure qu'ils vont faire. C'est ça que je vais attendre de voir, là. Quelle heure que c'est les votes, puis tout ça, là. Je veux savoir tout ça, là. Fait que, à la fin de l'histoire, ils vont me dire, là, puis je vais savoir tout ça. Fait que demain, ils vont passer l'acte, puis là, peut-être qu'ils vont les arrêter demain. Peut-être que ça va tout finir demain, on sait pas. Peut-être que c'est une bonne affaire, c'est un mal pour un bien. En tout cas, c'est à suivre, ça, c'est certain, là. Tu sais? Anne?
Oh, c'est fou, là. C'est un film de malade, ça.
Ouais, c'est ça que je te dis, là. Je sais qu'on était à la fin du film, là. Après ça, qu'est-ce que tu veux qu'il fasse, le gouvernement? Là, il peut pas... Il n'y a plus rien qu'il peut faire, là. C'est la plus haute affaire, là. Quand ils vont passer ça demain, après ça, il n'y a plus rien d'autre à passer plus grave que ça. Là. Tu comprends ce que je veux dire? Il n'y a plus rien à passer. Là. Fait que that is
Après
it.
ça, le peuple se lève et tout le gouvernement doit démissionner, et puis c'est tout. Faut arrêter ça.
Oui. Oui. Nelly a dit si active ça, ça va accélérer le global marshal. Là. C'est ça.
On va voir. En tout cas, on reste positif tout le monde. Okay. Bonne fin de soirée.
Bye.
Et puis, à bientôt. Bye bye. Bye.
Bon. Okay, on va retourner avec notre affaire. Là.
Debate, the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary, l'Honorable Secrétaire parlementaire de la ministre de Santé mentale et l'indépendance.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, I'll be sharing my time with my honorable colleague of Newmarket, Aurora. Monsieur le Président, le droit à la manifestation est un droit fondamental.
Mr. Speaker, the right to protest is a fundamental right in our country. And this right has been used many times in Canada for causes that have made our society progress. For example, women's rights, the end of racial segregation, LGBTQ2+ rights, reconciliation with First Nations, Métis and Inuit communities. But now, we're seeing this right to protest being derailed by far-right populist movements, which is undermining the general interests of the Canadian public order, democracy, the parliamentary process, and elected officials' right to represent Canadians. This is very concerning. As various media sources have shown from the very beginning of what became an occupation of Parliament Hill, conspiracy and hate symbols were unabashedly flown by the protesters in the downtown area over the last 3 weeks. The use of these symbols reminds us that freedom of expression does not mean that one can spread hate. Yet the people promoting this movement do not seem to have realized that, right up until today. As we speak, downtown Ottawa has been evacuated, but the protesters are moving to new rallying spots. The pandemic has been and is still one of the greatest challenges that many Canadians have ever faced. The challenges have been different for each of us, but the great majority of us have faced the difficulties and have understood the importance of respecting the measures implemented by provincial and federal governments. We are all overwhelmed by this pandemic, which has been going on and on for nearly 2 years. We have all made sacrifices. We have sacrificed for our families, our friends, our communities, and the most vulnerable. Canadians' mental health has been seriously affected by the pandemic, which means that there is an increase in stress, anxiety, overuse of substances, and violence. It is clearly time to be done with this darn virus. But unfortunately, this virus is very stubborn. Last week, the official opposition was talking about Denmark as an example of lift. Recently, Denmark saw cases of COVID skyrocket, and so did the number of deaths, which is...
C'est une affaire aussi, il faut qu'ils attrapent pour qu'est-ce qu'elle vient de dire aussi, là.
Business owners who do not want to see more lockdowns. And the fact that a loud minority has an ideological opposition to health measures while being encouraged by foreign influences does not mean that we should tolerate harassment. It does not mean people can bully the inhabitants of Ottawa, causing seniors to be scared and not be able to go out to get groceries. It does not mean that people can remove pedestrians' masks by force and also oblige business owners to continue the lockdown longer. And in fact, this occupation even reduced public order by overwhelming 911, which meant that Ottawa residents' right to safety and security was taken hostage. And of course, there were also heavy economic consequences and signs of foreign interference in orchestrating this illegal protest. I would like.
Oui, t'as entièrement raison, Guy. Michel, t'es mélangé dans ton affaire, là. OK? Première des choses, moi, je trouve que ça serait la parfaite étape pour toutes les arrêter, comme j'ai dit à Anne tantôt. Fait que c'est sûr qu'on peut pas continuer comme ça, là. À un moment donné, il faut que ça finisse, tout ça, là. T'sais, ça fait 2 ans qu'on arrête des fuckers. À un moment donné, il n'y aurait plus de fuckers, ils sont tous morts, anyway. Fait que, à un moment donné, il faut qu'ils disent la vérité des choses, qu'ils sont tous morts. Puis là, il faut qu'ils nous montrent, là, la vérité des choses à la télévision, là. Il faut que ça finisse, là. J'espère que ça va être demain, c'est ça que j'espère. Attention, sinon, là.
People have lost their jobs. All sectors are affected. And the harm to our economy totals millions of dollars. It would be really regrettable
ouais, c'est ça. C'est ça. Je l'ai vu, moi aussi, Nelly. Je l'ai vu. C'est ça. Ça va tout accélérer, là.
It would be really
Mané, il faut que ça finisse, là.
Ultimately disappeared due to the actions of a group of protesters who wish to undermine the democratic process in this house. When I was in university, our professors were constantly telling us that what legislators do has real effects. The Emergencies Act, which was sponsored by a conservative minister, was adopted in order to be used. It's a good thing that it didn't have to be used over the last 34 years. Canada is a peaceful country, and the Canadians are extremely resilient. There is an entire process to implement this act, consulting the provinces and territories, hours of debate, a vote, and analysis by a committee.
Elle protège le droit de
It is quite different from the War Measures Act. It protects many rights. This is not a decision taken lightly, and it is not the decision of one single person. Before the decision was made, there were calls, consultations, meetings with the Mayor of Ottawa, with the Ottawa Police, with the premiers of the provinces and territories. Over the last few weeks, we have felt a shift. Over the last few weeks, we have felt the rise of something that is not like us. This emergencies legislation gives the necessary tools to those who are on the ground, who are living with the situation head-on, face-to-face with the nastiness, the confrontation, and the defamation. It allows the government to mobilize its essential services and allows the RCMP to act more quickly, to have local regulations complied with, to stop money from circulating. These are targeted and temporary measures. The acting chief of police, in fact, said that this weekend's operation could not have taken place without the powers of the law. The best example is the towing companies. When first requested by Ottawa Police, they would not come and tow the parked trucks. Under the Emergencies Act, they had to comply with the Ottawa Police requests and participate in the dismantling operation. And we thank them very much for that. We were quite patient. Reasonable and proportionate measures were taken in cooperation with the provinces and territories to dismantle the occupation and unblock the economy. We are sending a clear message to protect our democracy, to protect everyone's safety, and reinstate confidence in our institutions. At 6 p.m. this evening, the acting chief of police in Ottawa, said that despite the successful operations of the last few days, our city is not in its normal state. and that police measures must be maintained to avoid the return of the protesters. Madam Speaker, we respect the right to protest and the rule of law, but we condemn violence and lawlessness. They protested. We heard them. Now it is time for them to leave downtown Ottawa. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I would say to begin with is that perhaps they heard them, but they didn't listen to them. I think it is important to admit that the government did not listen to the protesters who came here and elsewhere, which they did very energetically, that is true. Now, I would like to ask the honourable member a question. In the private sector, when people have consultations, it's to either to convince the other people that that you're right, or that you want to present arguments that you hope that will make sense to them. When the Emergencies Act, in the Emergencies Act, it says that the government has to consult provinces. How can it be that if the government did consult the premiers of the various provinces, that 7 out of 10 premiers, following the consultation, left the meeting and said explicitly that they did not want the Emergencies Act to be used in our country?
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, and I also thank him for having asked it in French, and I congratulate him for that.
Non, mais c'est juste que je suis tannée. Je veux que ça finisse, tout le monde. Là. Je sais que les aliens ils gèrent tout ça. Là. Fait que, mais c'est juste que je sais pas quand ça va finir, puis je suis tannée. Je veux que ça finisse. Comme elle disait, c'est des sujets négatifs à discuter à tous les jours. Puis moi, je suis écœurée. C'est ça l'affaire, c'est ça le problème.
It applies to the demand. That is to say, it would be applied where there was a need to do that. So some provinces do wish the law to be applied in their provinces, and that's the great thing about that act. It may be used where it is required. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member. The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a quick question for the Parliamentary Secretary, and I thank her for her speech. One of the elements in this arsenal, which is the Emergencies Act, is seizing bank accounts. It's been discussed a great deal in the media. So it would be up to financial institutions and banks to be the police, essentially. They'd have to self-regulate their own processes. They have to identify who participated in the siege of Ottawa, and then to investigate enough to find out whether or not if a person leaves the siege, will their bank account then be released again? Because how does all this work? Why is it up to financial institutions to police their clients' activities? It seems quite complicated to me. I will ask the Parliamentary Secretary to answer. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Of course, these measures are extraordinary, so that's what the law permits. Giving the power to financial institutions to conduct their own investigations, and they will be accompanied by the RCMP in those undertakings. We're talking about 76 personal bank accounts that were frozen, as well as some corporate accounts. We can see, therefore, that the Act is being applied in a very circumscribed manner, and the most worrisome accounts are being targeted. And I think it is worrisome to discover that most of the money that was poured into the support fund comes from outside the country. So it is important to make those links. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Protective Services as well as the interpreters who are allowing us to have these debates and protecting us. Thank you to all of you. My question is, why did you wait for 3 weeks? People came from thousands of miles, thousands of kilometers away. We knew they were coming. They announced their intention of overthrowing the government if they didn't get what they wanted. They even threatened the Prime Minister. They're funded by foreign sources. So, and yet the federal government allowed the situation to deteriorate to this point. Is this not a failure on the part of the Liberal government? Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. We have heard that question many times over the last hours of debate. What I know is that there were attempts. There were meetings. There were phone calls. There were conversations. There was all kinds of reaching out, to try and resolve the situation. There were demands. They were met. There were 3 different levels of police services tried without being.
Guy, je t'ai dit que je le savais. Je le savais avant que Nadia n'en parle. Je le sais. J'ai dit que on parlait avec Nadia demain, pas ce soir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge that I'm speaking on the traditional territories of the Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. I also acknowledge that my constituency is on the treaty lands of the First Nations Williams Treaty and recognize the Chippewas of Georgina Island as the closest First Nations community. Madam Speaker, it is an honor and a privilege for me to speak in this House to represent the constituents of Newmarket Aurora. And, Madam Speaker, isn't this the important fundamental value we are here to defend? The democracy that so many people have died to defend. The reason that my parents became part of an underground escape route in Holland to help escaped prisoners of war return home. And the reason that my parents came to Canada. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge that some of the people who joined the protests did so to express their opposition to vaccine mandates and with the intent to protest peacefully. But it also needs to be explicitly stated that here in Ottawa, within our country, and at our border crossings, our democracy was at risk from a dangerous extreme minority who had declared their intent to overthrow the government with their MOU. For the organizers of the blockade and occupation of Ottawa, this was not about vaccine mandates. This was just a ruse intended to damage our economy with no regard of the impact to our communities, to disrupt and shut down businesses, only revealing their contempt for Canada and the rule of law. For 3 weeks, blockades have been illegally disrupting the lives of Canadians, harming our economy and endangering public safety. Canadians have seen their work hours reduced, or in many cases, their jobs put on hold, factories put on hold, retailers and restaurants forced to close. Let us be unwavering in our condemnation of those who set out to create an economic crisis, to further disrupt supply chains, and to create a climate of fear and uncertainty. The occupation of this illegal blockade and the notorious serious harm to our economy and to Canada's international standing. The world's confidence in Canada as a place to invest and to do business was being undermined. The blockade of the ambassador.
Un autre qu'il faut qu'on vote out. Non. Anyway, Guy, c'est pas important qui appelle. Ce qui est important, c'est que les aliens arrivent. Tant que les aliens ne seront pas ici, il n'y aura pas de changement. Puis moi, je vais avoir des changements. Que tant qu'il n'y aura pas les aliens, on va être dans le même engrenage de fou. Fait que c'est ça que je veux, moi, les aliens. Les autres, là, je m'en fous, là. N'importe qui vient ici, ça change rien. Ce que je veux que ça change radicalement, ça va être quand les aliens vont venir. Fait que tant que les aliens ne sont pas ici, ça va être le yard. Qu'est-ce que je te dise? Bonne soirée. C'est ça. Faut attendre les aliens. Les autres, je m'en fous, là. Ça va pas rien. Ça va changer des petites affaires. Il faut avoir des changements. Gros changements. Tu comprends? C'est la seule affaire de savoir, moi, c'est quand les aliens arrivent. Tant qu'il n'y aura pas les aliens, on va être encore pogné dans cette histoire de fou, là. Je tenais à l'entendre parler, là, il me semble qu'on l'a vu parler tout à l'heure. En tout cas, ils sonnent toutes la même affaire, ils disent toutes la même affaire. Là, j'attends de voir comment ça va finir, ça, parce que je veux savoir. Ils vont dire à quelle heure ça va commencer. Demain, j'ai besoin de savoir à quelle heure. Tout ça, là. Puis là, ceux qui ont du bon sens, ils amènent des bons points. C'est important. Être au courant de la situation. Il n'y a pas rien d'autre plus important que ça, être informé, là, présentement.
We followed the law and we are acting within it. There are clear conditions set out in the Emergencies Act for a public emergency order to be declared, and our government believes that those conditions have been met, and that required the government of Canada to act. The scope of these measures will be time-limited, geographically targeted, as well as reasonable and proportionate to the threats that they are meant to address. The Emergencies Act is intended to strengthen and support law enforcement agencies at all levels across the country. This is about keeping Canadians safe, about allowing residents to go into their communities with the security and the freedom to do so, while protecting people's jobs and restoring confidence.
Tu vois ici, là, je viens d'avoir une nouvelle, là, que les DC National Guard sont ils vont activer les National Guard quand les truckers vont arriver à Washington, D.C. Peut-être qu'ils vont attendre que les truckers américains arrivent aussi, là. Les Américains aussi sont mal pognés, là, hein. Faut pas oublier, là, c'est pas juste nous autres qu'on est mal pognés avec des fous, là. Biden est mort, mais le monde, ils savent pas, là. Faut qu'ils savent aussi, là. Pour moi, ils vont faire les deux en même temps parce que ça serait ou un après l'autre, là. Je sais pas trop comment ils veulent faire ça, là. Parce que ce serait bien plus simple si les aliens arriveraient. Quoi, tout arrêter ça en 2 temps, 3 mouvements. Que lâche le gars. Lâche. Je suis fatigué, là, je suis écœuré, là. Ah ouais, expédie pas, là.
The 2,000 Canadians who have silently lost their lives.
Ok, on n'a pas besoin d'écouter lui, là. Il dit trop de niaiseries, là. Je suis assez attendu, là, pour leur niaiser, là. J'essaie juste de voir si... Oh, je vais avoir un message, là. J'ai plein de messages, là. Attendez, ça... Je vais mettre ça ailleurs. Qui ça? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a, Sam, là? Vite, là. Veux-tu aller dans ton lit? Viens, mamie. J'en reviens.
Public assemblies that lead to the breach of peace and to restrict the funding of such illegal assemblies. Madam Speaker, I also agree with the member from Edmonton Strathcona who stated that our constituents expect us to work together and find solutions to resolve this crisis. In the weeks and months ahead, we need to restore the faith of the institutions that Canadians rely on. We need to come to a full understanding of how these blockades and the occupation were able to happen and what can be done to prevent them from happening in the future. But in doing so, we must safeguard the right to protest peacefully. And we must remember that the house we stand in belongs to all Canadians. We stand here at their will with the expectation to work in the best interests of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Kamloops, Thompson Caribou. I've noticed a trend as I stand here in the House of Commons on behalf of my constituents, and it's as though the speeches coming from the government benches are pretty much exactly the same. They cite the exact same rationale in just about the exact same order. In fact, Section 21 of the Ontario Comprehensive Policing Act flies in direct in contravention to what the member said. But one thing that the member did say that caught my ear was he talked about the rhetoric and having to dial it down. Leadership starts from the top. So has he delivered that message to the Prime Minister?
Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member opposite. We have been actively engaged.
Ouais, lui, il a dit exactement la même affaire que je disais à Anne tantôt. Ils disent tous 6 affaires. Ils disent, voyons, attendez ça.
And to be supportive of finding solutions. That is why Canadians sent us to this House, and that is how we should all behave.
Honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, the Emergencies Act should only apply in the face of a crisis, a current or imminent situation. The situation that we've seen for the last 3 years over on the parliamentary precinct seems to be resolved or soon will be. Does my colleague still believe that it is appropriate to invoke this Emergencies Act?
For Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also appreciate the question from the member opposite. We're not sure that this is over yet, Madam Speaker. There have been people who have vacated the precinct that is being protected currently, but there's also dialogue and discussion about coming back and returning. And there's also dialogue about regrouping. And so I think it's important for us to maintain vigilance and to monitor the process as it goes forward and be ready to respond when it's appropriate.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his comments today. One of the things that I'm very, very concerned about that we are seeing across the country right now is attacks on the media. You know, I was just reading an article about attacks that have been happening in British Columbia against media. Obviously, we've seen some horrific assaults happen in Ottawa against members of the media. I'm just wondering what the government's plans are, what steps they will be taking to ensure that we are protecting journalists, that we are protecting those who are working so hard to tell their stories and to share information with Canadians.
Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also want to thank the member opposite for her question. I think protecting a free press is critically important for any democracy, and it is the press that shines the light on the issues. What I'm particularly proud of is the independent ability for the media in Canada to present the facts as we go forward. And so I agree with her. It's very critical that we should be going forward and making sure that we do have a free press that is protected and that has the same rights as anyone else who's seeking to report the facts to our communities.
Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the
the member from Newmarket Aurora for his comments earlier. Great speech as always, a lot of experience from the member. I want to speak to the question that was asked and posed by the member of Kamloops Thompson Caribou when he talked about consulting with and looking at leadership from the top. As you know, Madam Speaker, we consulted with the Premier of Ontario, who has supported the act that's been presented here this evening. We've consulted with the Mayor of Ottawa, who has supported the act that's being presented here this evening. And we've consulted with the Mayor of Windsor, who declared an emergency and supports what we're doing here this evening. So can the member comment on consultation with municipalities and the Premier of Ontario as it relates to the act that's been presented here tonight in the House?
Member for Newmarket Aurora in 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I certainly appreciate working with him on the HUMA committee. Both of us have some municipal background, and both of us understand the need to consult at the municipal, the regional, the provincial, and the federal level. And I believe those consultations have been undertaken, and the decisions that were made were as a result of the consultations that were undertaken.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port Moody Quicklum, and if I may suggest that, yes, just lifting your mic a little bit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll begin my comments by highlighting what we are all agreeing on in this House. In the past few days of debate, I have heard agreement that we must denounce hate and hate symbols. Let's build on that consensus, because it has been exposed this past month that there is a far-right, sinister element that infiltrated the convoys at the highest levels. They are organized, well-funded, and have a stated goal of overthrowing our elected government. I take that threat very seriously. I heard most members of this House denounce these bad actors and recognize that their actions and intentions do not represent the Canada we want to pass on to the next generation. These are serious times, Madam Speaker, that call for serious debate and action that is appropriate and proportionate to the severity of this dangerous situation we find ourselves in. And let me be clear, these occupations are dangerous. They are not peaceful. They are unlawful. They never should have been allowed to become entrenched in our communities. And let me be clear that governments did have the resources to halt the occupation of Ottawa early on, but they failed to respond with the urgency required. Why do I say that? Because on social media, convoy organizers were openly sharing their intent, including plans for once they got to Ottawa. There was endless coverage of the convoy as it moved across Canada, and it was known from the beginning that factions of the convoy...
I interrupt the honourable member. Point of order from the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, and I honestly apologize for interrupting my colleague. I just want to make sure that she did remember to share her time with a member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you so much, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I did forget that. So yes, I'll be sharing my time. Thank you. So there was factions of that convoy that were displaying symbols of hate that was not taken seriously by governments and has not been taken serious for years. What has become clear through these last several weeks is that Canada does not have the tools to deal with hate or disinformation that is growing across our communities. The fear, intimidation, and lawlessness that has evolved on the streets of Ottawa and at borders across the country have shone a magnifying glass on how the government systems are not equipped to uphold even the most basic laws when hate and disinformation rear their ugly head and when white privilege underpins it. It has become glaringly obvious to Canadians that government let them down, left them on their own to deal with the consequences of unlawful occupations in their communities. This reality is threatening the safety of citizens. And the very...
Can I ask the honourable member for Don Valley East to please put himself on mute?
Have my time back from that?
Of course. No, we stopped counting the time. No, absolutely. And I apologize for the interruption. The honourable member may start again. Yes.
Thank you. This reality is threatening the safety of citizens, institutions, and the very sovereignty of the country. We know this threat is real and that the online environment is amplifying it. The power of online disinformation can be exemplified by the varied reports of a protester being trampled by a police horse this weekend. A phone call to my office Friday, I picked it up from a distraught constituent, as well as emails reported one victim was a woman, or they were a senior woman, or they are a senior woman with a walker, or they were an Indigenous elder, that they suffered a shoulder injury, or maybe a horse stepped on their face and throat, or maybe they lost a limb or death. The only consistencies were inconsistencies in those stories. Madam Speaker, it's time to get serious about the very dangerous consequences of the spread of disinformation, which gave rise to the length and size of the unlawful occupation in Ottawa, along with occupations and blockades across Canada. Again, I will say it should not have come to this, but it did. So let's stop looking backwards in this House and start looking forward and acknowledging the facts we are dealing with. When Ottawa called a state of emergency, it did not stop the lawlessness on our streets. When Ontario called a state of emergency, it did not stop the lawlessness. And when Indigenous leaders called for the occupiers to go home, they did not. It was only when the Emergencies Act was invoked that finally there was some initial resolution to this unlawful attack on the rights and freedoms of the citizens of Ottawa. The interim chief of the Ottawa Police has been clear that without these additional powers, they would not have been able to achieve the outcomes so far. Now, many people, many members have spoken about how the threats are now over, but I want to share with this House what's happening in BC. Protests are building here, and the agitators are increasingly aggressive. The RCMP had to preemptively close down the border yesterday, and 16 were arrested. Other unlawful activity could not be addressed on the spot due to lack of resources. And here is another really sad security threat. Private citizens are now feeling compelled to stand up against these aggressors. In Vancouver yesterday, convoy supporters and counter-protesters were facing off in the streets. And in BC, at YVR, police presence has been increased, and the costs of maintaining public safety at our borders in these times is mounting. And I have to share, Madam Speaker, that in the riding next to mine, the home of the Provincial Minister of Public Safety was affronted yesterday by protesters. In BC, this is far from over. The NDP takes the invocation of the Emergency Act under public disorder very seriously. We've said over and over again that we will not give a blank check to the government. The government will have to stay within the established powers, or we will withdraw any support. We will continue to protect peaceful protesters, including land defenders, and will protect the charter rights for all Canadians. Going forward, the federal government and all levels of government need to take responsibility for their failures, for not taking seriously the very real safety threats and infringements on the rights and freedoms that the majority of Canadians have endured these past weeks. Going forward, they must accept and address the very real threats of intolerance, hate, discrimination, and disinformation happening online and manifesting physically in our communities across Canada. These are real threats to the safety and security of every person and the institutions in this country, as well as our democracy and sovereignty. The NDP has consistently shown leadership during these occupations and has used the tools available as the progressive opposition to act. We've moved motions to investigate and expose weaknesses in crowdfunding platforms, brought forward an emergency debate on the occupation of Ottawa, and tabled bills in this House to address hate and hate symbols. The NDP has shown leadership in standing up for healthcare workers, frontline and essential workers, and all workers who have gotten us through these 2 years of difficult times. We continue to stand up for them. While the NDP has been focused on solutions, there has been a lack of forward-thinking and leadership by this government. Madam Speaker, this government has failed in so many ways. They failed to take seriously the declining standard of living for Canadians. They are no longer in touch with what is really happening in our communities. The years of neglect for the need for affordable housing, not addressing the climate crisis with urgency, declining to introduce pharmacare, not addressing Canadians' high cell phone bills. I could go on. This government has created an environment where too many Canadians are hurting. And when people are hurting, when things are desperate, people can easily find themselves being taken advantage of by sinister actors that exploit those vulnerabilities for their personal gain. It's the job of parliamentarians to protect Canadians from that. It is late, Matt. 11th hour. There is still work to be done to protect Canadians from the very real threat of hate and discrimination that fed off the vulnerabilities of exhausted, scared, and anxious Canadians who live in every riding of this country. What manifested in Ottawa, in Coutts, in Windsor, and in Surrey, and in Winnipeg is no accident.
C'est spécial parce que tous les MPD, il n'y a pas un d'MPD qui parle contre. C'est tout MPD, tout libéral contre toute province, les conservateurs puis les Blocs québécois. C'est vraiment weird.
And violence in this country going forward.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do acknowledge it's nice to see that the New Democratic Party recognizes the true value of the Emergencies Act. It's legislation that is actually required. We've seen the interim chief here in Ottawa. We've had asks from the province of Ontario, the trading corridors that she made reference to. And we can talk about that, but for me personally, it's all about the people and the freedom of the people to be able to live in peace, to have those jobs, to not feel threatened. She makes reference to the whole issue of racism that we saw raise its ugly head during the blockades and so forth. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to why it was important for Ottawa to work with the province of Ontario, the municipality of Ottawa and others to be able to resolve this issue.
Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. And I will just highlight that I do value protecting innocent Canadians that are just trying to pay their mortgages and keep their livelihoods going during these very, very difficult times. And I will say that in BC, we heard yesterday that many arrests could not be done because of the fact that there were not enough resources, and that the RCMP committed to ensuring that those unlawful acts would be followed up on in a separate time and in a separate place because they did not have the resources to keep everyone safe.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So a question to the member. One of the provisions in the Emergencies Act is warrantless search and seizure, especially the freezing of accounts of those who are either known to be connected to the protesters outside who were there, or people who are related to them. That could happen further down. I'd like to hear the member comment on the fact that the government no longer needs to go to a judge to obtain a warrant to actually freeze a bank account or financial assets anymore. And if she has any concerns whatsoever that the government could abuse this because there is no longer judicial oversight.
For Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And I will just remind the member that it was the NDP that first identified the fact that online platforms and crowdfunding platforms were being used outside of the country to fuel and to pay for these illegal occupations.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like my colleague, I define myself as progressive. And we know that often emancipation movements take the form of protests. So I don't think that the arguments of the protesters are valid, but I'm worried about seeing this Emergencies Act, which will in the future limit people who do have valid arguments and who want to change society for the better. So doesn't my colleague believe that this will create a worrying precedent?
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, thank you to my colleague for the question. And the NDP have been very clear that we fully support peaceful protesting, the exercising of the right to gather together and to fight for ideas and for change in the government. And we absolutely protect the right of land defenders, environmentalists, those that take part in peaceful protests. What we saw over these last few weeks, Madam Speaker, was unlawful occupations.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, my thanks to the member for Port Moody Coquitlam, both for the tone and the substance of her advocacy in this place. I really appreciate. My question is, I'm curious to hear more from her with respect to the scope of the regulation. We've heard some members of the governing party share that it's meant to be a very targeted approach, but we also see in the regulation itself talk of critical infrastructure used quite broadly, bus stations, ferry terminals, lighthouses, for example. So I'm curious to hear the member's perspective on ensuring that it is kind of appropriate in scale and does it set precedent for those that were mentioned previously with respect to Indigenous land defenders and climate activists, for example.
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam, in 20 seconds.
Thank you, and thank you to the member. And I'll go back to what I was saying on the first response to one of the members that asked me a question in the House, that I value and the NDP values protecting the rights of Canadians.
Bonne nuit, Nelly.
The rights of Canadians widely has felt at risk, and we're looking to restore confidence and security in our institutions in Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Madam Speaker, we come together today at a precarious moment in our nation's history. Over the last month, a cascading series of intelligence, policing, and governance failures have resulted in an unprecedented situation of which no Canadian of any persuasion is content or approves. We have all witnessed a siege of our nation's capital, an economic blockade of our international borders, and threats to the political stability of our society. Ironically, Canadians on all sides of the issues feel abandoned. Public confidence has been shaken and communities are divided. The institutions citizens expect to protect them have proved unresponsive. They have looked for leadership in their governments that has not been delivered. In speaking to many constituents in Vancouver Kingsway, two things are crystal clear. First, the current crisis has been badly mismanaged by the Prime Minister, who was virtually absent as it developed. And second, this situation should never have gotten this far. And so, it disappoints me profoundly to see our Parliament have to debate the application of measures that are by design intended for the most serious situations of turmoil and danger. Nonetheless, it is in crisis that we indeed find our nation. As such, it is for us to determine the best course of action to restore public confidence, stability, and security to our society. I would like to state that this is also a time of great sensitivity and emotion. The issues engage cherished principles that are equally valued and difficult to reconcile. And I think that thoughtful people of good faith can rationally differ with views that deserve respect and careful consideration. I believe our nation could use a generous application of compassion and understanding. Now, at the outset, I think it's important to delineate what the present situation is, and just as importantly, what it is not. First, we are not dealing with a peaceful protest. We are dealing with an economic blockade, accompanied by both threats and actual violence, with an attempt to force political change by mob behavior, and in substance, hostage diplomacy.
Je dis quelque chose. Il y a une affaire aussi. Bonne nuit, Hugo. Bonne nuit, Nelly. Merci pour la photo, Nelly. Je vais dire quelque chose. Qu'est-ce que je vais dire? Aussi, il va arriver un jour que le monde qui sont là puis qui disent des menteries comme lui il fait, là, il va falloir que qu'ils soient, comme on dit en anglais, held accountable. Tu comprends-tu? Il va falloir qu'il y ait une justice pour toutes les menteries qui spient puis qui misinforment le monde, là, tu sais. C'est une autre affaire aussi qu'il faut que ça soit réglé. Il y a bien des affaires à régler, hein. Non, mais j'ai bien confiance que ça va être correct. Moi, je pense que c'est ça. C'est fait pour faire sauter tout ça, là. Quand l'acte va passer demain, le monde va entendre ça, puis là, le monde va paniquer, là, puis ça va être la panique générale pour tout le monde. Puis c'est là, peut-être que ça va réveiller du monde, là. Merci pour tes beaux icons. Bonne nuit à vous deux, là. Merci d'être là. Je vais finir ça, là. Je vais aller me coucher, moi, après, ça va être fini, là. Je veux savoir comment ça va finir, cette affaire-là, puis je veux savoir à quelle heure ça va recommencer, cette affaire-là. Écoutez ça toute la calice de journée, là. Je peux bien écouter encore. Quelle heure qui est, là? Il reste 1 heure dans cette affaire-là, supposément. En tout cas, je sais que c'est supposé de finir au plus tard minuit. Ok. On continue. C'est ça que je voulais dire. Un jour, eux autres, il va falloir qu'ils soient... fait plaisir, Nelly.
Or high expenses. And it was never truly about truckers' vaccine policies either. This is also easily seen by the fact that it is the United States that set a requirement that all Canadian truckers must be vaccinated in order to enter the country, and that nothing done in Canada could alter that fact. Third, the legislation before us is not the War Measures Act. As a New Democrat, I've always taken tremendous pride in the moral courage that Tommy Douglas demonstrated in opposing Pierre Trudeau's invocation of the War Measures Act, despite strong public support for the move. In 1970, civil liberties were suspended, the military was deployed, and hundreds of innocent people were arbitrarily rounded up and held without charge. Habeas corpus was suspended by cabinet fiat.
That's what I was talking about, habeas corpus.
Or the courts. None of that is occurring here. Unlike the War Measures Act, the Emergencies Act does not suspend Canadian civil rights. Emergency orders are subject to judicial review and must be charter compliant. Indeed, in 1970, Canada did not even have a Charter of Rights with constitutional force. Unlike the War Measures Act, the Emergencies Act is subject to extensive parliamentary oversight and democratic protections. For example, this very debate we are having was triggered by the declaration of a public order emergency. Parliament will have the opportunity to affirm or revoke the declaration tomorrow. A parliamentary committee will be able to amend or revoke all emergency orders, and a motion signed by 20 MPs can trigger a vote on revoking the declaration. The truth is that the Emergencies Act has many legal and parliamentary protections, as it was expressly designed to do. I also think it's important to note that the 6 measures applied under the Act are targeted in scope, duration, and purpose. It is critical to remember that they provide powers to address the current crisis that would not otherwise be possible, like ensuring that towing equipment can be marshaled to clear heavy machinery used to block public roads, criminalizing the supply of goods to blockades that were crippling our nation's capital, and interrupting the flow of foreign funding to interfere in our domestic political affairs. On this latter point, I want to say this. Over 50% of the funds used to support the blockade came from outside Canada. Hundreds of donors were Americans who have been linked to far-right groups or those involved in attempting an insurrection at the U.S. Capitol last January. This constitutes direct foreign interference in Canadian domestic affairs that cannot be tolerated. To my Conservative and Bloc colleagues who oppose the emergency measures used to intercept and freeze these funds, I ask this. If we substituted Russian for American donors, sending money to try to change Canadian government policy, would they still have no problem with this? I know the answer. To me, it is imperative for the sovereignty, territorial, and security interests of Canada that we act strongly and resolutely to address foreign interference in our internal political affairs. Madam Speaker, some have argued that invoking the Emergencies Act will set a dangerous precedent that could be applied in the future to disruptive protests that are otherwise peaceful. They say Parliament should not act, lest it start down a slippery slope to irresponsible behavior. Somewhat ironically, this is said by members of the Bloc Québécois and Conservative parties whose own provincial cousins have invoked the notwithstanding clause of the Charter of Rights to actually violate the rights of their own citizens, something the Emergencies Act does not do. Apparently, their concern for slippery slopes does not extend to their own sectarian interests. I fundamentally agree that the right of peaceful protest is indispensable in a free and democratic society and must never be subject to unreasonable limitations. But I categorically reject the assertion that we cannot act in appropriate circumstances because future parliamentarians may not do so. I also believe that every single parliamentarian today and in the future well knows that this legislation is extraordinarily targeted and reserved for the rarest of circumstances. I trust in their judgment, in the Canadian public, and our institutions to ensure that happens. Finally, Madam Speaker, others have argued that this crisis does not meet the threshold set out in the Emergencies Act for the declaration of a public order emergency. I have carefully read the Act and agree that reasonable people may disagree on this point. While I respect those who feel otherwise, it is my view that given the facts that have emerged over the last 4 weeks, that the Act is properly engaged. Further, I believe that the invocation of the Act is already proving to be effective in resolving the crisis, paralysis, and threats that so clearly have gripped our nation. I strongly agree with those who argue that the invocation of public order emergencies should never be normalized. Instead, it should be reserved only for rare circumstances such as this, where decisive action is needed to address urgent threats to the security of Canada. If we hope to emerge from this pandemic as a strong and united country, then every member of this House must put aside their partisan political interests and work together to regain the public's confidence. Rather than wedge politics and polarization, Canadians need honesty, accountability, and responsible leadership from their elected representatives. I believe, Madam Speaker, it's time for all parliamentarians to provide just that. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to kind of pick up on what the member just stated, and as you know, at this time in which we're talking about the Emergency Act, how much better it would have been if we could have been talking about the heroes of the pandemic. You know, here we are approaching that 3-year mark, and at the end of the day, there's been so much good that has taken place. But going to his speech, there's a couple of points I want to highlight. One is the importance and supremacy of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, because we hear the word freedom a lot during this debate, and how the Emergency Act does not override any aspect of the Charter. And the second, and the member made reference to it, at any point in time. There's 4 political entities in this House that have more than 20 members. All it takes is 20 members to have a vote for revocation at any point in time. And if he can just pick up on those points, I would appreciate it.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you. I guess I hear 2 main points. The first one, I think, is it does give us an opportunity again to thank all of the frontline workers and healthcare workers in this country who, while we debate this legislation, are tasked with the critical job of dealing with our people who are vulnerable, helping patients, and still getting us through what is still a pandemic. I think that's always important to keep in mind as our attention is taken elsewhere. Second of all, it was a major part of my research and speech to note that the Emergencies Act was carefully crafted in response to the excesses of the War Measures Act and contains within it many parliamentary oversights and restrictions and careful parameters to ensure that the excesses of the War Measures Act are not repeated. So I think that's also a very vital point to make to Canadians, to assure them that their rights remain paramount, even with the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the respectful tone that the member for Vancouver Kingsway has taken in his presentation tonight, and I offer my observations and comments in the same light. I've heard often, not from your presentation directly, but from the members of the NDP and the members of the Liberal Party throughout today and the debate on Saturday and Thursday, the use of the word sedition, which is a very very powerful word that I think is being often abused in the discussion around this. So my question or observation is that there's very strong tools for the government under Section 46 of the Criminal Code to deal with treason and sedition. And my question is if the government believes that this is treason and sedition, then perhaps they should have used that tool. And if that's the case, why hasn't anyone been charged under that?
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. And he raises, I think, a very important point, which is the Emergencies Act is supposed to be triggered only when the current laws in Canada are proved ineffective in dealing with the current situation. I think that word ineffective is very important. If I can take just one or two examples. The current laws, for instance, have proved ineffective in stopping the flow of funds and money and supplies into the blockade in Ottawa. It's not a crime to walk down the street carrying a gas can full of gasoline. There is no law in Canada that would prevent that. But of course, by invoking the Emergencies Act and saying that anybody who's supplying the blockades that are illegal, that now becomes a criminal act. That's an example where the Emergencies Act was necessary for that. Another one has been in towing. I think it was not an accident that this very well-organized blockade used heavy equipment and machinery to block public roadways in this country. When towing companies and trucks were being intimidated, there's no way to actually commandeer or get those companies working to clear the roadways except by the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So there's a couple of examples why I think it's necessary to have that special power.
La députée de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, I believe that our colleague was slightly disrespectful to Quebec in his speech, and I would like to raise that. He said that Quebec used the notwithstanding clause to violate its own citizens' rights. This is either contempt or ignorance from our colleague. And in either case, this is unacceptable. However, I have a question. What is happening right now could create a dangerous precedent. Madam Speaker, what if in 10 years in Quebec or in Canada, we see something like what happened in 2012, in the spring of 2012, when students in Quebec protested and some radical groups infiltrated the demonstrations? And what happens if a more rightist government is in power at that point? If the same Emergency Measures Act is invoked at that time, will the NDP be able to say, okay, this time we're not supporting it?
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, again, I think the Emergencies Act is relegated to specific circumstances, and every time it's possibly invoked, it needs to be carefully studied. But to my honourable colleague, I wonder if he's worried that provinces might use the notwithstanding clause more often. Is he worried about a slippery slope when, and of course, notwithstanding clauses are only engaged when there's an acknowledgement that the charter rights of the citizens have been violated. Otherwise, you don't need to use the Notwithstanding Act. So that was my point. And I just wonder if he should have a conversation with provincial colleagues in Quebec to warn them that using the Notwithstanding clause may lead to a slippery slope where they're tempted to do it again. I don't think that's a valid.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for your time today in the chair. You've been here since early morning, so I appreciate the service you provided to the House. And I'll be sharing, please note, Madam Speaker, that I'll be sharing my time this evening with the member from Acadie Bathurst. Madam Speaker, I think it's important for us to put into context what's transpired over the last number of weeks as it relates to events here in the City of Ottawa and at various other locations in Canada. For the vast majority of us in the chamber, we're visitors to the City of Ottawa. We reside here on a temporary basis with our principal residents back home in our respective ridings, and for me, Madam Speaker, that's Hamilton East, Stony Creek. For the past 3 weeks, I've spent many days here in the nation's capital, watching the occupation grow in size and spread through the downtown, well beyond the parliamentary precinct, and into residential neighborhoods surrounding where we meet here today. And during that time, the downtown descended into chaos, upending the lives of those people who reside here in the city center. I've had the opportunity to speak to many people here in the downtown who've been impacted by the occupation, and they've made it clear to me that they're accustomed to visitors in the city. On any given day of the year, Madam Speaker, it's not uncommon to witness protests.
I don't know. I used to know because NPD was to be for the people, but they have changed. That's what I've been hearing. I cannot believe all the parties have changed. It's not the same. Snow, peux-tu arrêter là? So this emergency act will pass tomorrow, by the way. So in case you didn't see the beginning of the thing. So the question is what was going to happen after? That's my question. I want to know what time. Well, broadband was for the people too. That was him that funded this whole thing. He got very popular because of him. Remember, I voted for him a long time ago. Now there's no way in hell I would vote for these idiots. No, that's exactly what I said. I said what is up is down, and what is down is up. And the level of lies that comes out of these people. That's what I was explaining before. That's another thing too that needs to be changed. There will be a point that all these lies will have to be accountable for. I mean, this is purely misleading the people. So there need to be justice for that too, you know? I don't know. Snow. Yeah. Well, some of them talked about it. Snow, arrête donc là. Snow is fucking... Snow. Là. Arrête. Je te dis. Hold on a second. I don't see the screen. Snow screw up everything. Arrête. Laisse faire ça, là, Snow, là. Non, c'est pas les jeux, ça. Non. Ah, Snow. T'en as une. Non, Snow, arrête. Non. Ça, c'est pas les jeux. Attends là-bas. Bon, là, c'est ici. Bon. Non, va t'asseoir là. Tiens, je mets ton t-shirt. Non, je t'ai dit non. Oh, else.
From accessing emergency services provided by police.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At one point, sinon je t'ai demandé d'aller là-bas. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on.
Fire started in the lobby of an Ottawa apartment building here in the city centre. We witnessed the harassment of local residents who in their daily travels were mocked and chastised for wearing masks as they went about their lives, minding their own business. Madam Speaker, this is just a brief description of what's transpired here over the last 3 weeks, and I know very well how my residents would react to these illegal actions. They wouldn't be tolerated. And there would be an expectation that those responsible for upholding the law would attend and restore the peace and ensure their rights were upheld as tenants and property owners. Ottawa residents want their lives back. They want a peaceful night's sleep. They want their public transit back. They want access to roads and sidewalks. They want to see businesses reopen. People want to go back to work. They want their city back. The only way to restore the peace and some sense of normalcy is with all three levels of government working together. I want to publicly commend at this point in time in the House, Madam Speaker, the Premier of Ontario for his support. Instead of handing out coffee and donuts like members of the opposition, he declared a state of emergency here in the province. And instead of taking selfies with those that illegally occupied downtown Ottawa and blocked the Ambassador Bridge in Windsor, he signed an order that seeks to assist the
Yeah, well, these guys, they keep saying the same thing, but the others, they're bringing some good points. These guys are saying the same things, the same thing all over again. They only have 6 points, and that's all they're repeating. They're repeating. I'm sick of this. Cannot wait for all thing to finish.
Leader finally recognized that the extent of the damage inflicted upon the City of Ottawa, its citizens, and the Canadian economy had reached a breaking point. And by the time she issued your uninvited speech, the damage was already done. The hollow words that it was time to take down the barricades, stop the disruptive action, and come together were delivered too little, too late. Madam Speaker, I think it's imperative that we recognize the joint forces that have come together here over the past number of days. It is, as Ottawa's interim police chief described it, a real Canadian effort. I come from a police family, and as a city councillor for 26 years, I served for many years on the city's police services board. I'm a strong supporter of the police, and so I was pleased to hear that 28 members of Hamilton's police services are here in Ottawa to assist with efforts to restore peace and return the city to its citizens. Members of the Hamilton Police Service have joined officers from Toronto, Sudbury, York, Kingston, Peel, Durham, London, Calgary, Edmonton, and other jurisdictions. The ugly side of the occupation continues to be laid bare on television over the last couple of days. Extraordinary scenes of people spitting on officers, berating law enforcement officials, throwing objects at police and their horses, and other disruptive activities with the sole objectives of standing in the way of reclaiming the city and upholding the rule of law. We heard here in Ottawa that the local police needed additional support, additional resources and tools to confront a national event in an area that falls under the jurisdiction of the local police services. To date, the police have shown great restraint, Madam Speaker, even while under attack, and as has been reported, the police have been the target of protesters not just here in Ottawa, but at other locations across Canada, including southern Alberta. The domestic terrorist plot in Alberta highlights and emphasizes the need for all levels of government to provide the police with the appropriate level of support and necessary tools to keep their members and the public safe, and we're doing that here tonight. I look forward to the studies and the inquiry that will follow, reviews that will help us plan for future events that will occur, whether they occur here in Windsor, Coutts, Ottawa, or elsewhere. We can't sit on our hands and hope that the problems will go away on their own, as the official opposition has suggested. Madam Speaker, we need to fully understand how the illegal blockades and illegal occupations were planned and funded. The recommendations we ultimately
the honourable member may complete on the questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, to the member, if this was an honest attempt by the government to try and include the official opposition and convince us that the Emergencies Act use was warranted, that it had met the threshold, then I thought that what the government side would have done is give us all the briefing material, give us the evidence, give us the facts, release it, make the judicial opinion from Justice Canada officials public. They didn't do any of those things. In fact, I distinctly remember on Wednesday morning, before our national caucus meeting even began, we came to the reporters and told them very clearly, the House leader on the opposition side did, that we were not provided any documentation in order for our caucus to make a decision based on what evidence the government actually has in its hands. This isn't a good faith attempt to go, work across both sides of the aisle. This is a politically driven use of the Emergencies Act to save the leadership of the Prime Minister and nothing else. I don't have a question for the member. Just want to put that on the record. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madam Chairman, and it's ironic that the member doesn't have a question because, I think millions of Canadians have watched over the last couple of days in terms of what has transpired here in Ottawa. And I think what he has ignored and his party has ignored is the impact that it's had on Ottawa citizens. In fact, the member from Ottawa Carleton today stood up and talked about what's happening in Canada. As an Ottawa representative, not once did he reference what's happening here in the city of Ottawa. I think they're ignoring what's happening to the people who here in Ottawa and the impact that it's having on people's daily lives, Madam Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his contribution today. I have to say it's been a very odd day in the House of Commons when the Conservatives are choosing to negatively attack the Premier of Ontario, and the Liberals are standing for him. It is a unique moment in time for us today, Madam Speaker. My question is to do with premiers, Conservative premiers in this country. On February 4th, the Premier of my province, Premier Kenny, asked the federal government to help, that there was a need for help to stop the blockades in Coutts, that the provincial government was unable to manage the blockades in Coutts. Of course, on February 18th, he has now decided he's going to sue the federal government, and I would like just some information on how the member feels about this sort of flip-flopping between requiring help and then wanting to take the same people you're asking for help to court.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the question from the member. And as she noted, it's been a flip-flop of events in Alberta in terms of asking for help and then criticizing the government when they actually acted upon their requests that came from the province. And of course, as she mentioned, here in the province of Ontario, the Premier of Ontario has declared a state of emergency. That's what this Act does here tonight. It declares a state of emergency and gives provinces the ability to deal with protesters, whether they're in blockades or occupations like we see here in Ottawa.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to summarize the situation. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. But if we look at these financing platforms that would be at the center of the Emergencies Act, and it's already under the jurisdiction of the provinces, an arrest for being arrested for a crime is already, of course, covered by legislation. Same holds true for uttering threats. Same thing for possessing unlicensed weapons and firearms. So I'd like to ask my colleague, in the end, what's the point of the Emergencies Act in this case if there's already a regular legal arsenal and conventional institutions that could have been used over the last 2 weeks and were not used?
East Stony Creek.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think what the member, and I thank him for his question, I think what he has ignored through his question is the fact that provinces are asking for additional tools to deal with the occupation and the blockades. And so we know very well that when thank you very much. I think we know very well that the Act has allowed provinces, specifically here in Ontario, to bring law enforcement from other provinces without swearing them in. The Act has allowed us to crack down on investments and donations that have been made from outside of the country. And so the Act has helped us over the last 7 days. There's been a lot of praise over the last couple of days in terms of what the City of Ottawa has done and their police force has done to clear the parliamentary precinct in the downtown. That's been done with the help of the Act.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my newly elected colleague for having shared his time with me this evening from the member for Hamilton Stony Creek. Once again, Madam Speaker, thank you for allowing me to address the House tonight. My riding of Acadie-Bathurst is one of the most beautiful places in our country. The people are warm and generous beyond compare. My riding has many generations of culturally diverse families who've pulled together against all odds. My community would simply not exist were it not for these long-standing stories of families helping each other. It saddens me deeply to see what's been happening in our country over the last few weeks, to see fellow citizens turning their backs on each other. This is not the Canada I know and love. I understand that many Canadians are frustrated and angry. I am as fed up as anyone with this pandemic. I also understand that as a Member of Parliament, my responsibility is to listen to people and look for ways to help them. Unfortunately, some people who want to make their voices heard have also chosen to draw the nation's attention to themselves by displaying extremely worrisome behavior. Madam Speaker, I believe I bring some personal experience with regard when it comes to protests. The people in my riding of Acadie-Bathurst have always been very vocal. People in my riding are not afraid to protest. Sometimes it was for civil rights or language rights. In 2013, it was over the Conservatives' reform of the employment insurance program. Protesting is a fundamental and important part of a democratic nation. I have always supported the right of people to protest peacefully, even in front of my own office, and I have participated in several protests before and since my election. That said, I will never support bullying, threats, physical altercations, damage to private property, theft, symbols of hatred, or the defacing of cherished monuments. There also seems to be a widespread misunderstanding that citizens have the right to bring semi-trailers to a protest and then block streets for 3 weeks. Nowhere in the Charter does it say that this is a right. When a group's actions are no longer to make their voice heard and they start intentionally causing harm to people or damage to infrastructure, it's no longer a protest.
Careful what you say.
It is an occupation and an attack on our democracy. I am so
careful what you say. Don't use words like that, please.
Children, but the children are being used strategically to advance causes that they cannot understand.
Don't get all rattled over all this. It's a dog and pony show to wake up. It's a dog and pony show to wake up the people that are not awake. I just want this whole thing to end. So, when this emergency act is voted tomorrow, I want to see who's going to react how.
We know that many of the people protesting have legitimate concerns and are genuinely worried about their future and their livelihoods. What is frustrating, however, is that the concerns of so many of these people would be alleviated if they could simply trust the science. We are fortunate in Canada to have world-class doctors and scientists to guide us through this pandemic. Thousands of scientists around the world have dedicated their lives to protecting and preserving the lives of others. Never before have human beings been so scientifically advanced. Let me say it clearly, slowly, and surely for all Canadians to hear. Vaccines work. We are almost 2 years into this COVID-19 pandemic, and I will always be grateful to the people who developed these miraculous and effective vaccines. Thanks to them, countless lives have been saved and will be saved in the future. So, back to the topic of the day. Yes, some of the protesters are concerned about vaccination mandates, masks, and lockdowns. However, other elements of these protests have deep, dark roots in far-right ideologies and have dangerous links to organized crime, as well as foreign interference with financial donations that are of great concern. Whatever the motivations of those participating in these protests, we cannot allow them to continue to disrupt the peace and peaceful lives of citizens. All Canadians deserve to live in peace. For 3 weeks, we have seen municipal and provincial leaders raise their hands and ask for help. I am proud that our government has been a partner since the early days of the protests, and I believe that our offer of assistance has been used to its fullest extent. One thing is abundantly clear. These blockades cannot continue. Canadians are concerned. They're worried, and they need us to show strong leadership. Over the past few days, I and other Canadians have heard many speeches We've all watched the news and participated in extensive discussions about the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Several members of our caucus spoke at length and made strong arguments about how the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act is in fact justified. Some members of the opposition and others in Canada have also been very critical, saying that the decision to invoke these measures is an extreme overreaction. I find it very difficult to accept the argument that this is an unnecessary or blatant use of government powers. As the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice have repeatedly said, these measures will be used with great restraint and are both limited in time and geographically targeted. Madam Speaker, the fact is that we have exhausted all other options. I am convinced beyond the shadow of a doubt that the circumstances unfolding in this country meet the threshold required by law for the declaration of a national emergency. Let's focus for a moment on what is happening in Ottawa. It's been clear from day one, when the convoy situation unfolded on Parliament Hill, that the Ottawa police were not prepared to deal with it. I'm not saying that as an accusation, and I cannot speak to the resources that were or were not available to the City Police. I can only say what I saw and what we all saw, which was that the Ottawa police were not going to be able to deal with this situation without support. I had the advantage of waking up tonight, at the end of the weekend, knowing how things have unfolded over the last few days with a major police operation underway. I think most of my colleagues will agree with me that the police operation in downtown Ottawa over the past weekend has been an unqualified success. There are fewer trucks, fewer protesters, fewer blocked streets, and fewer reports of intimidation and violence. We now have concrete evidence that the powers conferred by the Emergencies Act have had a significant impact. These measures have enabled directed action that would not otherwise have been possible. Acting Chief Bell of the Ottawa Police Services stated that the scale and scope of this weekend's operation would not have been possible without the emergency being declared. Madam Speaker, in closing, thanks to the Emergencies Act, the federal government has been able to provide tools to police services when and where they are needed. These measures have also provided police with the tools to address the financing of illegal activities. These measures have allowed municipalities to fill gaps in the acquisition of tow trucks to help in the removal of illegally parked vehicles. These measures have also helped to eliminate the blurring of jurisdiction and responsibilities at complex but important locations such as border crossings. I want to make it clear that while our government had to make this choice, it should not be seen as a celebration. But I feel much more at peace knowing that if the decision had to be made, at least many people have already gained some relief from it. We saw how Canadians reacted to the operations over the weekend in Ottawa. It's very clear to me that Canadians support the decision to invoke the Emergencies Act. To all of you who are listening, even if we do not all share the same values, we can empathize with each other. This pandemic has taken its toll on everyone, and we're all very keen for it to be over. Unfortunately, the events of the last few weeks were not the right way to end it. It has taken up valuable resources and time that were badly needed elsewhere in order to get through this pandemic. I will end with this, Madam Speaker. Some joined the convoy with the aim of promoting peace and freedom. Unfortunately, the target was not the right one, and their approach had the opposite effect. This convoy was unnecessary and a disturbance in the freest of countries, our Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. A few times tonight, I've heard my colleague from Kingston, and now the colleague tonight said, well, maybe Ontario reacted perhaps not quite forcefully enough. And I feel like perhaps this is an excuse, but I would like to know every time police forces act a little bit late, are they going to invoke the Emergencies Act? That would be completely absurd, because now we know the crisis is over and the situation is quite a bit more acceptable. So why is it still relevant to bring forward this law, which is really a sledgehammer to crack a nut? So I'd like to hear what he has to say on that. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. When it's time for the Bloc Québécois to stand and speak, they always talk about respecting Quebec and provincial jurisdiction. And so since the very beginning of this convoy, we've seen that, unfortunately, certain municipalities and police forces, for example, the City of Ottawa police forces, weren't capable of dealing with the situation. So that's why we went forward with the Emergencies Act. We provided resources that were necessary for the Ottawa Police Force and other police forces to dismantle this blockade, send the protesters home, and now Ottawa has its life back, because this convoy lasted for too long, 3 weeks, where there was all this noise, and so that's why we used it. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that the Emergencies Act is reasonable and proportionate, and it gives tools to parliamentarians to be able to use checks and balances. But the question that I want to put to my colleague is, why did it take so long for the government to act? Ottawa residents have suffered because of this. It was a convoy organized by far-right organizations to overthrow a democratically elected government and funded by Trump-like organizations in the States. Why did it take 3 weeks? Once again, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Madam Speaker, what we did is that we monitored the situation very closely, and after 3 weeks, after the protests had gone on, it was time for the government to intervene, and we gave the forces of law and order the tools that they needed to end this protest. And I might remind my colleague that under the Charter, this law is used with a great deal of restraint. It's time limited and geographically focused in the regions where it is needed. So, Madam Speaker, I think that people were tired of these protests, and we gave the forces of law and order all the tools they needed to end this protest. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say thank you, my honourable colleague, for the intervention, and I share members' passion, Madam Speaker. It's sad to see the spitting on police officer, harassing journalists by the protester. And Madam Speaker, I'm concerned about the spread of misinformation in journal and around the act as well. We have heard some of the protesters and even members of the opposition refer to the measures we are discussing today as if this is a War Measures Act, which it is not. Could my honourable colleague explain how this is not the case and assure them the Emergency Act maintain their charter rights and also restore their confidence in our institutions?
The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to repeat once again to ensure that all Canadians hear this. Yes, the Charter will be complied with. The Emergencies Act will be used with a great deal of restraint. It will be time limited and geographically focused. And we must have to resume debate.
The Honourable Member for Langley-Eldergrove.
Good, thank you, Madam Speaker. We're here this evening, this whole weekend actually, debating the merits of a Liberal government motion to invoke the Emergency Act. But before I get into that, I want to take the opportunity to thank the many people in my riding of Langley Aldergrove who've reached out to me to encourage me and to plead with me to vote against this motion. And I can assure you that I and my Conservative colleagues will definitely vote against it. And I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes or 9.5 minutes now explaining why that is. I also want to thank those people who were telling me that they are praying for the peace and security and the healing of this nation. Thank you very much. I'm praying for that as well, in what hopefully soon is going to be a post-pandemic world. So, Madam Speaker, on February 14th, the Liberal government issued a declaration invoking the Emergency Act based on their finding that there is a public welfare emergency existing in Canada at the moment. So to understand what that means, we need to take a look at the definition section of the Act, of the Emergency Act. And it states that a national emergency is an urgent and critical situation of a temporary nature that seriously endangers the lives, health, and safety of Canadians and is of such proportions and nature as to exceed the capacity or the authority of a province to deal with it, and that cannot be effectively dealt with in under any other law of Canada. So very high burden of proof indeed, and that is exactly what the drafters of this legislation intended back in the 1980s. It was supposed to be a tool of last resort, not a tool of first resort. So now what is the fact situation that is alarming the government to the extent that they now feel that they have to invoke this very drastic step? Well, what we have is trucks parked in Ottawa, big trucks, rigs, clogging up the streets in downtown Ottawa. It's a real nuisance. Along Wellington Street, along some of the side streets. It's a real problem for local businesses here as well, and people who live in the downtown core. I and every other member in this House who have to come into this House every day had to negotiate our way across Wellington Street, and that is the same for all the employees as well in this House and working in our parliamentary offices. A nuisance, yes. An inconvenience, yes. An irritant, yes. But a national emergency, no. It fails that test. This does not attain to the very high burden that I have to share my time with the member for Eagle Creek. So thank you. Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek. So thank you. But it does not attain to the very high level that was set by the drafters of this emergency legislation. Now, the Order in Council also makes reference. The Order in Council also makes reference to blockages at border crossings in Ontario, in Manitoba, in Alberta, and in my home province of British Columbia. Now, the Liberals there have a better argument, I would submit, because that, of course, is going to be very devastating to our economy and also to our international reputation. But here's the challenge that they have. Before this declaration was made, a week ago, all those blockages had already been cleared up. How? Well, by provincial forces, by municipal forces, by provincial police forces, by the RCMP that came under provincial jurisdiction. So the police forces doing exactly what they're supposed to do. And the fact that they were successful proved that the situation did not exceed the capacity or the authority of the province to deal with it. So I submit that it fails the test. So we come back to what was going on in Ottawa. Now, we've heard members on the Liberal side of the House quote the interim chief of the City of Ottawa Police Services, saying that the Emergency Act was a very helpful tool for them to solve the problem. Now, we don't dispute that at all. Of course, the nuclear option is going to be successful. We know that. There's no argument with that. But that's not the test. The test is not whether it would be successful, but whether it was necessary. And I submit that it was not necessary. The proof is that provincial police forces, municipal police forces were able to solve the problem at the borders and also control other protests that were going on in other cities across the country. So it fails the threshold. Madam Speaker, I now want to turn my attention to a constitutional analysis of what is going on. It's been pointed out on a number of occasions that the Emergency Act requires that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights be honored and respected and be maintained. Now, it's interesting that the Bill of Rights is included in that. It's an older piece of legislation, and people sometimes assume that it was subsumed in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but that's not the case. It is still good law in Canada today, and that is very useful for our analysis today because it talks about property rights for individuals. Now, what property are we talking about? We're talking about bank accounts that have been frozen under the regulations. Now, shortly after the announcement was made on Monday, my office started getting phone calls. I started getting text messages. People were saying, is my bank account going to be frozen? I made a donation to the convoy through GoFundMe. And I assured them, no, this is Canada in the 21st century. We are a modern, free, and democratic society. There is no way that your federal government is interested in donations that you might make to a cause that is important to you. But then, Madam Speaker, I actually picked up the regulation. I started to read it, and I was wrong. I was hoping that I was misreading it, so I checked with some lawyer friends of mine, and they go, no, absolutely, that is exactly what it says. So then I was hoping that maybe it was just a drafting error, but all doubt was set aside the other day when our Minister of Justice, the Attorney General, was interviewed on national television. This is how the conversation went. The interviewer asked, a lot of folks said, I don't like your vaccine mandates, and I donated to this. Now it's illegal. Should I be worried that the bank can freeze my account? And this is what the Minister of Justice said in reply. If you are a member of a Trump movement who is donating hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars to this kind of thing, then yes, you ought to be worried. So there you go, straight out of the mouth of the Minister of Justice. If you have made a donation to the Freedom Convoy, then the Minister of Justice thinks that you are part of a Trump movement and that you ought to be worried. The Liberal Party is no longer the party of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It has become the party of correct political thought. You now have to think like the Minister of Justice does, or you ought to be worried. I plead with people of this, members of this House, to vote against this motion. It is incumbent upon us to do this. This is wrong legislation. We must defend Canadian rights, civil liberties. We must vote against this. I plead with the NDP party. You could make the difference. Please vote with the Conservative Party on this one. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I really wanted to quote the Premier of Manitoba, but I kind of changed my mind based on what the member just finished saying about seniors. If you listen to some of the speeches from the Conservatives, one said, you know, they had a call for a senior that went down and took out all his money because they're told that the government wants to get its money. And you start to hear these conservative right-wingers with the conspiracy theory, you know, telling through email blasts, no doubt, that go and drain your bank accounts because the government's after your money. You know, we're talking less than 100 people that were directly affected in terms of accounts, yet the Conservative Party is going out warning people, our poor seniors, go out, be concerned, the government wants your money. I'm wondering if he feels that is a responsible thing for the official opposition to do, to get seniors and others concerned that the government is after their money when they know full well, Madam Speaker, that is not the case. I would suggest to you it's borderline elder abuse.
Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Well, Madam Speaker, that is just completely absurd. I'm quoting from what the Minister if you're donating to the Freedom Convoy, to a Trump-like movement, you ought to be worried. Those are not my words. Those are his words. He should correct himself. If he misspoke, he should correct himself. He should also take a look at the legislation and correct it if there is a drafting error. I cannot believe, like you, that the Canadian government would take these kinds of actions, but that is what the wording of the legislation says. It needs to be corrected. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Madam Speaker, we hear a lot of discussions on the Emergencies Act, that it's being debated. And I hope that there will be enough opposition to quash it tomorrow. My question for my colleague is, well, we hear a lot of criticism and we hear a lot of different opinions on how this came to be. But according to my colleague, what would have been the ideal process to fix this crisis that that we've seen over the past 3 weeks? What would have been the proper procedure? Should we have left the protesters there, or should they have been invited to leave? What's his opinion on that?
Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good, thank you. Great question. I really do appreciate that. What could have been done? Well, let's take a look at where it was done successfully in other provinces, in other cities. The problem is in Ottawa. Now, far be it from me to criticize the police forces of the nation's capital, but what could they have done? They could have subpoenaed tow trucks. They could have asked the provincial government for more help. They could have asked for police forces from across the country to come help. All of this could have been done without the Emergency Act, without suspending people's civil rights and liberties.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And just to clarify something with regard to, the Charter of Rights still applies, even when the Emergencies Act is in place. But I would like to know what his political party thinks about a convoy that comes from far away that says that it wants to disrupt our democratic institutions, that is funded by partisans of Trump, and the interim leader of his party openly supports these protesters and hands out coffee and pizza while those people are harassing the citizens of Ottawa. How does he explain the actions of some of the members of his caucus? The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you. I think there were two questions in there. The first one was about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Yes, indeed, the Emergency Act says that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights must still apply. But it's not good enough just to say that. The Order in Council, the regulations coming out of the Order in Council actually have to honor that, and I'm submitting that that did not happen. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. While it is a privilege to have the opportunity to rise and speak in this place to the motion put forward by the government, the absolute seriousness of these days and how we chart a path forward as a nation cannot be overstated. There is so much at stake. And I am grateful for the insightful interventions that have already been put forward by my caucus colleagues. From the outset, I want to assure my constituents, I have heard you, and I want you to know that I will be voting against this motion. I believe this action taken by the government is unnecessary, divisive, and a dramatic overreaction given the circumstances. At a time when provincial governments and other countries have ended COVID-19 restrictions or announced plans to end them, the Prime Minister is an exception to the trend and out of step. When Conservatives brought forward a reasonable motion calling on the federal government to table a plan outlining the steps and dates as to when federal COVID-19 mandates and restrictions would be rolled back, a plan that would reduce the temperature and address the concerns of Canadians across the entire country, the Prime Minister refused, and the Liberals, together with the NDP, defeated our motion. This crisis was entirely preventable and is the result of the Prime Minister's unwillingness to use common sense. Instead of taking actions to help lower the temperature, he insulted and disrespected Canadians. Instead of respecting Canadians, he doubled down on his efforts to wedge, divide, and stigmatize. Instead of apologizing and listening to what Canadians had to say, he jumped straight to the most extreme measures to deal with the protests and invoked the Emergencies Act. I want to thank the hundreds of constituents who emailed and called my office over the past week regarding the matter we are discussing here tonight. Less than 1% support the government's actions. Almost everyone is shocked and disappointed by the Prime Minister's invocation of the Emergencies Act. They understand that imposing the powers of the Emergencies Act sets a dangerous precedent, especially when the Prime Minister has made no other efforts to de-escalate the situation. I would like to read an email from a constituent, which is representative of the hundreds of messages I've received. Kathy wrote the following, and I quote, "I am emailing you in regards to the Prime Minister's irrational invoking of the Emergency Measures Act. I have read that the Emergencies Act can only be invoked if the situation cannot be dealt with through any other lawful manner in Canada. Considering the fact that the Prime Minister hasn't even sat down with the Freedom Convoy organizers to discuss removing all mandates, there is no need to invoke such an act. It has become very clear that the Prime Minister does not care about Canadians or our rights and freedoms. Many other countries have removed all mandates and restrictions and have come to realize that COVID has run its course. We need to get back to our lives and begin the massive job of rebuilding not only our economy, but mending all the division that the Prime Minister has created over the past 2 years. It breaks my heart to see all the families and friends that have been driven apart by this. As your constituent, I ask that when the Prime Minister goes before Parliament to seek approval of the Emergencies Act, that you do not approve this. Please help us in our fight to make Canada free again." End quote. Madam Speaker, to be clear, while I have heard from hundreds of my constituents, there have also been messages from hundreds of Canadians from across the country. They are worried about their future, for their children and their grandchildren. Ultimately, they are concerned for the future of their beloved Canada. Many legal experts also oppose this action, based on the grounds that the test for invoking the Emergencies Act has not been met. A Twitter thread on February 14th by the Canadian Civil Liberties Association was damning of the government's decision, and I quote, "The federal government has not met the threshold necessary to invoke the Emergencies Act. This law creates a high and clear standard for good reason. The Act allows government to bypass ordinary democratic processes. This standard has not been met. The Emergencies Act can only be invoked when a situation seriously threatens the ability of the Government of Canada to preserve the sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity, and when the situation cannot be effectively dealt with under any other law of Canada. Governments regularly deal with difficult situations and do so using powers granted to them by democratically elected representatives. Emergency legislation should not be normalized. It threatens our democracy and our civil liberties." End quote. Madam Speaker, many legal experts and organizations across Canada echo these concerns and believe that invoking this act is unnecessary and sets a dangerous precedent. Let's compare events in our not-so-distant past with the current situation. 2 years ago, there were a series of blockades on major rail lines and at the Port of Vancouver. From January to March of 2020, the protesters opposed to the Coastal GasLink pipeline and their supporters across Canada caused much economic hardship to the Canadian economy. What is strikingly different about that protest 2 years ago and the one we are experiencing today is not the response of law enforcement, but rather the response of the government. 2 years ago, ministers of the Crown met with the protesters, listened to their issues, and sought a peaceful resolution through dialogue. Granted, the police eventually moved in to clear the blockades, but it was obvious that all other avenues seeking a resolution had been exhausted. Did that happen this time? Certainly not. What have these protesters received from this government? Insults, divisiveness, and stigmatization. The Prime Minister's rhetoric during and since the election has poured fuel on the embers of distrust and division that were already smoldering. What we are seeing from this Prime Minister, his cabinet, and his backbench is shocking. Their willingness to exploit the pandemic and divide Canadians, together with their overreach, is driving the fear and concern for our future among my constituents and Canadians at large. This motion imposing the powers of the Emergencies Act will only exacerbate these feelings. Furthermore, the Government of Canada should not have the power to close the bank accounts of hardworking Canadians, simply on the suspicion of supporting causes of which the government doesn't approve. This is a slippery slope and not how the government should operate in a free and democratic society. But perhaps that's the whole point of this exercise, given the Deputy Minister's comments yesterday when she stated, and I quote, "Some of those tools, we will be putting forward measures to put those tools permanently in place. The authorities of FinTrack, I believe, do need to be expanded to cover crowdsourcing platforms." Yeah, the minister used her inside voice and revealed the true Liberal agenda. Canada must not be defined by one government, any one parliament, or any one person, but rather by our shared values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. These values guide our institutions through which is realized peace, order, and good government. The pandemic has taken its toll on many of these institutions, largely due to the fact that in the beginning, there was so much confusion and uncertainty, planting the seeds of doubt and mistrust. But fast forward 2 years, where now the science and health experts are telling us we have come through the worst of it and that we need to reevaluate and get back to normal. Sadly, the Prime Minister's decision to invoke the Emergencies Act is another huge blow to the already crumbling trust many Canadians have in our institutions. Parliament has an opportunity to repair some of the damage and defeat this motion. Through you, Madam Speaker, I implore my colleagues to seize this opportunity and vote nay. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Vancouver-Granville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we've heard a lot from the Honourable Member about common sense and doing what's best for Canadians. And I suppose, it'd be worth, I'd love to hear her comment on whether or not it was common sense for the interim leader of the Conservative Party to be photographed wearing MAGA hats and talking about making the convoy the Prime Minister's problem and saying that we should not be asking them to go home. So I wonder if she thinks that is common sense. Speaking of common sense, I will ask the same question I asked earlier. Given that she doesn't trust the government, would she trust the National Security Advisor to Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper, who said that not only was it appropriate but necessary for the government to invoke the Emergencies Act, particularly as it relates to the very concerns around financing of this convoy that she seems to want us not to do?
Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. I think I made it pretty clear why I am deeply concerned about the measures that are in this Act that are going to seize and freeze the bank accounts of individuals that don't agree with the government. But to be equally clear, there is only one person that I believe bears the responsibility for what is happening in Ottawa, and that is the Prime Minister. What should we expect, though, when he calls those who don't agree with him misogynists, racists, science deniers, and wonders if such people should even be tolerated? Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague said that one person is responsible for what happened in the streets of Ottawa, and that is the Prime Minister. Now, I don't have any particular affection for the Prime Minister, but I would say that some Conservative colleagues have said some pretty dubious things about vaccination. Conservative colleagues also took photos with the demonstrators and encouraged them. So doesn't my colleague think that some of the responsibility ultimately comes back to her colleagues who were very complacent with the protesters?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. I would have to say that I believe that this is exactly what the Prime Minister would like parliamentarians to be doing here in this House, instead of focusing on the overreach of invoking the Emergencies Act. They want us to be arguing about whose fault it is that the protests lasted for as long as they did in the city of Ottawa. To be very clear, I firmly support the right to peaceful protest and the freedom of peaceful assembly. And I agree with the Premier of my province, who called on the people of Saskatchewan to exercise their rights without impeding on the rights of others. But I will reiterate that I believe there is only one person that bears the responsibility for what has happened.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member was speaking about overreach and democracy. And I had a question to the member. The Conservative caucus twice has thrown out two leaders that were democratically elected by delegates at their party conventions. Wondering if the member agrees with that overreach.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question, although I would tell her that I absolutely disagree with the premise of that question. Firstly, we had a leader that resigned back in 2019, and in this most recent case, we had adopted the Reform Act, which is a law of Parliament that provides members of Parliament with the tools that they need to hold their leader accountable. And so that is exactly what happened within the Conservative caucus. And I would say that again, rather than discussing the overreach of this government and this Prime Minister to invoke the Emergencies Act to deal with something that could have been dealt with the law authorities in the city of Ottawa and in the province of Ontario, she's asking me about internal caucus issues.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York, but I have to tell the Honourable Member that there's about only 5 minutes left, and tomorrow morning at 7, the Honourable Member can pursue his speech and the period of questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not pleased to be rising in the House tonight. The reason for my disappointment is due to a subject matter that I wish this House did not have to be debating. Nonetheless, tonight's debate is on a very serious subject, the implementation of the Emergencies Act. And I would like to believe that all honourable members of this place, irrespective of their political party, would also wish not to be here debating this subject. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, we are. I believe that the events that have transpired at various Canadian border crossings and in our nation's capital over the last 3 weeks converge to provide few alternatives. Some may not see it that way, and I encourage them to take a hard, long second look. I appreciate that emotions remain high, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to do an objective, factual level set. And to do that, I want to take the location out of it, the city where the protest has been out of the debate. Put aside that it's been in Ottawa, and ask yourself, if it was your city, your community, that had its main streets and downtown core barricaded by trucks and crowds. Imagine if it was your constituents and their neighborhoods effectively held hostage in their own city, their own community, and their own homes. Imagine if it was people from your community being harassed and intimidated, with some actually left fearing for their own personal safety. What about their rights to protection and their right to freedom of movement? Madam Speaker, in our community of Spadina, Fort York, we're no stranger to protests. Toronto City Hall is in our riding, and the provincial legislature, Queen's Park, is just outside of it. In fact, the route that people take to these places to exercise their democratic rights would literally mean often them driving by my home. And when they did, they'd often be honking. And my girlfriend and I would look out, see who they were, and even look up, see what it was that they were advocating for. But our rights to freedom of expression and assembly should not, must not, include the oppression of others. Madam Speaker, as a son of refugees, my family knew terror and injustice. They endured 2 years in a refugee camp to find a new home that shared their values, a place that valued democracy and rule of law. And I'm sad to say that I did not see that when I looked at the streets of Ottawa or the Ambassador Bridge. What we did see was our national monument to Canada's fallen disgraced, and the tomb of the unknown soldier being jumped on and urinated upon. And it's tragically ironic, Madam Speaker, that the soldier inside the tomb was once a person who knew well what fighting for freedom was all about. The same applies with the statue of a remarkable young man. Madam Speaker, Terry Fox raised more money than anyone in this country for those fighting an insidious disease and including those who are immunocompromised. The monument, the statue, these are precious symbols of the best of who we are as a country. That they were defiled is a disgrace, Madam Speaker. And some of the most impactful symbols are those of flags. Sadly, we saw protesters walking around with the flags of evil and racism. Even in the country where Nazism started, to parade around with that flag today gets you arrested. Then there was the Confederate flag, which some protesters chose to fly, a flag that continues to conjure up hatred and intolerance of a time when people were placed in chains and human slavery. My colleague, the honourable member from Hull-Eimer, eloquently recently reminded this House of what that flag represents. It doesn't mean freedom. It doesn't mean inclusion. It represents intolerance and human slavery. Flags matter, and symbols matter. Just like how our Canadian flag is a beacon of hope for so many people here at home and abroad. Madam Speaker, I was distraught. As a person who has also proudly worn the flag and the uniform of our country, to see people wrap themselves in our flag, to use it as a shield for their behavior that was often anything but honorable. Madam Speaker, what I've commented upon thus far is described in revolting detail, and I think lies at the heart, the very foundation of those who came to Ottawa. They did not come...
And I would interrupt the honourable member tomorrow to pursue. It being 11:59, pursuant to order made on Thursday, February 17, 2022, having reached the expiry of the time provided for today's debate, the House will resume consideration of the motion for confirmation at the next sitting of the House. En conséquence, la Chambre...
Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 7 a.m., pursuant to order made on Thursday, February 17th, 2022.
Bon. C'est fini. Jusqu'à demain. Fait que là, ça a l'air que ça va passer demain. Puis après ça, on suppose qu'on s'en va. Oui, je suis fatiguée. Fait que là, on s'en voit demain. OK? Assurez-vous que vous êtes sur mon 1, je vais le faire sur le 1 demain, OK? Parce que ça, là, c'est pas dangereux à mettre sur YouTube. Fait que je sais pas quelle heure que je vais être là demain, mais quand je vais être là, on va commencer avec ça demain, OK? Je vais être là encore toute la journée. So make sure that you are on my first as well. So tomorrow I will resume this. I don't know what time, but I will resume this with you. We're gonna have to wait. I don't know what time. It's gonna be an all day thing. because they're gonna talk all day, and then they're gonna vote after. So at least we know how this thing is gonna be, so we're not gonna be surprised when it passes. I want to see what happens after. So I want to thank everybody for joining today. So Sam saying, c'est-tu bonjour les people, Sam? Sam saying hello to you. And good night. We're going to resume the thing tomorrow. I just don't know what time I'll get up. I'm very, very tired. So on that note, I want to wish you a good night. Bonne nuit tout le monde. Je vais revenir demain. Là. Ça va être toute la journée, cette histoire-là. Là. Demain soir, ça va être le vote. On sait que ça va passer, cette affaire-là. Je veux savoir ce que tu vas faire après. Ok, je vous quitte. Bonne nuit. Good night, everybody. Thank you for joining. Sam, say good night. Good night, Sam. Alright, good night, Sam. And Snow, say good night. Good night, people. That's awesome.